All right. Let's see. Where's the old screen? All right. All right. So today is the day. Today is the day of all the days. All right. So I've been doing a lot of like little updates to this map recently, which I'll do a little kind of playthrough in the test build, test play or whatever, just to see how it is and everything. So if you haven't been here, I've changed the textures to PBR, and then I've also updated some, like the ones up here, for example, which reflect throughout the map. Instead of, like, before they were this, like, shiny, cleaner kind of PBR texture, but I found some ones from Starting Affinity that were, like, these cool, like, scratchy grime, versions, so I used those instead. There's so many versions of the same bitmap in Halo 4. Like, if there's one, if there's, like, a clean version, a dirty version, of this version, of that version, all sorts of shit. But so yeah, basically, I got it looking a lot more consistent. I've been updating a lot of the lighting, which I'll show you too. And then if you look out here, it doesn't look like a fucking LOD model from, a PS2. It actually looks like the same BSP that's out there, and it's even lit now, so it should look pretty normal now. So just little things like that are starting to come together and make everything look really good. So in this stream, I'm just going to start out by playing through it. I'm just going to show you some of the updates, and then what I'm going to actually work on, I'm going to replace the Forward Onto Dawn. I originally did one right here, as you can see, but this is like the Panama. So someone made a cool kit bash of the Panama. So instead of using this, I'm gonna use the one they made. Cause I was gonna redo it anyways, cause I made a new Panama with newer textures, and since like the way I did this was terrible, so like I can do it a lot better now. So I'm just gonna redo that this stream, and it shouldn't be that hard. All I gotta do is like get the model, cut it in half, put this fucking shit in it, and then I need to run light maps on it and maybe give it a bounding box so that with some air probes so that it looks dark in the cutscene and not like a fucking all lit up piece of shit. But yeah, so basically let's do that shit. Let's get right into it. What I'm gonna do to launch this M10 crash, we're gonna go to the first cutscene, and that's where you'll see the original Forward Onto Dawn. Let me go over to the comments just in case we get comments here. It's looking great, man. Night and day difference already in terms of how the environments look. Sup? What's up, Elaster? And how you doing, Able Oyster? But yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, for real though, like no joke, there's some areas like at first it's hard to tell because I like make small changes over such a long period of time. But dude, I've been like I'm able to bust so much stuff out, on these maps compared to like before. Like whenever I was porting a map, man, that takes so long. But just updating an existing map is so much faster, especially these older maps. They used a lot of the same textures, a lot of things that made it a little easier to update. So like, to be honest, dude, I don't have a ton of shit left on this first mission. I mean, I still need to update some things, but like stuff like this. Intro needs new Forward Onto Dawn. And that little screen, she presses the Chief is the old version. I need to update that PNG to a new one, or TIFF or bitmap. And then it says there's like one area there's a couple areas I want to make darker. I also want to put a little Easter egg flood spore, because there was a lot of floods spraying on the Forward Onto Dawn back then. Like, how the fuck did none of those get on there? Like, you can't tell me there isn't a flood spore. I want it to make it seem like, damn, the flood could have spread again, but they didn't, luckily. You know what I mean? Kind of Easter egg kind of towards that. Maybe I'll add a flood that you kill, but I don't know if that's worth doing all that shit, But update objects, tags in the mission to look equivalent, meaning like I'm gonna probably update a couple of the weapons, get them more finalized. That's in the build. Maybe I can do something with the characters, but I think they're pretty final. But there's like the Covey crates and the Phantoms. I want to completely redo those. I want to do those in the PBR or something else. I want to make them look good and proper. Like the lighting, like they're not set up right, so they change. They just don't look like the way they should. Like in some scenes they look good, but they don't look consistent, because they're not set up right, really good. But I need to do Q maps, which kind of do last. What I do is I'm using a placeholder that makes everything look kind of how it's supposed to. Mine is like if you actually see the reflection, it won't look the same. But in general, the actual like quality is the right way. So like basically, I need to update all the Q maps, which it's a picture of what the room is. So like. You're going to want to do that last, otherwise it'll snap the wrong image, or you'll have to update them multiple times. And then I want to add like a boss fight into the beacon wave area, kind of like how Mythic Jacqui did his, like basically, kind of like that's just like the most obvious place you would have like a larger encounter. Because you already have some in the area before that with that one dude with the concussion gun, or the whatever you want to call it now. But so it's like you kind of almost had something like that, but I want to give like maybe a proper one. And then that wave on the beacons, you people just run. At least I do. I just run straight to the missile and then end that wave and skip that whole part. Kind of like everyone's saying, like that's why sprinting's bad. You can skip things. I'm gonna make it so you can't just skip things by sprinting past it in this mod. Hopefully, meaning like you could still sprint, but like I don't like the fact that you can just sprint past the fucking all the enemies and then click the missile and then they disappear and they just disappear. So I'm gonna try to fix that. So you have to like defeat them and then you can get access to it. You know what I mean? And then the sky, the huge maw, the Requiem. I'm gonna completely redo the Requiem. Okay. This is the default, Forward Unto Dawn. I'm gonna replace that after I play through it a little bit, right here. But yeah, if you see Requiem, it looks kind of random, or it doesn't look terrible, but it looks a little unaligned. It looks rough in a lot of areas. So I'm going to be changing that completely. I'm actually looking at Halo Infinite models to see if I can get more textures, to see if I can use them to make a much more higher quality skybox, because skybox is important to look good, That shit, they always looked really good in Halo 3 through 1, All the Bungie games had amazing skybox. I mean, they kind of had good skyboxes in these other games, but, it's just, I want to make sure that shit looks clean, and I want it to look more classic somehow, but we'll see, I don't know. Ignore that floating box that clips with the other one, that's just because we're in Tag Test. Tag Test has a lot of issues that don't happen in MCC, by the way. If you see something a little weird in a cutscene or something here, like the facial animations don't fully work either. They have like base animations and then the PCA layers on top of that or something. And I don't think those even work until you go into MCC. At least I think, because like you could see her base animations moving, but I'm pretty sure they don't. You said sup. Have you figured out how to share maps? Yeah, I haven't even tried with that. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm going to even try that much, to be honest, man. That looked I tried once, and it looked like I would have to spend, like, a week fucking around with shit. And I'm going to be honest, dude, like, I'm overloading because I have too much stuff in my maps. If I add more, it's going to overload at every loading zone, and then, you'll have to keep, it'll fatal error, you'll have to relaunch it and then resume it. It might not be worth even using shared maps for campaign, because it's just already overloading from just too much shit. Not on this mission, but there's a few missions that are already pretty damn full that overload sometimes. Which I think happens in Mythic's mod, and I haven't completely played the other overhauls for Halo 4. But yeah,
Been out
I'll
for a
look at
while.
that, but I don't know.
Where are we?
We're still adrift on the Dawn.
Why did you wake me?
Hang on. Bringing your systems online now.
We'll see where it goes.
I rewrote your seat firmware while you were out.
Like, if someone figures it out, though,
Activating the ship's gravity generator.
I'll definitely try it for sure.
Chief, look up. You need to pull the manual release.
And then, on top of it, the sound bank's overloading, too, because there's too much of those. It's just...
Seems like old
Halo,
times.
it just can't handle that
Ready to
much.
get back to work?
But here's the new
I thought you'd
intro.
never ask.
So I kind of combined dark and
We've got
bright.
intrusion alerts lighting up on multiple decks.
So
Our
if
best
you...
bet to figure out who's boarding us is the observation deck, 4 floors up.
Just
Could be a
kind of
rescue
show
team.
this reference. If you look at, I've already showed like this shit, but the lighting, it's, by the way, it's darker in MCC. It's like it's like a whole notch darker in MCC usually. So it'll be a little darker than what you see here, by the way. I just want to let you know that. But you know, this is kind of like what I'm going for, with the blue coming down and being a little darker, you know, stuff like that. It's not exactly the same, you know, but it's closer, and that's also that image you see on that like terminal down there. So I kind of that's what it's inspired by, you know, more natural lighting and shit like that. But then I just used the blue, this like blue light up there, just because that's what they used in all those concepts and shit. And I kind of like the coloring and stuff before everything became green. 343 green is what I call it. You know, let's run through here. I've already shown you this, but as when I was saying earlier in this stream, I updated those textures to be like, these were like super clean before. But I realized if I change these, they all reflect kind of better and match up. And honestly, the ship shouldn't be too clean. It's been through shit. It's been through war. It's been through space. It's been through all sorts of shit. So I'm like, yeah, maybe. What's up, Mythic? Mythic Jack Ware? Yeah, I've been using a lot of basically I was saying like what was I saying earlier? There's something that you did that I was saying that inspired something, I think. I can't remember. Oh yeah, Mythic, by the way, he was talking about shared maps. Did you ever get shared maps working? Because I was thinking about using shared maps to try to add more stuff on maps that are, you know, over 2 gigabytes. But this is another thing that you would know about, that I noticed your mod does too. Like, I noticed on some of the levels that are already full, when I updated it with higher quality content, it caused some of the loading zones to, like, fatal error or overload. And like I was like saying like I might add a shared map to basically add shit into it, but I'm like, if that just makes the whole game overload at every damn loading zone, then like that's gonna be a huge L, you know, and I don't want people to have to like constantly do that. If it happens a few times, whatever, it's something I can really do about it, you know. But like that's kind of what I'm worrying about, you know. There's so many things. I think it only did shared maps for Halo 3 and ODST mod, yeah. So that's why I'm like, with this one, I'm just gonna like, I'm probably just gonna do what I can, man. Like, I could try to add another shared map. I just don't think, like, I think it'll cause more problems than anything. I honestly, what I'm thinking about doing, PBRifying the rest of the levels in the best ways I can. Some ways, you know, I'm not sure about the environments, like the grass and the terrain. I'm not sure how much that will improve, so I'll fuck with that and see if I might straight up replace those textures with, like, fab, you know, like, high-quality mega scans, but that might also make it look really weird and out of place, you know what I mean? So I'll see what I can do with that. But this map was perfect for PBR conversion, I'm not gonna lie. Same with the lighting updates. It's a little bright in these rooms, by the way, but it'll get a little darker. There's just a lot of lights in here, so I was like, either take out lights or, you know, otherwise the lighting won't make sense if I make it too dark. Funny Everything Mythic made a tag mod for Halo 4 that includes version of the Halo 4 Revenant. Yeah, I've done that too. That's in this mod. It was like one of the first things I did, but that's when like this mod was still kind of like on the paint level of being just Halo 4 plus, you know what I mean? Now it's like Halo Infinite, kind of. So I'll probably have the Revenant in this mod, because it doesn't look bad, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I might even update it with Halo Infinite quality stuff later on. But again, the vehicles, because of like the shared map thing, not that might not work, and I might need that for vehicles to actually work. Otherwise, they would probably be too big for the game. But what I'm trying to say though is like. Like basically all my vehicles are on the quality level of the Revenant, so I'll probably will keep it and just I have an updated version of it, and I'll probably update it more too. Some of the effects are kind of dull on it. I noticed. It looks good. Love the contrast. It has the Halo. Oh, by the way, if you play this on HDR, like on a monitor, like I played this on my TV the other day that has HDR, and god damn it, I really want an HDR monitor just because I was like, dude, this level is perfect for it because some of the areas don't look nearly as bright as they do until you play on that, and then same with the darker areas, like they look good, but they don't look like as dark as they could. It looks way less blown out like Halo 4 is in the way to tune the lens flare down. Yeah, I'll probably do that, to be honest. But at the same time, like when everything's really dark, lens flares are really bright. You ever try to drive at night, dude? Like I can't even see the road. You know what I mean? So they are kind of like that. But I will try to. I think I will try to tune them down. Maybe scale them down. I'm not really sure how they work. Because they're like. I don't know if it's a scale or if it's like a intensity or maybe a little both on the lighting intensity and a scale. So I'll probably try that, but I will say like, lens flares are pretty intense usually to me in real life. It has the Halo 2 anniversary multiplayer Spectre turret, and it has a new name called Dullahan. Oh yeah, well, I mean, I think he's updating it to the Halo 5 Covenant. Yeah, I think that's what he was saying down there. Because that's what I did. There's there's an actual turret that that turret exists now in Halo 5. It was let's see, looks. I already read that. Also, dang boy, this looks more crisp and crystal clear than Halo 4. Yeah, that's kind of what I like about it is it looks so clean compared to how it did before. And sometimes I'll kind of get used to it, but then I'll go and like check out the old one and be like, God, like, oh, I think I only did shared map. Okay, I already read that.
7 months, 10
yeah.
days.
Somebody should have found.
Okay, this is a work in progress. I'm trying to get it all to be at least that dark, and I guess I missed a light or something. Same with over here. Like I was like, how did I miss that fucking light, dude? And then I went and changed it again, and then I'm like, somehow I missed it. So I'm pretty sure there's lights pointing up at a couple spots because like I definitely hit every light up there, and it's still way brighter than it should be. So I'll have to keep messing with the lighting there. Lighting's like 3/4 the way done, maybe on this level. But I really like how this room looks when you walk in. It is like it's pretty interesting.
What's that?
Sensor scan, high intensity, doesn't match any known patterns.
How close are we to the observation deck?
It's directly above us.
Even shit like if you go look down here in the old game, like it looked terrible. Like little areas like that didn't even have finished textures and shit, And dude, I just love the color.
The elevator doors
before you
sealed
couldn't
tight.
read this because this pipe was gray. I was like, what's the point of having these letters on there if you can't read them? They're the same fucking color. Stuff like that was just weird to me. And then like everything looks pretty scuffy now, but still that PBR quality, which I'm really liking. Oh, also, god damn it, I can't show you. But okay, there's boxes behind me. Which they're not normally there. So these boxes that you're about to see, I put them. Do you see how they're sitting there? So they fly at you. So there's a problem, right? There's like a two-side trade-off. There's probably a way to fix this. But those boxes are never in the game. But when you go in this cutscene, they just come out of nowhere and hit you. So what I did is they're actually there in the loading zone, or in the designer zone and stuff. They're just not like loading in from a script or something. So like I basically just put them there on top of the ones that are there for the script. And they do double up on this, but I noticed when you don't even really notice that shit. Like you're way more likely to notice them in the game when you're like walking by them or notice they're not there than notice that they're doubling up here. But I might end up not finding a way to fix that too, so that there's only like one set of them. But I did kind of made, you know, like little things like that I'm updating. Like, I was always like, where'd those boxes come from? Like, what the fuck? And then I realized they're supposed to be there, but they're just not showing. And probably for the same reason that, like, that you just saw. But at the same time, like, there's probably a way to make them appear there and then just get thrown out in that cutscene. It probably just requires, like, tweaking of the script and stuff like that. But I'm not really good at that stuff. So, oh, by the way, like, just like, you see, like, the lighting with that light right there? Dude, you see that, like, right there? So, like, that stuff looks way better with the PBR textures, by the way. And, like, before, you see the green in this texture? I actually updated this one. The one before was, like, all green. And I might still, like, update some of these to have, like, no green, but I'm like, at least this thing isn't, like, all green, you know? And it looks so bad. And then even this doorway, it was like really green, and I got rid of most of it, but somehow some of that shit was still baked into the original texture. A little bit. Not a lot. Like, you could see most of it's gone, but like, you see like on the edges there's a little purple and green. That shit was like super green originally. And then in here, I haven't, I want to adjust the lighting in here so that the Elite doesn't look so like I don't know, it might need to adjust a mixture of the actual lighting, but also the, the camera effects and shit, maybe in the observatory and the outside beacon area. Oh shit, I actually let him kill me. I noticed, hold on, I can skip that part. So I don't have to redo the whole thing. So I noticed, basically, at that part, though, I want to make it so that Elite looks better. In general, the lighting in those two areas that have their own unique camera effects just looks fucking like default lighting and shit. So I'm going to mess with the lighting a little bit, and then, like I already did a little bit, but I keep messing with the lighting itself, and then also mess with the camera effects. Yeah, just so the white and black, you know, tones or bars and all that stuff that's similar to Gamma, I guess. It's not Gamma, but it's like similar to it. I do really like the colored pipes, great attention to detail. Yeah, it really, to me, it really brings it out. Like, at least, like, at first I thought it was like a little too random, but then I was like, no, I like the colors I chose, because first what I did, I referenced old games like from ODST. So I referenced, like, actually a lot of it was ODST. What was it? Some mods that someone made that was from either ODST or a different Halo. And then just in general, I referenced, like, I think Halo 3 and Reach, I think, a little bit. And then Halo Infinite, like, there's some areas like what was that, there's that one level that's, like, out on the open cliffs, and it's, like, blue, sunny, God, I always forget their names. But yeah, so, like, I referenced, like, the pipes, and they all kind of have, like, those similar color tones for the pipes and stuff like that. And there's always, like, a blue one, red one, and, you know, this and that. So I was like, I kind of just matched up a lot of stuff that older games had. And then I also decided to be bold, not bald, but bold, and you know, I try to do some, like, gold ones too, you know, make it look a little even better. I do really like looking forward to see what the Elite and Greet See You Later will look like. Yeah, I just want to make the lighting look good. I want to see if I can maybe make him look like more, you know, just a little more scary, you know, and just this higher quality, because the lighting's just bad. Like if I spawned one right now, he wouldn't look that bad, you know what I mean? Like, or maybe he would. Maybe this is the whole area is like that. Would be a good test. Like, it kind of looks like that, you know what I mean? But there's some. It looks even, like, worse in that cutscene. It almost looks like the it almost looks like the cube mapper or the reflections gets fucked up momentarily. I don't know. That's what I noticed, at least. And this part's a lot better now, because you don't have, like, you don't have that old LOD model out there, so it just looks a lot cleaner. But now, the Phantom and the Banshees really stand out in this lighting for not being set up very great. And the lighting is still needs a little bit of updates. But I don't know if you've seen the difference right here. I updated like some of these textures. I kind of want to work on this one a little bit. The metal isn't really shining as much in the spots as much as I would like.
See what we're up against.
I want to kind of match it to this texture because it looks super clean right here. You know what I mean? And you know, stuff like these screens. I kind of want to update all the screens possibly. They're all so blurry.
The good news is these Covenant
and then, of course, don't look. Thank you, man.
Outfitted like standard military. It's possible we just came across a rogue salvage ship. Or we might have stumbled into an entire Covenant fleet.
But it's really cool to have like high quality, you know, shit out
Maybe
there.
they haven't recognized us.
I need to fix that texture over there. It's a little too brown.
One possibility. Landing craft flanking us.
Oh, this is my favorite part right here. I don't know if you've ever seen this shit. Like, I'm sure you guys have, but seeing this shit in slow motion is funny because it's like a little cutscene. Look at this elite. He's like, oh! It's so shaky. Holy fuck. Wait. He's just gonna kick him out, though.
Emergency barricades.
That shit's funny.
Engage!
I'm a time space off. You said you can't stand against me when I can freeze time. Alright. And then, yeah, also, I want to update these boxes. I haven't really looked at these yet.
We've got bigger
I keep
problems.
forgetting about them, to be
We've got a
honest.
cruiser on an intercept
H2A
course.
plasma effects look good.
Head
Yeah,
for the
they do.
elevator
They
banks.
do that. Those were like the first thing. That's like one of the first. Like when I first started the mod, I was like, all right, what are the easiest, quickest things I could change? And that was one of them. You know, I was just like, all right, wait. H2A's effects just look better, so I just replaced most of those, and it makes the biggest difference. I kind of want to change some of the color tones a little bit, but overall the effects are like, I want to make them maybe a little bluer, kind of like Halo Infinite. But yeah, they look fucking good. Same with the single player version of them.
Ship-to-ship defenses on.
I love those, and I want to update my plasma rifle. I mean.
Only the Hyperion missiles, but we'll
It's
have to
really
fire them
old, and I
manually
kind of
from the
just got
outer
it
hull.
into like a spot, you know. It doesn't look terrible, but I don't like this model. It's the Halo 2 multiplayer model, and the screen on it looks... I don't like how in this point in time they're making all these solid, constant colors, but in Bungie games, like, you see the back of it, like... I can't even show you my cursor, but, you know, the fucking back of it, that little screen, and it's a constant blue. Like, Bungie, you know, in Halo Reach, they had, like, a little picture in there, like a little Illume map to, like, only have part of it, you know, show. And that's the same as the Forerunner. Like, if they had a line of Forerunner light strip, then, like, and they would just have one constant color throughout that. It's like no detail, you know, ironically, because everything else is over detailed. But then, like, Bungie always put like little Illume mats in all their light strips for the Covenant and the Forerunners, and it just made everything look so much more detailed and cool and interesting. And then they just made everything, it just did that in so many areas, and it just looks like so, it makes the whole model look cheap all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Should use the Halo 2A single player model for yeah, that's just the Reach one though. It has the same Illume map as the Reach one. Yeah, it's just the Reach one. But I'll probably end up using like a mixture. I'll probably I'm thinking about updating like that with the basically an updated version of that. Maybe like modifying it or doing something to it. I wonder if there's like source bitmaps for it. I don't think there is, but I hope they are. That'd be cool. Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like the blue lighting from these are like looks cooler or something. I don't know. I know the lighting does look a lot better with these textures. What are you doing? You're still here. Did you know there's already a sword on this map, by the way? If you, at the end of the mission, there's an elite with a sword, and he dies from, like, the floor blowing up, but I always wondered why I heard a sword noise, and I never even, like, noticed that for a while. By the way, I recently updated the wall and the door in here, dude. This door before, dude, this door was a fucking flat... This door was a flat, it was flat. It just looked like a flat 2D image. Like, it just looked like the bitmap was pasted right here. Like, you know, it didn't look like it was even a 3D object, which is not. I mean, besides being a little rectangular cube thing, but, and, you know, with some, like, little divots. But, dude, this shit looked so bad before. I didn't realize how bad it looked. And, I did, but I basically forgot to update the elevator because it's a machine object in the map and not part of the BSPs. But yeah, like the door on it, dude, oh my god, that made it so much better. Well, I might have to hit that one. Looks a little green. Oh wait, that might be from the light map. The problem is there's a lot of green areas, little green areas, not very noticeable from the lighting, from the light map and shit. And I want to update, like, my grunts to be as good as the Mythic Jacqueline grunts. So they have, like, the backpacks that explode, and I also want to... I redid their skin on their body and shit, but I'm gonna actually kind of match the armor to be like the elites. And kind of like the hunter I did, I guess. They're all kind of, like, similar. Kind of like CE influences with the colors and shit. But yeah, you know, shit be looking a little sexy in some areas. And now if you look out here, it looks sexy too.
That cruiser's shields are down.
I mean, besides the fact that
Assuming
in
they don't raise them,
tag
that
test,
gonna be one heck of a surprise.
shit starts deloading from far away. Like you could see that little pixelation right there. But yeah, and I mean, it's gonna look really good now. Like it's just crazy how you can be like, oh look, it's not fucking throw up. And then, but again, I keep having to say, no, I don't have to say this, but I keep saying it just to disclaim that skybox is gonna be redone. I'm still working on that. I'm just like gonna keep fucking with it until I find like a really good in the middle balance of what I want. You know, mixture of Bungie style and still kind of fitting this art style as well. And then I don't know if you noticed recently, I updated the fucking cruisers. The cruisers have PBR and they also just look sexy now. They were gray, but I'm like, dude, I'm tired of everything being gray. I made them gray actually initially because, oh, by the way, which I don't know why it looks so bright right now. It didn't look bright earlier when I took a picture of it. It's because it's a scenery object. Scenery objects sometimes like they'll like change colors or something weird. So I couldn't get this wall to stop turning green. So I made a scenery object. You could probably kind of like see. No, you can't. But basically, like, it looks better in MCC whenever I checked earlier. I could probably go in there again. But at least this wall isn't green. I'll have to fuck with it again. Make sure it stays not. It's like basically the lighting is like neutral on it right now for some reason. Earlier, it kind of like picked up like a darker tone, and then it looked good. But because it's a scenery object, even though I just baked the lighting in here, which should affect that, I think. If it doesn't, then I'll just bake like a static light map on it, and then just combine it to the model for it. That way, it doesn't look highlighted right here, but at least it's not green anymore. Is what I'm trying to say. This wall, like, because of I don't know what it is. I think what it was is I put a light blocker through here. By the way, there was like a hole in the map because this wall is unfinished. It wasn't textured or anything in the original game, and I put like a light blocker right here, which isn't really helping as much as I hoped. I don't. Maybe because it's a scenery object. I can't re-import the BSPs because so much shit goes wrong. Like I don't want to have to fix all that up. It might. It's just like beyond. I don't know. Like I could do that maybe if it's like worth it, but I don't know. I've already tried one and it was not. Like it didn't just work instantly. But you know, like stuff like that. There's so much textures in here that were unfinished. This whole room was so unfinished. But hopefully this looks better next time I show you. I think it's just because of like, I don't know. I'll make sure that appears better. I'll probably just give it a static light map.
They will suffer for this.
Oh, another thing in this room. This thing had no textures either, but this is also an object that you can find on Coagulation and Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer. So I just luckily was able to reuse the textures for it and just put them in here. You know, so there's like so many things like that on this level. There's stuff in the observatory that were missing textures. There's like a ton of missing textures in like every BSP. Not a ton, but like a decent amount. Some of them you don't really notice, but some do. This wall is always kind of fucked up looking like this. I'm pretty sure it's because the vertices aren't, they're not like touching or whatever in that area, so they're a little more fucked up. Whenever you light map and they're like not like joined, it seems like it has like issues.
These covenants
like
seem more fanatical than the ones we fought before.
Sometimes, not all the time. It's weird. Oh, what's up, Gucci Pasta? Gucci Gucci. You'll be surprised how nice some of the Halo 2 Anniversary textures do look even with... Yeah, I kind of want to... I'll try those for sure. Especially since I could probably port them easier now. Why not make the lights red? I don't think I've seen you experiment with the spookiness. I mean... I've made it, like, I've just made sure it's darker, because it was already kind of spooky, you know what I mean, in the beginning. But I think I might make some areas a little bit darker and stuff like that, and then maybe make it a little more spookier. And again, like, it's darker in MCC, you know what I mean? It's like pitch black, like here, I'll show you, like, some, I mean, you can even see it right now on the gun, like, some areas are really dark. Maybe I can... There's just like some really bright like lens flares and little spotlights, or whatever. But the lights. Oh, you're just talking about all the actual lights. Yeah, I see what you mean. Actually, I could try that, but dude, that would. I could try that in like the first BSP, or maybe like one. No, actually, I should try that in some of the BSPs. Like maybe make some of the areas like kind of like down. You know what I mean? Like some of the areas of the ship kind of fully operational, some barely hanging on, you know. So that's actually a good idea. Maybe I can make like in the later ones they kind of turn like a darker orange color, you know what I mean? But they're not spooky. So actually maybe I'm trying to think. There's just so much going on already with the lightings and the scripting in the beginning. Like maybe like in one of the first BSPs, like maybe leading up to the elevator shaft, you know what I mean? Since like that elevator shaft's like since the air, oh, that'd be a good excuse, the elevator shaft room. So like when you open it, it's like there's no air in there, so maybe those lights can be on, kind of warning you like, hey, that's like a bad area, don't open this shit up. And then that's why Chief gets fucking like KO'd into the elevator shaft. I'm just kidding, no, gets like knocked in there. Actually, that might be a good idea, and that's where I will put the flood sport anyways, because I'll put it earlier on when you're still trying to figure out what's going on. You know, I'm not trying to be too ambitious with this or anything crazy, so like don't expect much more than what I already said in this earlier in the stream. You know, just because I need to finish this and start other projects for my like actual future. I mean, I can use this for my future, but you know what I mean. It's harder to showcase stuff like this because I didn't create like the original textures or the original models on a lot of this, even though I'm updating them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like one of those things. I want to start creating things that I can be like, look what I made. This is it. I made this, you know? And when I show this, I can't like say I made everything, even though I've spent like hundreds of hours making it better looking. You know what I mean? So many details I didn't realize when playing 4, and there were 4 a while. It's so easy to look at someone sweeping and be like, yo, you missed a spot. I'm just being a bystander still, but the progress we made is awesome. Yeah, I know 4 is a script intensive, but I thought it would be nicer that I never understood why it was implemented. Yeah, I mean, I could try that. Like right now, they just kind of have like low, you know, like I guess they're just on a low power mode. Obviously, it wouldn't be dark as hell all the time. So it's like what they have by default is like this kind of like lower power mode, like, you know, kind of seems like in here. But at the same time, like, I want to make the beginning part spooky. Once you get to the observatory and see what's going on, it kind of reveals what the hell's happening, and you don't need to be, that kind of blows that vibe anyways, you know? So leading up to the observatory, I want it to be as spooky as possible, actually. So I'll try to do that. But I also don't want to, like, make everything impossible to see, you know? Like, I kind of want to balance that, you know?
He's there!
Like, I don't want to just make everything pitch black, but I also want to make it look really dark in certain areas, you know what I mean? So it kind of goes in between of, like, light, you know, being able to see what's going on and shit like that. I don't know, like that one area at the beginning, maybe I have it right here. Right now, fuck. Yeah, there was that one area that I wanted to show you that, like, it's dark except for when the light flickers, but the lighting in there, you can still see it really well, but I noticed again in MCC it's a lot darker. But like, I might intensify the spookiness in those areas. Oh shit, I died. You fucking stuck. Oh, I should have put Deathless on right when I got stuck. That would have been clutch. I hate having to load because I die. It's like, ugh. Yeah, Halo. I know Halo 4 is. Oh, never mind. I already read that. Yeah, like in that one area. Like whenever, I'm not gonna lie. Like whenever I play the mission, it took me like a year of like replaying the mission. You know, just testing the mod and shit. You know, like when the Didact scans that room and it goes. Dude, I fucking swear that would jump scare me. Like for so many times, like, and now I'm so used to it. I'm so used to it. It doesn't fucking, you know. But like, dude, I swear, like, it kind of gets you a little bit in that vibe already, you know, when you're like just sitting there playing alone. But yeah, I do want to kind of figure out what I can do. I wish I almost could do more with that. But before it gets to like the area that's just like, because once you open that window in the observatory, I feel like that's just like kind of like, I almost, you know, in my original version of the mod that I had, like, that I released on Nexus before Mod Tools came out, I actually made the observatory dark, and then it lit up after you open the door. So that, but it's like the whole thing, like, I just like basically made all the light maps dark as fuck, and then it just made the whole mod look dark as shit. And like, I kind of liked that, but then like you couldn't see anything, like, you know, and it's like, I don't know, like, it kind of looks good now, but at the same time, like, it's still Halo 4. Yeah, you know, it's not like, this isn't really the Forward Unto Dawn, even though it looks better. Oh, fuck, this is the fucking one that it landed me on. Goddamn. Let me just skip forward. I fucking hate when I, when I die, and it doesn't have a checkpoint in a tag test. I love watching all this develop. Everything looks so good and just keeps getting better. I appreciate Atlas Guitar, and can't wait for the day that all these cool Halo 4 mods finally released and we can see. Yeah, I agree. Like, this will definitely be out like one day. And this mission, I'm gonna release like basically it's gonna be basically. By the way, it's gonna be called an alpha, but it's gonna be basically done. You know what I mean? The reason why it's an alpha is because it's just the first mission, and I want to see what everyone thinks about it before I keep going, you know? And if there's, like, an overwhelming, like, hey, like, great work, but this would be, you know, if there's, like, a lot of people hitting one spot with a shit like that, I'll probably change some things, you know? That's kind of like, obviously, I can't just change it if one person wants something. But, you know, if there's, like, something that, like, a ton of people see, I'll probably agree with it anyways if there's, like, a lot of people wanting something. That's, you know, that's realistic. That's something that I can, like, change that's not going to, like, take 6 months or something stupid, you know, or make this mod take another year. You know what I mean? I'm trying to finish this mod this year, you know what I mean? And we'll see how that goes. We'll see. But like, you know, I wanna make more types of stuff. I wanna move on. Kind of what, you know, Mythic's doing. Kind of like he's kind of like where I want to be at. Where like he released his overhaul and now he's doing like custom shit. And I'm like, dude, that's like all I fucking want to actually do. Cause like, if I was working this hard on something that's completely custom, dude, the reason why that's so cool is because it's way easier to just be like, look at this is something I kind of created more. Even if you're porting assets, it's still like, you know, it's still easier to like pinpoint like what's what. You know what I mean? And then from there, I liked what Soy did. Like or is that how you say it? General Soy, I think that's how it is. Is that what it is? But like how he made that game that's like in Halo Reach's engine, I kind of like that idea. But honestly, what I'll probably do is make custom Halo content and then do half Unreal Engine content. By the way, I don't know if you've been on Halo Mods Discord. They always post all the free assets for Fab and other stuff like that. And dude, I've been downloading all that shit the past year trying to build a collection up. I don't even know if I'll use it because like when I do that stuff, I kind of want to make my own shit like that, you know, and sell it, you know. But at the same time, you know, it's completely custom stuff like on Fab that you can buy, just like how everyone else does it on there. I want to start doing that shit, you know, and then make environments and shit. But then also, I could kind of want to like use other people's stuff to like learn how to like make my own areas, and then also, you know, there's so many, like, you can build like pieces of game mechanics and code and like Frankenstein them together, because like you can like recently there's like a free like make your characters dodge mechanic, and I'm like, damn, if you just like bunch all these together and make the game you want, almost, because I'm not a coder or like someone that's gonna, you know, do that type of stuff. So I would probably get someone else to do it, but I'm like, dude, if you could just build a game without like with all those already, like a little, like with one, like, because I can make everything look the way it want, you know, but playing the way it is, that'd be hard. But if I can just buy like assets in Unreal and use existing things and still use them, might not be bad for like a beginning, like my first game that I, you know, try to put out there.
We're just about there.
If I ever even get to that point, which I'm hoping I will. That's like my goal. But dude, I just love the way everything looks in here, man. Like the way all this shit looks, it just looks, to me, it looks so much better. It's a little hard with all these fucking lens flares. But like someone was saying, like, I'm gonna probably try to fuck with those. Try to make them look a little better. I forgot P4 doesn't have a flashlight. Dude, I know.
Intruder!
I might use like object scripting or something to get that to work. And just make like a custom flashlight and then have it like enable with like a click of a button. I'm gonna see if that's possible. I'm assuming it would be. Like, I don't if I think Oli, the dude that made it, ironically, the dude that made these shaders, I'm pretty sure he also was able to get object scripting to work for like Doom mechanics, Halo 5 mechanics, all sorts of shit, clambering. Like, that's how I think he helped with, like, I'm pretty sure he was the one that helped with Perception's Perception, whatever his name is, with his COD mantle and stuff, and clamber, I mean. So, you know, like, I don't know if I'll put like clamber in here, by the way. That might be, I wouldn't mind if it like was fluid enough. And, like, I know people would probably hate this, but I actually kind of like the idea of sliding, you know? That's kind of like, I don't know. It doesn't need to be in the game, and it's not really balanced for that, but I already have this, if you want to know, like, the balancing I have for the game, it's on Halo Infinite's movement settings, but it's on Halo 3's physics settings with the floatiness and shit like that. So you'll be more floaty, less like Halo Infinite, but movement-wise, sprinting is pretty much like you move this fast and then you move this, you know, it's faster, but like it's like, I don't know, like I kind of ran around all the maps with these settings, and it didn't seem to make that negative impact on like the scaling, on how everything works. It seems like everything works the way it's intended to work, you know, now. But I just feel like the gameplay seems better now or something. I don't know. I just like it. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anyone complain about it so far, so that's good. Are you going to replace the Covenant portable shields with more classic ones? You know, I probably will. Right now, I'm just making all the Covenant stuff PBR. But like, I might do that, but I mean, dude, the Covenant stuff looks pretty classic. Like, they used this Covenant stuff in Halo 2A, and not really many people complained about it. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't even notice that. Like, it's because it's like out of the least jarring things in that from Halo 4, like Covenant, a lot of the Covenant stuff they used was just like not that different looking, you know, or bad looking. But at the same time, like, if I might try to see if I can get it like a replacement for everything from like, because Halo Infinite used Banish crates, so I don't have those. And then even in the new Combat Revolved, or no, sorry, Combat Evolved, fucking game, they you notice they had one crate made for that demo. Only one was made, and it looked kind of shitty, in my opinion. In my opinion, it did, because the old ones look better. But like, so I don't think there's any modern ones, but I could use Reach ones, but I already tried the Reach, like, barriers and shit like that in my original mod, because they're actually, a lot of the Reach Covenant props are literally in this map, because they used them and they never took them out, and they just put new ones in, you know what I mean? So, like, you could get the barrier and the shield and like the Covenant drop pod and all these other things from the Halo Reach are already in this map. And then what I did originally was just import the textures from Reach before mod tools came out, and then I actually used those. But I'm gonna say, like, Reach is like Halo 4 like looks a little bit Reach, like, it looks good, but in some ways, like, I don't know, like Halo 4, like, luckily I'm able to get some of these textures to not look as crunchy and shitty. So, like, I don't know, like, I might be able to use Reach's stuff and just replace the Reach stuff if I make it look really good, but I don't know. I just don't know yet, you know. That might be a lot of work, too. But I might do it, dude. Like, I might do that. Like, maybe I'll, like, kind of update them, too, a little bit, you know. I just don't know, like, honestly, if it's worth it. Like, that's just a lot of work for something that might not even be better in the end. You know what I mean? Overall. Like, I think Reaches look better art style-wise, but, like, I just don't know if they'll look better in here. You know what I mean? I think it's just weird to have pointy egg shape on the shield for that. Makes it weird. I mean, I guess so, but that's like the same shield that they used for the Carbine, I think, or whatever, in Halo 5, you know what I mean? Like the little thing that flops up with a hologram. I'm just kidding. That's what that reminds me of. I don't think it's terrible, but, like, I mean, I do like Reaches better. They just look different, you know what I mean? They still kind of look Covenant to me. They don't look like, you know, they're rounded and, you know, this and that. Like, Halo 5's when I thought the Covenant shit got, like, way too crazy. I'm like, they made everything look so organic that it looks like it actually was, like, a living creature, which is just, like, I don't mind that idea for, like some sort of, like, sci-fi movie alien, but, like, I just don't think that's just, like, too much for the Covenant. Maybe if it was some hyper-realistic show that was, like, you know, similar to Halo, but not, like, the same thing, you know? I don't know. The shield shader themselves was worse than Bungie design. I mean, yeah, I'll have to, like, look at it. It doesn't look as, like, vibrant, I guess. You know what I mean? It's very bluish and just plain kind of looking. It has hexagons, but I will say the one thing I think hexagons are supposed to be for is energy shielding. That's what they like. I always thought that was the purpose of the hexagons, and then when they put hexagon and Forerunner stuff, and then when put hexagons and, like, everything else too, that's when I started hating hexagons. But I kind of like them, like, in the bubble shield and then, you know, the older, you know, Covenant shields and shit. Fair enough, just giving my 2 cents. No, I feel you. I mean, the thing is, though, like, I'm not saying they don't look better, but they might not overall. Like, it just depends. Like, and it'll be, like, a lot of work. So, like, it's like, I'm hitting all the high priority things. Like, that's something that's, like, I could probably just make these ones look better, you know what I mean? But maybe not like the shapes, you know, but I don't know. Maybe, you know, the shields that you can use, I could probably just place the shield, maybe. Nah, that'll look weird.
Attack!
I don't know, we'll see. Like, people, like, ask questions on modders a lot. We're all kind of, a lot of us do modders be asking modders questions to them. But it's just like, a lot of the stuff, like, I would like, I just want to, like, spend 1,000 years doing you know, changes that are like almost not better. You know what I mean? Like that could be like if it's like something that's like whoa, that's way more better. You know, like I don't know. I might even change the crates. You know what I mean? I might change these crates. You know what I mean? So like, I'm not saying I won't do it, but there's maybe not in the alpha, maybe in the final version of the mod actually. Like I'll probably try to go over all the Covenant and Unity crates and the Forerunner crates because the Forerunner looks so like I'll probably use Halo Infinite for Forerunner stuff, but like yeah, like I think later on, like once I hit all the high priority stuff, I'll get to stuff like that, and I might be able to get to it. You know what I mean? I just don't want to promise it. You know what I mean? And again, I don't want to say like even if I do it, like if I'll keep it, because if it looks better, I'll keep it. You know what I mean? I just can't tell for sure if it'll look better. Like, and again, like there's like a huge thing of like it's like we're still keeping these like BSPs, so like some of this stuff like in the 343 games kind of blended well with it, but some stuff like I don't know. I feel like these are like look so much brighter than they do in my other map, which I don't really like. They look a little. I might actually adjust these shaders now just because they look a little brighter than they did on Training Grounds. I guess the lighting on there was a little more strong or whatever. But I could actually make these guys look a little bit more darker in some areas. But oh well, I'd still like the color though. I missed the default Halo CE gel like shields that had weaves when it hit the water, or waves when it hit like water. Oh yeah, yeah. And I also like the Voronoi, you know, that kind of thing. I like that shit. Voronoi is really good. Organic, I like the organic looking Bungie shield generation compared to the hexagons. Well, I mean, they both used hexagons, but they also use like Voronoi. You know what I mean? Like, can you make the game quieter? I don't know. I think I can. I can't adjust the settings like an MCC, but I could do like these. I think I could do like my volumes mixer settings. There we go. Sapien. Is there two of these? Let's try 65. Yeah, that should work. Hopefully. Oh, I didn't realize I had another one open. But yeah, damn. I'm actually the first time seeing a lot of these textures in all these rooms since I've only seen them in the beginning rooms since I just recently updated these ones in here. I might update some of these to be like darker, like these like Unity C. I mean, yeah, it's supposed to look faded and rough, but like some of them, like I don't like how you can't. Like I bet if it, like you can tell it was white before, and even if it was white and clean, it would still be hard to see. So maybe I can like update some of these decals to like contrast better with it. You know what I mean? Just like they did on those pipes earlier that I was pointing out. See, this is like a lighting artifact that I can't stand. Like I don't know why that's green. Like it shouldn't be. You know, it's only on like the ones on the edge. I will say, if you actually go in the retail version of this green shit is way worse in retail. Luckily, like if it's just there from like my changes, I would have been so like annoyed. But like, luckily, it's just actually better than retail still somehow. By the way, like, wait, hold on. I can barely hear him. Oh, so wait. I'm a bit late. What is this all about? Converting the objects? I'm just basically, right now I'm just showing out my progress. Everything's PBR. I adjust the lighting, all the characters, you know, like, I just love the vibe coming out here, you know what I mean? This is like more of what I wanted the outside to be like, because it's like, why is it so? It was so bright before, you know.
Forerunner planet at some point?
I never really liked that.
One thing at a time.
I need to replace all the. By the way, I haven't actually really done my HUD yet. All I've done is I replaced the shield bar, and I just deleted a bunch of shit and changed the colors to match up, you know, with the colors kind of like shade or tint I wanted. So that's all I've done. So I'm gonna redo the HUD entirely before I release a mod. Maybe not the first alpha, and then other stuff like all the icons. Once all the weapons are finally done, and I'm like, all right, these are the weapons I'm using in this mod. Then I'm gonna do all the icons because I can tend to change shit a lot, and then be like, oh wait, no, and then wasting time, you know.
They will suffer for this.
Oh, by the way, the sound. I need to figure out how to bounce all the new sounds I input. They don't have the filter for outer space on them, which I don't know how to do that. I think I've seen someone do. I think Soy's done it because I played his first mission. Because I was curious what he did because people were talking about it, and you know, I'm honestly any Halo 4 bot I'm gonna play just out of curiosity, just at least try. And then, since that's what I've been working on so much. But, basically, I need to figure out how to do those sounds. So if anyone knows how to filter sounds and WYs, down here, that's what it's called, right? If someone knows how to filter sounds for outer space, let me know, because I don't know how. I also like what Soy did, where he made the outside, gravity, like spacey, kind of like twice the gravity jump, you know. I'll probably do that. Like, you still have stuff floating outside, like all the ragdolls and crate objects float, but you know, I still need to do something about the actual like jumping and the sounds on here. And then again, I'm gonna replace this whole entire wall. The mouth I'm gonna update and make it look better, but in general, I want to figure out something cool to do with these because it's just really messy right now. It's not consistent either with what the other skybox looks like. It's a huge work in progress. Is that handsome Corbin? Oh hell yeah! What's up, killer? How you doing? But you said, by the way, like the darker gray. Yeah, darker. I try to make things have higher contrast in some areas and shit like that.
Chief, you need to find.
In some areas being more darker because it was like all like almost white. And don't pay attention to stuff like that out there. In Sapien and Tag Test, like you got those LOD versions of the level kind of show real intense in here. So just know that's not like an MCC. Is there a way to implement ENB into Halo? I know that light is encoded into the maps themselves, but I hate using reshade because it impacts UI. What is ENB? Is that like... I can't remember. What does that stand for? But I'm not sure. Like, I will say through the textures, he was able to get like the complicit shaders and the textures to reflect the lighting way better than before, especially on PBR materials. So it's way more natural and better looking, you know? And then, so that helped a ton. And then if you have like lights and shit, they show more now. Like, they didn't even show before in some cases because like, just how they were set up, you know, the old textures and shit. So a lot of the lighting, just in general, looks way better just because of the shaders or the materials or whatever. But lighting wise, they kind of fucked up. You know, in Halo 4 through Halo Infinite, there's like the shading on the characters. Chunch, the dude that created this pistol and some other shit, pointed this out, and he's also making a mod that's kind of like in Halo 4, kind of not like mine, but it's like a purified Halo 4, like he's, you know, version. But like he made that shit, like he noticed that like the shading and stuff, it gets all flickery and the shading's all fucked up and this and that. It doesn't even happen on the 360. It's like ever since they ported it, it's been fucked up. So like there's some things that are fucked up and there's some things that maybe they can improve, but I honestly feel like with just the shaders and stuff and the complicit shader updates, I think like things are probably going to be about as good as they're going to look. Like, I might be able to mess more with dynamic lights or other lights, but I don't know for sure, you know what I mean?
Hold on.
Is there a way to re-enable the backpack weapon UI? One of my biggest gripes they have for backpack weapon UI. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I think you can. I think I've seen someone do that. I might try that. Whenever I redo my HUD, I might try to do that. But yeah, like, let me know, remind me of that later on. Once you see me working on my HUD eventually, if you remember that, because I'll probably forget. But yeah, that's something I would like to try. You know, stuff like that, just to make it look more, you know, remind you more of like how it used to be, I guess. You know. ENB is basically reshade, but it works post-process. I mean, you can use reshade, but yeah, like, I don't know if there's a way to do it in engine, you know, because I'm not sure exactly what it is. But, you know, we've definitely been able to update, like, when I say we, I mean people that did other stuff, like the shading and, like, I'm the only one, like, working on the mod, but, you know, like, I can't say, like, I didn't make this pistol, I didn't make these, shaders that were publicly released, you know what I mean? So those made, like, huge impacts on this mod, you know? And I think, like, honestly, like, I feel like it's probably, like, it's where it's gonna be at. But, dude, one thing I'll say is, whenever there's, like, new stuff that comes out to make the game look even better, sometimes it sucks, too, though, because, like, dude, I had, like, everything done. And then and then Ollie releases these, shaders that were based off Chiefters shaders, and guess what? They look fucking, like, amazing, and I had to update everything. I spent a year doing it, and then it took about another 6 months to update everything. You're like, that sucks so much. But at the same time, it was worth it. And again, like, dude, this is just, like, a hobby, passion project. Like, this is, like, I always wanted to do this until I could play this game. Like, I was always just like, damn, dude, like, this game could look so fucking much better, like, if they just did this, or if they had this, and like, I just always wanted to do it, and like, it's not even that far of a fetched, you know, thing, you know? Like, obviously, the BSPs could make the game look so much better, too, but, like, it can at least bring it a little close, like, way closer to how it should be, you know? At least that way, it's, like, kind of like how, like, you know, like, Reach changed the art style, but it was still respecting Halo. I'm trying to at least bring it into, like, it's, like, obviously a different art style, but I want to bring it in so it still feels like a respecting Halo, I guess. I don't know. That's just, like, the goal.
Launch initiated.
But also, everyone has something to view. Even people that grew up on Bungie Halos have a slightly unique views from each other. Oh, but this is what I want to do. Like, you see right here, like, by the way, I don't know why on the carbine there's something on the top right of the screen. When I sprint, I'll have to figure that out. But I'm also going to replace this carbine, still the old model. But I want to fix it so that there's a boss battle initiates, and you cannot skip this part just by doing this. Which, you know, everything loads when you just start that part. Which, to me, I don't want that to be in the game, you know? I think that's cheap. Just to be able to sprint past everything is not like a good Halo thing, so... Also, there's a little green light that you just saw. I want to fix that green light, because it shouldn't be green. It should be like red or purple. And then I want to update maybe some of the Covenant explosions out there. Halo 4 Covenant explosions are a little weak. Again, Skybox, right, from all the world, that's going to update.
Covenant weren't the ones
I'm going to update probably starting this week, after I start updating the frigate that I'm about to start working on. Which, by the way, that's what I'll be working on after I run through this mission, that frigate. Which, look how much brighter it gets. You see how much brighter it gets now? That's why I made it darker. I love contrast, and, you know, before, like, it's like, by the way, so I hope you, let me see if I can, how do I sound? Make sure my actual audio levels. How do I sound? Make sure that's why I'm pausing it. At least, how do I sound? At least when I pause, you can hear me. I don't know if, like, the game is still too loud. Which, yeah, that shit gets loud with not being able to adjust the settings. Hopefully the mixer solved that. But yeah, I just love how, like, much brighter it gets out here now from how dark it was. Before, it was, like, bright, and then it got brighter, but it wasn't a huge difference, you know what I mean? I just really love how, like, how much brighter that gets. I like the inner part, by the way, of this mall, like the mouth, you know, I like the red, and I like the, maybe I'll adjust that gravity shit that I added to it in the middle, and then, I like those lights and stuff, but I'll update those and align them and make them, like, make more sense, maybe, and then I want to update, like, this whole, like, circular thing right here, and then maybe put something over it, and then change this whole surrounding circle, and then and make that like not like blurry. So honestly I might end up doing something original, because like everything I've found just looks, all the old Bungie stuff looks great, but it's also just like look out, like I tried to use that old Bungie art for this Requiem, and it just looks so like pixelated, you know. Far away it looks great though. So real, every time Ollie releases shaders, we have to go back and redo our entire mod. Yeah, like, that's why, like, by the way, like, even if he does update it, I might not. unless it just simply improves everything there. Because, dude, yeah, like, that shit sucks. And it looks fucking great already, as is, you know what I mean? Like, with what we have here, this is such a drastic improvement, like, with all that. That it's like, you know, so this part, by the way, this doesn't ever like work right in tag tests. So like this front part, the scripts kind of like don't work. They work in MCC. They work perfectly fine in MCC, by the way. Like right here, nothing. This room doesn't work. This room doesn't. Like none of these rooms are working. Just ignore that. It works in game. Or it works in MCC. It's just like some weird. This is tag test, so things are a little weird. That fucking elite. Oh god. I just realized that if I die, it's gonna bring me all the way back. I wanted to get that sword. Oh, it didn't bring me back. That's good. It's weird. It brings me back sometimes, like, in some areas, but other areas it'll just shoot me back to, like, wherever I loaded in originally. Even in the beginning of the mission sometimes. Like, that sucks. But dude, like this, I don't know, I'm really liking how things are looking. Look at that fucking energy sword, yeah. By the way, this part out here, I added some fires, but they're not loading in tag test and MCC. I need to probably, like, I put them in the designer zone and stuff like that, but I don't know if scenery effects work differently, but they're just not working or showing. So in these light up areas, pretend there's fire there, because there will be.
Hold on!
I always thought this part was weird because everything like stops but you speed up, but what I would take is like he's pulling you in separately because he's fishing you out from this shit, because he identified, you know, because he scanned you separately. And then all those like light, by the way, ignore the fact that one of the doors is never closed. Like, I was fucking with it and I broke the door. Again, I'm replacing the whole fucking Requiem. But you see these blue lights inside the circle? That's supposed to be like gravity forces, which I don't know. I like it, but I've been adjusting it, trying to make it look like better. And it has an animation, but like half of it doesn't animate. It's kind of weird. You'll see like some moving down there. But I don't know. I mean, I also made the sky look like the sky. In the original game, it was like green or something weird. And then, of course, you know, Halo 4 Reclaimer appears here, which is cool. You know, being in game like that. But yeah, that's basically like where I'm at so far. And dude, I swear, dude, like it just feels like such a big difference. And there's still stuff I want to change. Like I still want to update all the objects and continue updating the objects. And the best thing about updating the objects is they show in every fucking mission. So that way it's not like you got to do them every mission or, you know, anything like that. But yeah, that's basically like the gist of what I'm gonna add. Let's see. Today I was actually replaying this scene, but I played the Infinite Ship Escape music under it, and it felt so much better. Can you make those gravity forces look like heat distortion? That could look pretty cool. maybe I can add something that, like, there's like a tunnel that you travel through, kind of, that's like invisible. You know what I mean? Kind of like a gravity tunnel from Halo 2 when you go into High Charity or whatever, and you have like all those gravity tunnels that lead you to the next area. That's kind of like all it is. You know what I mean? Just with like with an animation tied to it. So like technically, I can make make the gravity well look kind of like a separate force. You know what I mean? Like a maybe like some sort of distortion effect in a circular way around you, so it looks like you're being pulled separately. You know what I mean? There is a chance I could add stuff like that, but I'm not sure exactly how, because like a lot of that stuff again might be tied into scripting, and some stuff I can like some stuff I'm just not sure how much I'm gonna end up fucking with. It just depends. Whatever I have time for and get to. But like, I mean, yeah, like that sounds cool. Like that might not be too bad to add into it. But yeah, I'm basically just doing all that. But let me close this. Let's see. So we got. Ooh, why is this whole thing open? What I'm gonna do now is pull the Forward Unto Dawn into Blender, and then just update it again. And damn, I never even downloaded someone kit bashed one with, I think, Infinite Assets or something, and it just looks so good. I want to see how it looks in here. I'm gonna see if I can use that. So we're gonna try to replace that right now. Yeah. All right. Just kidding. What? Let's do that. So what? All you gotta do to get something in Sapien, or in Blender, is bring something from Foundation. These screen things I use for streaming, like it's like they're useful, but oh my god, like they're kind of like just as annoying as they are useful. Almost not worth it. Alright, so let's see. I think I had it open earlier. Where is it? No, I closed it. So you got human, and then there is Stormfud. We got the Stormfud model. I don't know if I need all that. Like, I don't think it even needs that or has that, but just in case. I'm just gonna get it put in here just like normal. Actually, you know what? Instead of putting it in this one, I might put it in the blend scene of that Forward Unto Dawn, that if we find it. Let's see what we got. Meow meow. The online guy. Is this the Halo guy? I think that's who that is. Screaming me. I'll just add it in here. Dialogue importing, since you're the one that's I'll just generate a dialogue tag for you. I've never messed with dialogue. I just replaced sounds with others by ref sound tag. Let me just reply to him real quick. I also need to get filters on sounds working, like for space. Let me like link that to him. think, let me turn my fan. Damn, my heat's on. Okay. Alright, and then I think Green Knight had one. Fuck, I don't even know where it was. Where was that? Let me just think. Bookmarks, maybe. I don't know. I'll have to find that later. Alright. Let's see. Why are these separate? It's so weird. They're like little pieces that are separate. Like what? Alright. So let's go and back to what I was doing. Go into the Halo archive. Alright. Oh yeah, that's when I was looking for some flood earlier, so. Let's see. Darn. Forward onto darn. Let's see if this will bring up that kit mesh. I think this is just a normal default model, is right. Yeah. Which, maybe I can use one of those as like a little reference. Where's that one that I'm looking for, though? I don't think it was a Forward Onto Dawn. I think it was just the same class as that one, which is good. I could probably just type in frigate. I'll probably find it. Oh, you know what? Let me put on some music, and then make sure my sound isn't like crazy. Trying to get to a part that's like normally loud. Alright, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that sounds good enough, I think. At least for me it does. Kind of complexing how the arbiter's at front of the frigate when it's split in half. Nah. Yeah, that's a classic Halo moment. I'm just kidding. Oh, hey, look, here it is. There's just like that one that I was looking at where I'm like, let's see like how much I can get. I think this is it, right? Yeah, it appears to be. Like, let's see like what we can do with like this or something. That is it, right? It's technically isn't the Forward Onto Dawn like a Sharon class frigate? Or yeah. Because it has that big ass bottom, it has that top, it has these, it has those. It's like very similar to that Panama one. Or like one of these, but it's just like, it doesn't have that, it doesn't have like the skinny bottom and like the skinny sides jutting out. Is this them trying to like make the? Isn't this like what the Forward Unto Dawn actually is like in Halo 4? You know, and obviously Forward Unto Dawn is that, not that, but the Forward Unto Dawn model. You know what I mean? But like, isn't that what they actually use? That type, not that model, but like that type of ship or whatever. That looks cool, dude. What the fuck? It's like, this looks like a good blend of like 3 for 3 in Halo, like older Halo's art style a little bit more. A little bit. I feel like if I saw this in game, it would look nothing like this, and probably look just like Halo 4 though, honestly. Actually, it does look just like Halo 4, never mind. The more I look at it. It's just because it's a concept art, dude. That's what always gets me, is concept arts always look good, because you can put your own like impression on it, you know? And then by the time it's in the game, you're like, what is that? My friends are trying to invite me to Arc Raiders. I wish. Like, why is everyone... Oh, it's Saturday, that's why. I was like, why is everyone playing so early? I always forget, like, I do this shit on Saturdays. Kind of complexing how the... Oh, yeah, I read that. Yeah, it is. I agree, Idaho. Gaming, especially... And it's just weird. By the way, like, I never noticed this until I was, like, messing with the first level, like, a ton. But, like, I didn't realize that you were like heading in the direction of Requiem on this frigate, but you actually get pulled into Requiem initially, like way before, you know, like, but there's like a trajectory thing that's implying like you would have missed Requiem and went and kind of touched the gravity field but just went by it, you know, kind of influenced by it but went by it. But then because of the Requiem, you know, pulling you in, like you actually went all the way into it. So it's like, I thought that was kind of interesting. I thought it was just like, oh, what are the chances we're here? People would say that Mendicant Bias is the one that that sent us where we went, you know, after they jumped with the Arbiter in Chief and the Forward Unto Dawn. Some people say Mendicant Bias helped them just the same way that Offensive Bias helped Chief in Halo Infinite with the Harbinger or whatever. I don't even know about that shit. Like, that's like that weird like conspiracy type lore, you know, where it's like it's like a lot of things imply it, but then like it's like, well, why didn't they just make that obvious? Guys, like, I don't know, like no one probably caught that shit. But yeah, I'm replacing the intro one again because like it was bad and I need to replace it again anyways. Look, this is look at guys, this is look guys, this is the look, it's so funny seeing this little outside area on here, you know, like this area right here. Wait, where's my... Like that, it's just right there. It's so stupid. I always thought, like, am I dumb? Because, like, I always was like, wait, so, like, look at this. Okay, so you're just in that, right? Okay, so you're just, like, down in here. But, like, I thought this shit right up here, I thought all this shit was this right here. So like, there's a whole nother fucking command station. That's, like, this huge 3-level story, like, structure. They made it so big, dude. Like, the Forward Unto Dawn's some huge-ass, crazy-ass size ship in this. Like, that's crazy as fuck to think about, like, how big this would be. I literally always thought you were just out here. You know what I mean? I always thought you were just out here doing shit. But no, like, there's another area. Like, that's so dumb to me. I don't know. They just made the scale of this ship insane. Oh yeah, searching is a little bit hard sometimes. Yeah, and then luckily I'll remember something in there, and then I'll have to search for it for an hour. Sometimes I'll have to just do the manual search instead of the actual like search that you are supposed to do. Yeah, they just put like the the Halo 3 one, which originally I had that, then it looks honestly really bad. And then after that I had the Panama, which looked kind of like it. Like if you weren't like a huge lore nerd, you probably would just think it's the Forward Unto Dawn. But now I have a Kit Bash that looks kind of like the same model, so it's an upgrade in my opinion. Like, why? Oh, that's like, okay, I see what that's for. Okay, I was like, why is it that big though? Like the whole structure. Oh, it's probably for those lines. I think there's like lines or stripes or whatever. Yeah, but yeah, we're just replacing that frigate. Yeah, we never met a monitor on Requiem, dude. I was thinking about that the other day. You know what made me think of that? I was playing Metroid Prime, and it reminded me of Halo 4 so much. And then there was a monitor type creature that like interacts with you, and I'm like, oh, this reminds me of a monitor in Halo. You know, it's what its function was in the game. And I was just like, oh, okay, you know. But then like I was like, wait, that's like the one thing that this game has that Halo 4 didn't have. I'm just kidding, because Metroid reminded me of that so much. But yeah. Maybe I could play a little of that. I have it on my PC right now, even though the emulator's fucking garbage right now for it. Alright, so let's do this. Did I download this yet? I didn't download it. Let's download. Oh wait, that's not the right one. The fuck did I just click on? Where did I go? There was the... Okay, here it is. This is the one I was gonna download. That looks pretty good. Looks pretty good if you ask me, mate. Pretty good, mate. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna try his, and I'll probably be able to use a lot of these textures. Like, I probably already have a lot of these made. I'm gonna open my Panama one. That way... I think it's just called Frigate, yeah. So this is General Frigate. I think I'm gonna open this. This one... This is the one that you see on Training Grounds. But it's reusing a ton of the textures, so I'm probably gonna see which ones and then make sure it uses the same ones. They're like okay, honestly. God, it's so hard to, like, the textures are just all these tiling textures and they're not like technically made for any of them, which kind of works, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it sucks because, like, I love the original Forward Unto Dawn model, but, like, the original model of it is just, like, you know, in Halo 3, it's, like, literally, like, 3 cubes or something like that. Like, it's so simple that it's just, like, damn. Like, it looks great from far away. But, like, honestly, that's why I like this one I'm downloading, even though it's a little weird. Like, it has some pipes and shit going on. Well, I don't mind that. It's not, like, totally unnecessary detail, you know? Where's load picture? There we go. You know what I mean? Like, got some stuff going on down here, but whatever. That I think it's supposed to, like, retract though, right? I don't know. It's kind of cool. So I'm gonna just have to just slice this model in half, essentially. I don't know about the circular thing right here and all that, though. There's, like, some shit that's a little weird about it. Lights Return. Oh, so it's imitating a ship called Lights Return, which you know, I might be able to edit this model and make it look even more like the Forward Unto Dawn. You know what? While I'm doing this, maybe I could just I'm just gonna download a Forward Unto Dawn model. I could rip one, but I don't know if it'll be faster than just downloading this shit. that's Halo 3 style. That's kind of cool. Halo 3 style pairs. That's not in the game, is it? I mean, not for this mod, but like in general for. Okay, that's what that is. But that's, oh wait, is that just the forward onto none? Like what? I think that's what that was for. Oh wait, just down this one. Wait, is this Halo 3's? Yeah. I'm just gonna download this, and what I'll do is I'll try to match it up. Like, I'll just like pull out the FBX of it, and I'll try to just match up the, everything as much as possible. Oh, that file does not exist. Let me try this again. Yay. Well, that sucks. Oh, here's one. Okay, I could use this one. I was like, there's no forward onto none. 16 megabytes. That's how like basic it is. I love the design though. I just wish like it was so fucking like. It's just so basic or simple. Low poly, I mean. Alright. Oh, look, it does actually have that. That circular thing. I don't remember that being there. Huh. Shows what I know. So that is really close to it then. Fuck yeah, I'll just do that then. And then, can I just like take these? Fucking, yeah, I can. I think these ones look better than the ones that are even though they're blurry as fuck, but they might look better than the ones that come with the Halo, oh shit. Way too much. Yeah, I might yip these out real quick. We'll see. Alright, so, you know what? I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna bring this into the actual one I just downloaded. Sharon. Yeah, it's like the same scale. And then... Man, I wish my computer could load like these render scenes like faster. It's like such a drag to just like do that. Oh, you can put a different Aegis Fate. Now it's the Aegis Fate. Now it's the Forward Unto Dawn. Now it's Nameless ship. But yeah, I do kind of want to. Someone mentioned earlier, music and shit. I do kind of want to do the update music eventually. I just, I haven't even gotten that far in the sound. Like I got sound replacement, and I was like, alright, I'm done. And then I was like, oh fuck, of course I'm not done. Of course, I want to do another grunt character, maybe Jackal. Maybe I almost wanted to do like the Infinite. Or like, Hunter sounded pretty good, but I don't know, that shit takes forever too, though. Definitely I'll add a grunt, and then I want to try to fix the sound effects to be filtered in space and other shit like that it needs. I think space might be the only thing that I need to figure out. I've seen Soy, whenever I played his, like, I don't know if he figured the space thing out, but they were at least quieter, you know, in those areas. They didn't quite sound exactly the same, but they definitely didn't sound like, you know, full-blown sound effects. It's odd how every single frigate was intended to be a retcon design, but all of them were made separate models in lore. Yeah, it's really weird. It's weird that they like made like the Forward Unto Dawn in Halo 4 is like a separate ship than the Forward Unto Dawn now. It's just like another ship because they ended up using that same model like later in the game, like in several places. You can see it, you know, in the skyboxes and shit later on, and it's just like. It's like, okay, well, you know, explain that. But yeah, honestly, like, back then, they were able to just make up bullshit to explain art style changes. But guess what, guys? We're hitting a point where they can't do that anymore. Ever since Campaign Evolved came out, they've already explained why things look this way and this, that, you know, in different Halo games. Same with, like, Halo 4, like, why is the ship? Oh, it's nanobots. Oh, it's this. You know, I'm like, just say it's a fucking art style change, dude. Like, trying to say, like, this is the ship. This is what it's called. This is what it looks like. And then it's like, nah, man, like, it's just an art style change. So, like, now, whenever they change, like, in these new remakes, they're going to change so much shit. And then people are going to try to, like, you know, link them to shit like, oh, so is this maybe this is the version of it where you know, they're gonna try to fucking make sense of it. But the thing is, they just need to abandon that ideology. I don't know. They just need to abandon that shit because it was never true to begin with, and it just made a whole. It was to satisfy all these little. Like lore nerds, no offense, that like just want to like make everything so like oh, it's real, it has to be, you know, this is exactly what's supposed to be like. I'm like, no, man, like they just kind of do what they can and whatever sticks, and then they try to like figure it out later, you know, and that's what they do, you know. That's why everything's such a mess. So like in these new games, they're gonna probably end up changing stuff, like just like, for example, the Foreigner architecture and stuff like that, where it's like, okay, now they won't have an explanation. The only explanation is that there's just a different take on the art style, you know, and that's it. And honestly, I honestly feel like if they just said that to begin with, like, I feel like things would have made a lot less of these really two-sided people out there on the Halo scene where everyone's so argumentative about what is, what isn't, and what's this and that. And I'm like, dude, like, it's not that big of a deal, man. Like, it's not even a big deal with them. Otherwise, they would have set it up that way in the first place. But they, you know, they just come up and explain shit later on just to try to make sense of it, you know. Wasn't there also a ship in the skybox, that one room of the final level? Yeah. Where they like multiple ships. One looks like the Spirit of Fire. I think so, yeah. There's like one that looks like the Forward Unto Dawn, but like full. There's one, I think, maybe that like the Spirit of Fire, you know, and maybe there was also like a Halo, you know, the Halcyon or whatever the Halo 1 ship's called, Marathon class cruiser, but like whatever the actual, like, you know, yeah, I guess that's what it is. But I don't know if it's Halcyon or Marathon, whatever they ended up calling it, you know, that ship, you know, they like made that one. I'm like, I do like the lore. I think the books are good, but honestly, dude, like, I like, leading up to Infinite, I got enough, like, mental energy and excitement about the series and about the story and the background to actually listen to every Halo book, and, like, they're good, but, like, also, there's so many of them, it's exhausting to try to keep up with them. Because, like, right now, I'm not as hyped about shit like that, and, like, every time they release stuff, I'm like, oh my god, dude, like, I have to do so much to just, and I feel like I'm like missing out, like I'm getting FOMO for books, and and apparently like those, like the new, like I put those like test drones from the that were cut from Infinite, from the concepts, and then they had the ones that are in the game that now, like, that came later, that I don't know, they look like kind of like Call of Duty version of the drones that you can buy for like an armor kit in Halo Infinite, like on the last update. And now those are like called like Cabalds or something, you know, and it's like they just said that in a fucking Waypoint article. Someone was talking to me about it, and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, and then I'm like, he's like, read this article, and I'm like, see, this is what I fucking hate. Now someone's know-it-alling to me because I didn't read a random Waypoint article during a really boring period of time for Halo. Like, I'm not excited for it right now. I'm not, like, balls deep in all that stuff, you know? And honestly, it's just so much filler shit. It's just diluting the universe and the actual lore, and it's locking in lore and making it so that all the future shit, like, they're either going to make a whole bunch of inconsistencies to make it cooler, or they're just gonna have to use what's there or what we already know, or you know what I mean, if they choose to like use something from it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just think like what they're doing with the lore, like they went from what Bungie did and did the opposite. They're like, instead of making things kind of mysterious and locked away, where we might maybe give you a little taste of what the Foreigners are and what they can do, a little this and that, and you know, maybe you know, like, but they just gave us the whole fucking plate at once, you know, and then they keep doing that. They just keep like, they're like flooding the lore tunnels with everything they can, and they keep doing it, and it's just exhausting, man. Like, I want to know what's going on, but it's just, they kind of are ruining it for me with how hard it is to keep up. And, like, I can, unless you, like, I feel like I am so involved with Halo, more than the average person. But then, like, even I can't do that. So I'm like, who the hell's keeping up with this shit? Like, it's only the people that, like, that's all they care about is that lore shit. But I'm like, dude, like, those book readers, like, it's like, are like half Halo fans just people that read the books now or something? Because, like, that's just what it feels like, I guess. I don't know, I'm gonna stop talking about that. I could fucking bitch and complain about how I feel about the lore all day. Like, I think it's cool again, but also, every time I think it's cool, like, the more I dig into it, the less cool it gets. You know what I mean? Like, the more I found out, like, I'm like, well, but before I dug into it, I was like, no, like, they can still come out and connect Foreigners to being, like, a branch of humans, you know what I mean? And connect that, like, idea or that gap. Like, okay, they branched off, they mutated, they evolved themselves, they did all these things with their technology and all this crap, you know, and that's why they're different. But I'm like, no, they didn't do that. They're just different aliens, man, just like how the Endless aren't precursors. They're just Xalanin from a random planet that we just never really knew about because it was locked away in the history, and no one knew about it because it was like the Oni of Foreigners, the Oni Foreigners or something. They hid it in the Council of Elders, or you know, it's just like some crazy shit. And I'm just like, dude, you could have made them like precursors, like the forms that like before they get corrupt, you know, or before they evolve into like a huge primordial, like the more pure form baby precursors or whatever, you know, they can take any form, you know, so like, well, like so many different, you know, but that's why I'm just saying, like, they could have fucking explained it. They have so much in common with precursors, and then no, they're just gonna, I guarantee, like, one day when that comes out, when Halo the Endless the game comes out finally, it's just gonna be some new shit with little thought, almost no connectivity to what came before, and it's gonna just be like a decent quality game, but like so different than anything else, and it just won't feel like, you know, it'll probably look like Halo, but you know, it'll be like how Halo 5 and, you know, Infinite kind of were, and then just like another game that's kind of like the difference of that. I don't know. Sorry, Kenzie, I got on a rant. How you doing though? Wasn't there also a ship in the skybox in the... Yeah, I read that. I still feel weird. The Paris class design is Infinite, has a very basic blockout rooms behind the ones with glass. Yeah, I think it's neat though. Yeah, I recall seeing the SO Spear of Fire looking one, and it looks terrible. It's kind of like a shitty version. I think it's like wider or something weird, or like they made everything like these wider, like, you know, like kind of lamer looking colors, I guess. Honestly, Stargate did the reveal of Antient aliens great. Like ancient aliens, maybe. They revealed them, yet their mystery still surrounding them to keep them. Yeah, like they did, and they still do that. And honestly, like a little of that, like back then, a lot of it was like it's kind of like a scary movie, you know, like as soon as you like get a full look at this thing that's scary, like all that mystery and like wonder and fear, like you know what it is, and you know what you have to do and what you know what's going on. Because even if something's like so powerful that there's nothing to do against it, I'm way less scared if I know exactly what it is and what it's capable of, and this and that. But when you don't know what the fuck's going on, like there's that like, you know, like paranoia type fear that gets tied in, and like they don't harness that like with stuff either, you know. I don't know, I'm just saying, like, man, like I always thought like maybe like I don't think the Vex and Destiny are like the Forerunners, but I like how the ancient feel of them are, you know, or at least like how some of the, you know, things are with them, you know, how some things get ancient feeling and shit. Like, that's how I kind of hope the Prometheans were a little more. Sometimes I wonder if if these like ideas and stuff bled into other games, like, you know, or and stuff like that. Yo, what's up, Noble? How you doing? All right. So today I'm just ranting about shit. No, I was kind of showing the upgrades and how like out here it's better. You know, it's just no LED model, just a normal one, and then, you know, you got other areas looking good. But, and I ran through the level if you want to watch that later to show you my progress. But now I'm replacing this, not with this. This is the Halo 3 one. It does look good, but when you're, like, in the cutscene, it literally shows, like, I don't know if it's, like, this part, but, like, it shows, like, okay, so because it's just this part of the ship that you see, like this part, what happens in that cutscene is it looks like a fucking, like, cube is floating at you instead of a ship. You know what I mean? It just, like, I love the silhouette of this, like, you know, but, like, whenever you see it just like this, you know, and it, like, it just looks like something, like, I don't know why, especially when the angle it was in the cutscene, because I definitely tried this model already, by the way. Like, that was the first one I tried. It's just, I just don't think I could get that looking good. Because the blocking is, but luckily we have the Sharon Halo Infinite one, which I thought I opened that. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So, yeah, let's use this shit, dude. And instead of the lights return, we can do the FFG. What is it? The FFG 201? And actually, let me bring those name default. So let me pin these. What am I doing? Okay, so C down. Oh, it downloads. Date modify. Forward on to Dawn. And then mesh. Maybe not mesh. Objects. Yeah. In default. All right. So now, as you can see, I imported these. Oh my god. Dude, I hate when I use someone else's Blender scene, dude, because they hide things, and I don't do that. So like whenever I like use someone's like that, like I'll be like, okay, where is everything? Okay. All right, cool. Got Sharon. Okay, there it goes. Now everything's the way up. Now, where is this at? I just imported it, so where the fuck is it? Okay, it's in here. Oh, it's right there. Why did it bring the whole thing? So, where did he go? Okay, it's right there. Why is it disappearing? I said no. I said no. Hold transforms. Why? I said to hold transforms, and then where did it came to see? Oh, it's down there. That's a fucking lie. That's not holding the transforms. Like, just to break it to you. How about this? Don't hold transforms. Oh, well that worked. Cool. Maybe I didn't. I probably had transforms not applied. Very basic rig. Don't you hate when your ship gets split in half? I know, dude. That's why I'm like, that's some bullshit with the fucking Infinity. I don't even. You know, sometimes I think that Infinity dude like didn't even like die, man. I think like I don't think like one of those bandit ships can do it. Like, obviously it went down on the ring, but like I wonder if they're gonna like say it's just dead and everyone died on it, or if they just said it got downed. Because that was the original stories. You're supposed to have your home base in the downed Halo, the downed Infinity, and then that was like your hub for the Halo ring. I think they just, honestly, they probably just hated the art style of it so much they changed. They didn't want to like try to modernize it or put it in, you know. Halo 4 CUI tags are driving me insane. Yeah, that's why I'm doing that shit like last, because like I did all the easy shit that I can change, you know, real fast, and then I was like, all right, well now moving and scaling everything and organizing it and making sure it's functional. Just getting it to be functional is annoying. Like my like plasma pistol doesn't like have an animation on it for the cursor, or not the cursor, the crosshair. I'm like, dude, okay, I'll add that later, but like all that shit, I'm gonna just spend like a week or however long I fucking need, just like going balls deep on it, because that's, I don't know, that's what I'm gonna have to do, I guess. This skimmed through the beginning of the stream. The changes are looking cool, by the way. Did you add sliding? No, it's just you can technically slide, you know, it's just a thruster, but you can crouch slide, you know, with the thruster. I think you can do that in the game. Oh, maybe not, because it's like not in first person, but it's kind of like you could kind of slide with the thruster, you know what I mean? But like I was saying, like I wouldn't mind adding sliding though. I don't even know if you could, maybe with object scripting. But then I was saying like I was thinking like maybe having clamber and shit, but I just don't care that much, you know? Like I don't know, like it wasn't built for that. I wouldn't mind it. They did mess with like mantle, but it's not like the same thing. But I don't know. Like I thought about trying those, because I kind of wanted it to be like if Halo Infinite was the way they made all their games. Yeah, so I changed the forward into mod with the different model. I don't know, they did some floating metal cube, a very basic rig. Don't hate when your ship gets split in half. Yeah. CUI. Yeah, they do, yeah. They'll probably keep details vague until they want to bring back all the people on the Infinity. Yeah, they're probably still figuring that out. I'm sure they'll say that in the books. I'm surprised they didn't, because there was that one book where it was about, like, sending out a beacon so that the rest of the, you know, humanity knows that what's going on. So now Earth has been alerted about Zeta Halo, but I don't know what that involves. I thought I was like, there's also like the Spirit of Fire. Like I wonder what all those people are doing in the universe too. What if they found a way back that's faster? That'd be kind of cool. There was like a book about the Spirit of Fire during the Halo Infinite time frame, and it was pretty neat. They're on the Ark, I think, still, but I think those like the something of the One Freedom or some more Covenant like remnant type people like went back there and then they like stopped them or something. I don't know. I forgot. There was like a book about that. There's actually some cool stories, but then it's just like I kind of forget about them because like they're just not they don't like impress me that much. Like they impress me, but they're not like a game. They're not or a movie, so they don't like stain my memory as vividly because I just like thought about it. An infinite style of Infinity would look like. Oh, that's what I mean. Like it would probably be pretty close to how it is, because with some changes, you know what I mean? Maybe with like better materials or something. I think I figured out how to get backpack weapon icon to appear, but I have to compile a map to test it. Oh fuck! I'm sure. I swear. Like I think like when Halo 4 before mod tools, like maybe Crevel or someone did that. I would ask him. That dude knows like all. Dude, Crevel like knows so much shit. There's like so much like genius ass fucking modders out there that like have the potential, in my opinion, to create like way more interesting mods than like most people, and like they don't end up really doing very much. Like or it's like they are, but they'll end up working on like a tool or something that's like not like a mod. I don't know, or some other stuff. Because there's some people that I was like, damn, dude, like, every time, like, Crevel made a mod or, like, Crisp made a mod, I was like, God, these mods are peak. But they're so busy working, like, on other stuff, like, that it's, like, they don't really get to, which sucks. Because I'm like, at the same time, like, Foundry, obviously, for everyone's probably a better trade-off and probably needed in the first place. Let me bring up that other piece over here. So this is FFG1 up front. Bring that in. Let's see. Oh wait, I don't see the front ever. Fuck. Damn, it didn't even say forward onto Dawn anywhere. I'll just put it on the ship somewhere. Fuck it. I'll just put it like wherever. I think yeah, I'll just put it somewhere like that looks good. Yeah, I can just like cut these other two off. Right here. Delete these. That won't even be visible. Okay. So I'll put these decals on, and then from there, actually, let me get them on a good level, so that I just have to like move them out essentially. I'll put them like. Should I put it right here? Or should I put it like? Dude, I think I could put it right there. Actually, it might look cool right there. Right next to the wing. Because I was thinking I didn't want to just put it somewhere random. I want it almost like it looks like it's supposed to be there. And then I'll put the FFG one like right here. So then that means I have to just... Wait, will this work if I just go like this and scale this one? Yeah. That way they're both even. I could angle them to be like better, I guess. So I can use grab this, rotate it like. One, two, maybe 3 notches. 3 notches should be fine. Same with this. It should be like 2.5 notches, but whatever, dude. Like, for what you're gonna see, you gotta like, you probably won't see a lot of this perfectly. So that flat, where's that angle? Okay, I could maybe give this one like 1 notch over. Two notches? I'll do 2 notches for those. Ooh, fucking spicy. Looks sexy, right? No? No? Yeah? No? Alright, cool. So now, what we can do is bring in, so I'm going to save this, and then what I want to do is bring in the, original model. Here, oh, the Forward Unto Dawn song! That's what I call this song, because it's all it reminds me of. So, instead of that, bam, bam. Just in case, I don't think I need those, but... Corbin, if you like to add a third shotgun that functions really similar to the vanilla pump shotgun, how would you differentiate it to? I mean, you would just have like, kind of like the, honestly, like, I guess it would just have to be like 2 shots and stronger? I mean, just kind of like any pump shotgun. I'm trying to think though. Because, like the Forerunner one's kind of like that, but it's not. They all have like so many bullets, so you can shoot so many times. Maybe just like one like fucking like I know like 1 shot maybe on those will kill them, but maybe somehow make it like more powerful so that like you only got 2 shots and then that like reload, like maybe just making it worth it. Dude, that's kind of why I like that Halo Infinite Banished like shotgun, because it kind of having the gravity or like a blade, on the end to make it more powerful, kind of balances it better. So that like if you miss them, like, or if you're not close enough to them, you can still like kind of finish them in a way. But at the same time, like, because those other shotguns, like, yeah, like the classic shotgun, it's just so good at being a shotgun, It's trying to balance it with that, because it already can kill in like 1 shot. It has a decent range. But yeah, like, there might be ways to do that. It just depends, like, if you already got, like, if you got all these shotguns in it, at once, Like, I'm not the best at balancing shit, but at the same time, like, a lot of times, like, I'll just notice things in gameplay. Like, I won't, you know what I mean? Like, I'll have to just keep messing with it and be like, what does this need? You know what I mean? And then eventually I'm just like, oh, okay, I'll just keep fucking with it until it's, like, fun, That's kind of, like, what I think people should do when they make games anyways. Like, stop focusing on things that, like, specific things, like, technical, certain things being certain way, and focus more on, like, things just being fun in the first place, What is this white thing under here? Is there even... Oh, that's a fucking ship. I'm retarded. Okay. So, let me get all this and shrink it up. Shrink it up. So it works with custom icons, but do a few things beforehand. Okay. But it doesn't work with, like, the existing ones? That's, like, so weird, I mean, I would assume it would work with anything, but dude, I've even seen some tags that you have to, like, after you edit them, you have to, like, there's, like, a button in the tag, I think even in CUI, maybe, where you have to, like, rebuild it to get it to work right, actually, and you can't just, like, click save, you have to click, like, re-import or rebuild or some shit. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know, but, like, that's why there's so much going on with that shit that, like, if I could see this, like, something stupid like that being, like, something stopping it from being, working completely. All right. It's just a tough one. You know what I mean? It's just so different, dude. It's just so fucking different. Like, it's longer, it's skinnier, it's just a completely different ship. Like, God, dude. The more I look at it, I'm like, what the fuck is this? It looks like this ship bursted out of this other ship. It's like the Forward Onto Dawn has evolved and it bursted out of its old shell. It's shaving its old skin off like a lizard. It's gonna be a real boy one day. Just watch. I don't know, I guess that's a good scale. It's so hard to, like, be accurate when it... I mean, it just has to look good in that cutscene, you know? Because you don't see the scale in a cutscene in space, but... The actual, like, proportions and shit, though, like, they might look... I might be, like... It might be zooming in on weird parts of it, like, since there's a big-ass thing hanging out, you know, and shit, like, wings or, like, something further out. I don't think it looked bad before, though, so... Alright, so what I'm gonna do... I'm gonna save this, and then I'm gonna make this I'm gonna save it here just in case I like fuck it up. I'm gonna create a new asset separately from what I saved here by going into my like actual cat or data folder. So I can go data, like unseen halo objects. Now this is vehicles. Now FUD. I'm just gonna fucking replace the old one, man. Actually, you know what? Just in case I need to reference it for something, I don't know. I don't think I need it for anything, but just in case. That way, it'll still be in this folder, and then it'll still make one in there. Alright, so now, for this model, I don't really remember how I originally did this, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. Cause like, I think I'm gonna like use... I don't know if I'm gonna be able to like cut through all this like this. I'm just kind of like fucking with it to see if I can. No, it's good. I was hoping, I never tried it through like that type of situation, but I think it was pretty cool if I could. The faces. I'm not hitting this face. What's going on? Oh wait, I didn't want to select the fucking other one. trying to remember what the best way to like kind of just cut through all this shit at once, you know? The font display to display in the tools, but you have to add your custom icon to the object globals tag. Oh, dude, that's the other thing. There's like stuff like that, like adding. There's like object globals. There's there was like there's so many things, so many lists that you have to add shit to just to make sure things appear, and like I'll like know that and do it, and then I'll forget about it. And then I'll be like, oh, no wonder that shit won't appear. Like, it's not in this, or even like designer zones or something like that. Why is it not fucking selecting the shit through it? Like normally, I can, when it's, you know, in this mode, I can select everything behind it. I hate using other people's Blender scenes, dude. I fucking hate it. Let's just delete what I can. For now. Dude. Am I tripping? Like, what is going on with this? Oh, it's because they're like fucking paralleled or whatever. Okay, that makes sense. And then I remember kind of like what I did is I like, God damn it. I hate these long ass ones. It's like, okay, then you just have to bring you out. You could just go back in here. Because you will not notice this in this one cutscene. That's kind of like how I perceive this. Oh, well, I said the whole thing, please. Alright. I almost want to take like the shit that I already had. And then basically I'm just going to make all of these areas look really blown out, you know what I mean? It's missing those side pieces. What side pieces? You can't just say like it's missing those side pieces. What does that even mean? It doesn't have a good antenna, but it has something down there. Or it has that on there. If you get like a bigger antenna would be cool. Maybe I could say the antenna broke off in outer space. I'm just kidding. I'm fucking up. So you got that there. Kind of goes up. that. Break some. That. And bottom. Yeah, you know, I mean, like, concerning it's like not the Ford Ontonon, this is pretty good. You know what I mean? Pretty good for that, I guess. How are you going to model the edges of the cut? Oh, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to take it from the other one, which, actually, what I can do... Let me save this, and then I can show you something, too. I want to, like... where is that folder? It's the easiest way to do that. Final, I guess. Alright. So, as you see here, this is my old one. Yeah, this is the Paris version, right? But it has, like, the same kind of shit. So this is what I'm going to do to it. I just kind of, like, adjusted this stuff for it. So hold default. So what I can do is, like, go back. New. Now, I can just cut it out of the other one and just fill it in, you know? Or I can just... I think I could adjust this other one, too. So what I can do is append, then... Let's see... Data... Let's see... Objects, vehicles, file... And flood file... Objects... Actually, easier to do is origin with recursor, geometry origin. Let's see. 16, it's not the same, like, you know, exactly, but I think it looks close enough. I could probably just... Okay. And then I could just widen out those bottom parts. Might even just redo that, but that's basically what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like, I'm gonna hide that. See if I can. Where is this shit? Just gonna hide that for now. Maybe I can. Where even is this? Oh, it's right here. I'm gonna hide that for now. Show this one again. And then I might combine all this into a model because I don't like how it's like in a fucking, you know. Let's combine like these two. Like take all these out and bring it into this new one. Bring all this shit. God fuck. Don't. Okay, cool. I'm gonna just like all these. I think I'm just gonna apply all these modifiers to everything. Just combine all this shit. Let's see if I have a comment. Sorry guys. It's Sex Man! What's up, P saying? I love how instead of grabbing the chunk they used in the ending cutscene of Halo 3 and made one closer to the destroyed version in Halo 4. Wait, I love how instead of grabbing the chunk they used at the end of Halo 3, they made one closer to the destroyed version in Halo 4. Yeah, I'm kind of confused what you mean, but I don't know, I'm just... Alright, so I should be able to use, like, the ends of these and shit. You know, I mean, like, kind of repurpose this for the areas that, like, you know... I kind of want to, like, combine all these into one object, too. So it's only one of the weird modifiers for everything. Ported the Halo 2 Mongoose. Let's see. Let's see. I like how, like, I don't know, like, how slick it looks. Even for, like, Halo 2, it has, like, that, like, sporty kind of, you know what I mean? Is that just the default one? It looks better than I remember. Those wheels be crazy looking though. I'm just kidding. Are those little Warthog tires? That's that what I'm seeing? But just using Halo 2 textures. It's the Halo 2 Mongoose just using Halo 2 textures. Oh, is that what? Oh yeah, the tires are Halo 3 War. I was gonna say on my end. No, I could literally see Bungie having those as like a placeholder though, because I mean, you know, like why not? They work, you know. I posted that. I was like, yeah, I want to get one of those. Be bold, not bald. That shit's funny. And I'm like, man, I mean, like, I could see the Forward Unto Dawn kind of in this, you know what I mean? But it's not, like, it's not that it's not the same ship, it's just not the same, well, it's not the same ship, but it's not the same art style and the same ship. Like, that's more of, like, a Paris, I think, than a whatever the Forward Unto Dawn is, because the Forward Unto Dawn has that huge bottom loading bay, you know, where you can like put tanks and shit. It's like, obviously though, the scale of this is so big, you can put 1,000 tanks in there. Like, you can just tell by that port, that bay, but it's like, that's just way, way bigger than the Forward Unto Dawn. I look at the Forward Unto Dawn more as like a step above the, it's you know, like, it's kind of like, it's not like I don't know, like, the Infinity's huge, right? But then the Forward Unto Dawn and all those other frigates and stuff, they're big, but they're not really that big. They're just kind of like, you know, like, I used to, when I was a kid, I compared them to cruisers, but honestly, I don't think they're even that big, are they? Because if you look at, like, how big, like, if you go, you know, when you, like, see the top room where the deck is and where you put all the vehicles and even the drop pods and shit like that, like, I'm like, damn, this is kind of small, but it's, like, not, like, in a bad way. I just think, like, it's useful for what it is, but it wouldn't need to be some crazy elaborate, like, fucking, you know, ship that you can build a small city in. You know what I mean? Like, 343 ships, they wanted to make them so huge that, like, which is cool. In some ways it's realistic, but I think, like, they would have huge ships like that, and then they would have other battleships when it'd be, like, some crazy huge shit. They just need powerful weapons, things that can move around. You don't need to sacrifice 8 billion people when one goes down either, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm gonna keep fucking with it. I need to go pee real quick though. I'm gonna go pee and then yeah, I'm gonna get these bars, all this shit looking good in here. I might have to combine some shit here to mess with the textures and stuff like that, but we'll see. 1 second. I'll read all your messages. Pee stain. Shit, my legs. Oh.
Cheeky wiggy.
Sorry, I ended up taking a fat fucking deuce. I'm dropping one. Oh yeah, they are. Let's see. I like the idea that it was the Warthog tires. To be honest, it has rear wheel steering like the Hog. It sets it apart from the Halo 3 Mongoose. Hell yeah! I mean, they work. They work for sure. They work for sure. All right, let's see what this takes to get into the level. So, what do we got here? Yeah, this. What is this part? That's in there. All right, so. Do I have to, like, combine or delete? So the one thing is, these all have these modifiers to the other stuff. It might be fine. I want to do a little test. Let's see if let's just see what happens if this gets exported. Yeah, it's in its own folder anyways. So I'm just curious at this point to see if it just kind of works, you know, that way. I just don't want to have to, like, combine the objects and do other stuff to get, like, you know, the settings matched up. Since it's just floating there and it's not, like, animating or doing anything complex, maybe it might be fine. Oh. But yeah. Where's it going? Is it going? Come on. What's going on? Alright, here we go. Let's just make sure I get a scenery object for it. Cancel. Let me, Foundry introduce. Oh, I already got a scenery set up. Just making sure. Alright. That was a waste of time. One, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, suck my cock. Alright, what's that? Yeah! Alright, just... Oof. Oh god. Trying to be healthy is not worth it, guys. If you're already unhealthy, then stay that way. It's not worth it. What was y'all's favorite mods on the, anyone that's still here, that is, what's y'all's favorite mods on the Halo Mod Showcase? Got, what, 9 people? 9 people? I kind of enjoyed that a little bit. It was cool seeing it. Glad someone was able to make one of those showcases, at least. Like, I know if you're already modding, that shit it's not easy to, like, organize and deal with and stick to, I guess. Bro! I mean, I know the model's unoptimized, but holy shit. Probably could get some ice for my drinky poo. There it goes. Alright, now let's load that bitch in. Let's see what's going on. Why does this keep becoming my whole screen? Like, why? I keep telling it not to, and then it keeps freaking doing that. Oh, God, fuck, damn it. Oh, I hate myself. Damn. I fucking clicked the blend file. Why does that show in Sapient? I just saw the name and I clicked it. I didn't even read it, the whole thing yet. I fucking hate that. Why is the blend file even? Never mind. I just wanted to see what it looked like. Atlas guitar. Maybe it was really cool. Maybe it was that really cool Halo 3 Atlas. Isn't that the one modded by this really cool Atlas guitar guy? I was like, that must be him. He must be the Atlas guy. Yeah, it looks cool though. Jokes aside, your mod and Hyokin's Echo Ops are the ones that I'm most hyped to see. Yeah, mine was I think Valkyries was interesting. Okay, well, I mean, I think Kill It, like, okay, look, Kill is already seen, so like I already knew about, you know what I mean? So like it's like, but all the ones that I wasn't really aware of already. No, I've already seen Valkyries too, so that's not fair. And then Atlas had a really good one. I like yours. I'm trying to think what other ones. There was some that were just okay. There was like that Halo 2 one that's like a funny mod, like that. Like it was like a cursed Halo 2 but funny or something. Like shit like that. Like it was like actually really high quality and funny. I'm like I actually want to play that because it just looks like I would laugh the whole time. I mean, there was some pretty good ones. Some of them were like, okay, like he's learning. You know, I made mods like that too. I never released kind of, you know, back then. But then like, you know, I mean, there were some other good ones too. I like watched that showcase in like so many pieces because I was like kind of busy. I watched part of it live and then I ended up watching the rest later. I'm trying to think what other ones that we've seen. Like I already was saying, like it was cool seeing like I've already seen like a lot of those, but you know, a lot of them were already public. But like, I mean, there was a lot of really cool ones. Even seeing like Soy like do something completely original in the Halo Reach engine, you know, like so much things like that are even cool, you know. Cursed Halo 2 was cool. It's seen a bit of work in progress cutscene before, and it looks like it'd be worth playthrough for those. Yeah, they look kind of like not the highest quality in ways, but it like added to the funniness of it. You know what I mean? Like it was like kind of like animated in a way like a cartoon would be almost, if that makes sense. Like it was just kind of funny. Like I feel like I would actually enjoy it just because it wasn't just like the same game but with some new shit. Oh yeah, Spartan, yeah, I like your mod, because honestly, it's like one of the overhauls that changes enough, the Reach overhaul, right? That changes so much and adds so much to it that it feels like it's new enough of an experience that's not like, I get it when people say, oh, rebalance, you know, but when people change so much about it that it's like, this isn't a rebalance, like this is like a fucking remaster or a redux or a remix of the, you know, but in a way that makes it so unique you know? Like, I've seen one part, I think Spartan, of like sword base and the Lich coming in or something like that, but then I've seen all the assets and they all looked really high quality from what I remember. I'm trying to remember what he showed during the trailer, because I've seen like other progress he made and kind of mixed in my memory. But no, definitely Spartan, you definitely had one of the higher quality ones, I think. And I think that's what I liked about yours, is it looked like you actually had a mixture of knowing what you were doing and kind of like, you know, because like a lot of people just throw in a ton of shit, and like those mods can be messy and shit, but you did it in a way that it didn't feel like it was like, what the fuck, that looks so weird in this game, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of felt cool, or different. If it felt like it was new enough of an experience, that I would want to go play. By the way, is your mod out, or is it just Oni base, or like what's up with that? Because I actually didn't look too far into it. I like to try to like I think my thing is I like to not like totally indulge myself in other people's mods unless I'm like really, really interested and curious or something. But like, basically, no, I don't want to sound like bad when I say that, but like there's some mods that look so good that I want to like experience it all at once later. You know what I mean? That's kind of why Halo Reborn didn't get shown. Like, they want everyone to experience it all at once, and that huge all-at-once impact creates like a huge explosion of interest, you know? While, like, it's hard to get that spark if you're just showing a little at a time, you know? Unless no one's really seeing it until you release the whole thing. But yeah, there's a lot of mods out there I, like, know of, but then I, like, don't totally keep up with, just because I'm just like, alright, whenever it gets to a really good point, you know, then I'll start looking at it. That way I'm seeing like their actual intent, you know, and not like, because this is like the problem like with what I'm doing is like so many people see stuff, and I'm like, I feel like even though they know it's a work in progress, I have to constantly be like, yo, don't worry, bro, that's just a work in progress. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I gotta kind of do that a lot more, and you know, but at the same time, like, I do always love feedback, because even if it's stuff I don't like agree with, you know what I mean, if I hear it from enough people, then I'll start seeing more what they're saying, maybe, or maybe I'll just change something just because like so many people want it and I don't like care either ways, you know what I mean? And then feedback's good, but I think the other thing with feedback, you just gotta know, no matter what you do, man, like, you can create like fucking literally the next Halo game in the Halo 4 engine, like the quality wise of it, you know, something like high end that like a huge studio would make, and someone would still fucking be like, dude, why did he make it look like this, or why did he make the guns shoot like that, or why are the, you know what I mean? Like, there's always, even if you're just like one guy or like even 6 people or something like that, you know, like, I just feel like there's always going to be that, which is fine. Like, there's always no, like, especially in something that was divided so much as Halo, you know, it's almost like Star Wars, where you have like the split of like these new and like these modern and old fans, you know. It's not quite the same, but like, you know what I mean though, right? Like, there's like people that like, you know, and it's not like because there's one right way to do anything, in my opinion. I just think like because of how everything's been, everyone has their own take on what Halo should be and this and that, you know what I mean? I try to balance my takes. I try to be like, I like classic, but I also want a modern version of it, you know? That's why I think Halo Infinite was like the most potential they ever had in a game, but it was just not delivered great, and, you know, we got like no content and no huge game mode that really made it spark off either. I don't think Firefight would ever be able to do that unless it was some crazy new version of Firefight that was just super addicting and fun, that like dev quality, you know? Not just like stuff to make in Forge. Let's see. I remember seeing a steamed hams one in there. Like, what are we talking about? See, this is like, I felt bad when I don't know what people are talking about. Sorry if I don't, because sometimes I'm just like fucking stupid or out of the loop, or I just didn't, you know, notice. But yeah, I don't know what your steamed ham one. It leaned into the jankiness in a way that improved the humor rather than looking lazy. Oh, are you talking about that funny Halo 2 one? And then you said, yeah, only mostly sword based, and then the duality of money. Yeah, there's always that duality of men, dude. Even if Halo kept its same shit as Halo 1 I don't know, it's so hard to explain, because I feel like Halo 1 to 2 to 3, they changed a little bit, but updated things that made sense and that were only really improvements in my opinions, and didn't like drastically change anything, you know what I mean? But then like 4 and 5 obviously were so different, but like my whole thing is like, honestly, like I think Reach was like that first game that like that just felt like so different to me that I was like, all right, well, it's still Halo. It still feels like it's Halo, but it just felt like the art style and vibe was like so different that I liked it, but it was like, it's like how I like what I would like about a new spinoff right now. Like if they had like a kind of more grittier, like serious tone, like spinoff with like Jerome and the Spirit of Fire, you know, that's like an FPS and covered like a really cool story, you know, I would like that. But then like for some reason I would expect that to be in a slightly different art style like Reach, but not still respecting it like Reach, you know, where Halo 4 and Halo 5 are like, what the fuck, these are not the same game. But yeah, like, so like I don't know, I just think that, I don't know, I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I just kind of keep rambling on and breaking off into different topics. Alright, what am I doing? Okay, I need to go outside. Let's just actually fly outside. I don't think I need anything. Let's see. Object, no, unseen. Objects, vehicles, FUD. Hopefully this way. That's what I thought I did. I clicked on a folder that was called that, but it just fucking... Okay, hold on 1 second. Why is this folder called that? That's why I was confused. Actually, let me just delete this. Oh fuck, that's where this was saved, wasn't it? Damn it. Let me save that again then. Let me just save that in here. Save as, and then export. Ugh. God damn it. That's so annoying. Why was it opening? It's like it thought that... It's like it didn't know the folder was just a... I think it's because it had a .blend at the end, and it was like trying to load the folder like a file or something. I don't know what the fuck was happening right there. It just wouldn't open the folder though. Unless there's just something really wrong with the output, which I was wondering. I just didn't want to like combine all these objects, because like when you do, all the UVs get like mixed up, and then there's like other things that are kind of annoying to deal with. And then when you separate them by material or by separate loose pieces, then it becomes way crazier than, you know, than what you see here. Or, you know. And I get crazy waiting on this shit. Ugh. That's the one thing about Halo modding, is like there's certain times you're just like, come on. You're just waiting so long, and then it just crashes again. Oh, fuck. I think it's something about what I just did. Let me, exit out of this. Yeah, it's being fucking weird. Maybe I'll just unfucking delete that. Just that one. Uh-oh. Oh, that's that original one. Wait. The fuck? Oh. See, like, the one good thing about using Blender is, like, yeah, I don't know, when you do stupid things, you'll start realizing why, and then you stop doing them as much. Crazy, I was gonna say, was crazy once. Was that what they put me in a rubber room with open edges. Open edges make me crazy. I feel like the open edges would kill you, because that's what they do in Halo. I'm just kidding. Let me just open that one. There we go. Now it's the same folder. Okay, okay. Well, that's not fucking... Damn it. Oh, where's all the other... Where's that other one I imported? What the fuck? Oh well. I mean, it's still there. I just had it open. It's just... God damn, this is annoying. Ugh. Okay, this is... How do I keep opening the same one over and over again? Come on, you motherfucker! God damn it. Okay, there it is. We saved this one over the other one. Save as. Okay, cool. New asset. Sure. Yeah. Cool. Alright, yeah. Let me close the other ones now. Let's frig it. That's what fucked it up. There's this new blend folder. It's like, what the fuck? That's what fucked me up. Okay. Is that still there? I kind of want to delete that folder. Just ignore that. Why is that just using this storm FUD? What the fuck? That's fucking weird. Isn't that? Like, why did that model set up that one? Why is it even that one right now? Let's let it re-import and see. It's like, that doesn't exist, so that can't be it. I think the new one went to that blend, that .blend folder. That's what I think was fucking me up. I don't know why that got made or whatever happened. Ugh, what is it doing over here now? This is why I'm gonna optimize this geometry and shit, because it's like just for what it is. It's insanely detailed. There we go. Alright, so, let's refresh it. What will we see? Oh. Yay! This is exactly what it should be. Which, obviously, I just need to edit it now and make it look good. But I just want to see, like, does it work as is? And if it does, then I just need to alter it and make it look the way I want, and then get the textures linked in, and then it should be fine. I don't want to do more work than necessary. And sometimes I do too much work and break something before I even get it. Okay. Maybe I can... Whoa, look at that fog. Look at that fog volume, dude. I don't even know where to find those. I don't know where to find those, like, fog volume boxes. Kind of confusing. Like, I don't know how to adjust the fog in those boxes. Kind of do, but I forgot. I was trying to look for one the other day, and I couldn't even find out where it was. It wasn't normal fog, I guess. What am I doing? Oh yeah, cheats drop. Browse. Let's see. Here we go again. 29th time is the charm, as they say. So don't hit that. Don't fucking hit that one. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Alright, so now if I get the textures and put all this shit, where it's supposed to be. Obviously, this is not how it's gonna look, but I'm just glad that it's in here. So if I can make things look good all day, but getting things to work right, that's not my cup of tea, but I've gotta do what I gotta do, So what I'm gonna do now, let's try to replace this with the one in the cutscene. So, Storm FUD model, and then I'm just going to throw in this render model that we have here. Save. Now I'm going to refresh, make sure that is it. Then I'm going to launch that first cutscene and see if it looks good. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, I just had to update the variant real quick. so that it is showing. And oh wait, yeah, I just updated the variant so that they both show in the normal tag. And then now I can go in here, launch it from the first one, or -1's beginning. Or you can just put 0, I think. Or 1, I don't know, I forgot. Oh, my bad, Tanner. 1 second, let me read your... the model combo looks alright. The Halo 3 frigate hangars stick out sides of the Halo 4 frigate. The Halo 3 frigate hangars sticking out of the sides of the Halo 4 frigate. Wait, is that the intro cinematic shot in space, in game, or pre-rendered? It's just in game. The Halo 3 frigate hangar sticking out of the side. Well, you know I haven't even set it up right. I literally just dragged it in like front of it so that it's like in the general area. I haven't even tried to set up the model yet. It's just like I just basically took a bun and put it on top of a cheeseburger, but I haven't put the lettuce, tomatoes, and onions, none of the good shit yet. I'm just kidding. Yeah, this isn't gonna be how it's look. This could be a fucking square for all I care. I just want it to work. So now all I'm gonna have to do is fix the model and add the textures, and that's like pretty easy compared to just getting things to work right. That's kind of like what I'm trying out right now. I'm just trying to see if it's floating and stuff, if it looks, you know, if it's where it's supposed to be and shit. But yeah, it's gonna look like it needs work because it has no textures on it yet. And like I was saying, that destructions, I'm gonna fit it nice and neatly into all those holes, and then make those boxes two-sided and make it so like you can't like see through it, I guess, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think I like that. That texture you saw, that was my that's like my placeholder for the default texture now, the gray one. It's like it looks like it's just blank, but it's not. But that's just because like in game, like they literally used the invalid like no texture as a texture in games. I don't think they it's probably just missed or unfinished or something like that, or you know, something. But like I replaced it with this generic metal because there's a ton of areas that like all of a sudden just look like they have texturing now. Because it's always in a metal area, I noticed too, which is probably why they didn't even notice that they never changed it. Because it did kind of fit. This guy's still modding, dude. If you only mod for 2 hours, then you're not a real modder. I'm just kidding. All right, so what I'm doing now is I'm gonna put this thing. You know, let's fix this up now. Now that it's looking good. And then a lot of the textures, I think I could just get. They're not named the same at all, but a lot of these I can just pull from the pairs. I'll do the textures later because that's going to be a pain in the ass with how they're set up right here, and they're like named nothing like what I have. Like I probably have all these textures set up. You know what I mean? Like these, for example, but I just don't. They're not named the same as my current one, so I'm going to have to manually fish them out. That'd be kind of cool being able to see in here. This little command station. It zooms into this a lot, like really hard, so that'd be kind of cool to see that, like through that window. Yeah, but let's see. Now I can just start forming this to the model, since it's just kind of all over the place. Common 343L. That is the reason why most devs have really bright and wrong colors as invalid textures. Yeah, well, exactly. That way you're like, whoa, because like it's weird. It has, if you have no textures, right? It does shine pink and flashes, but then if the textures just don't like it's like if they get like unlinked or something fucks up with them and they have textures, then it becomes or something. I can't remember, but there's all these ways that they can become invalid, and it's like they were just missed or something. I'm not really sure. Like they're just, you know what I'm saying though. Like it's like if you have no textures, it actually does just show pink and flash, which is good. But somehow, like when importing, it's like these ones that were like linked, like they like became separated or something. I don't know, but there's like all these invalid textures now though. I'm just like, oh my god. Delete these. Ironically, this says forward on Denon, but like, I wonder if you'll even be able to see that. Oh yeah, that's why I originally put it right here. I'll just delete that though. So this little edge is poking out. Honestly though, like, it doesn't matter. See, this shit's like so barely seen. Like, you can probably just like fucking funnel everything into the model somehow. Actually, what I might do, so like, this one, maybe I can make this two-sided. I think if I link it to something, then I can do that. Let me see. Can't I? Oh no, that's in the object property. So like, this, for example, if I go in here, I can go here and click two-sided. I hate how he changed everything again. Every time he changes everything in here, I get like fucking fucked. I'm gonna make all these ones that are like transparent, you know, two-sided, but the ones that you, just in case, you can still see through them. And that's another reason why I don't want them, you know, like all these being separate pieces. I can individually address them or whatever. Holy shit, it's the room Arbiter enters. I thumb... oh yeah, that is that room. Yeah, it is that same setup. I thumbtacked a Skittles wrapper into my bedroom wall. What the fuck? What the actual F? You've just been living on the edge there, Kenzie. Just doing crazy stuff. Crazy. Wait, if I hit that, would... Oh yeah, let me double side that too, man. Alright. Everything here's two-sided now. So that should be good enough. Now I just need to, like, fit this nonsense into it, you know? Honestly, there's so much of, like... There's so much of this, like, I could just jam it all up in there and just fucking... Who cares? You know, it's like garbage. It's like garbage. Yeah. That turret's gonna be hanging on for its dear life. I could try sculpt tool on this. I don't know if it'd be like weird to do like blocky shit like that, right? Kind of want to just cut some of this shit out, to be honest. Like these ribs and shit, like those damn ribs. Too many ribs. Oh god, they're all the same. I almost want to just use this other one. That one's so like bundle fucked up from when I did it last time. Here, let's hide these. This is why I like doing things off stream, because I'm like always trying to fuck around a lot of times. Instead of just doing things like an efficient way, I'm like, I have to learn somehow, you know? So a lot of times I'll be like just seeing like the easiest ways, seeing like what the knife tool can do. And then I buy like stuff like, I bought like stuff like box tool and shit like that. And like a lot of stuff I'm like, dude, it's just like, I don't know, I need to like actually use it, because like I'll be like, oh, I could probably use this for something, but then I'll never see how I can use it for something, and then I'll never use it, period. Kind of like how it was already. Since you mentioned this sculpt tool, let's fuck around with that. I'm not even on the right objects. Or if I could just like, because it's like I would sculpt this down, but then obviously like there's just pieces that I want to delete, I think. I'm trying to see, like, look at stuff and just see if like the best way to like use some of this shit. Like I could probably use this in the center area. I guess I'll just use that. Honestly, that one I had already set up before is like already has a good density level. I'm just gonna like get the front view and kill these side things. Damn it. pretty simple to select just those. Luckily, like, all this shit's so just, you know, like, it's like, I really won't see much of it since it's just like a fucking mess anyways. And I could just, maybe I can just sculpt those ones down. At least it'll be two-sided in there, so, like, you know what I mean? It'll kind of look like a little better, obviously. And I can just fill in all this shit on the sides. Can't even see the sides. Good God. If I can just get somehow these ones to go. I just fuck up the model? Or is it... Did I just do something, dude? Too much fucking shit going on. Let me get this fucking view fixed up. I remember a few days ago I made damage models for the Reach Spirit by just bending parts of it using the sculpt tool. I mean, that's, yeah, you can definitely do that for sure. I'm just trying to fit it in here. Like, you can definitely use the sculpt tool, but you can't use it for everything. You can use it for a lot of stuff though. Like, I kind of just use that for like mostly terrain and like organic things, stuff like this. Like, I mean, I could kind of just like push it into it, you know what I mean, but I'm kind of just gonna like bring it into the model, if that makes sense. And like, you won't even see this shit, you know, like how messy it is right here. Like, you will not even be able to see any of that shit. It's just gonna look like destruction, kind of. And then I could clean up the model and delete any like floating vertices and shit. Which there's probably thousands, but that's fine. Should have just merged the vertices before I moved all this, but whatever. I just honestly want it all in there. It's already good enough looking for what it is. It's supposed to be damaged, so I guess that'd be fun to have some weird little bits and pieces and shit. But yeah, and then like stuff like this, I can kind of just get it to delete. Let's see if I can just delete that now. $840 vertices gone. Yeah, if I was like doing this on an actual game dev level, I would be like putting so much time into making it just look like actually legit, instead of just like a kit bash of fucking nonsense. But luckily it's like destruction, you know? It's like one of those things that like kind of get away with a little bit more. So I'll just keep that in there. Just all this bottom shit. I think I'm just gonna like literally be lazy and just scrunch it up. And then what I'll do is, God, that was chaos. Pure chaos. And then I'm just gonna get the rest of that geo and just sample it to like fill in the rest of the holes, like down here and over here. Like that way it's kind of fits at least as good as this one. So I could grab, like, cut out like a piece that kind of will fit in here and just kind of like jam it in there and mirror it on the other side. And then also kind of have something so that it like, maybe that it's not like a flat wall right here. I'm just gonna save that and then export it. See what it looks like now. And then, but yeah, that's kind of what I do whenever I do like damage models though, Spartan, is I'll just kind of like warp, like I'll like kind of cut a piece out, like warp it up, looks like it metal bent, you know. And this is a little different though. You gotta have like rooms and rooms and hallways to show like the depth and scale of it, you know. I mean, just like the original model that they had from Halo 3, it kind of looked like this a little bit. But yeah, like trying to just manually model that shit in is just a waste of time unless you're trying to like do it on a professional level and create a new model from scratch for like a, you know, portfolio or something. But even then, there's so many things that people do or don't do that it's just like, it kind of like makes me wonder. Like I always used to think things were so perfect back then, for example, like for Bungie games or in other games and stuff. And then like once I like got good enough at like stuff for like modding and game dev, I'm able to see like, oh my god, they didn't even UV this spot, you know, the UVs are messed up over here, like oh my gosh, there's just like a hole right here. And then I'll be like looking at stuff and be like, oh, this was just all an illusion, they didn't even do this, everything's an illusion. And that's what I realized, and Bungie made me realize half the dopest scenes they made were just illusions, you know what I mean? They're like to make it look cool. And that's why I was like, that's all that matters. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's like that presentation, you know? Like, if you can't see, like, if you have to, like, break out of the game or, like, update the model, or, I mean, if you have to, like, do something you're supposed to see something you're not supposed to kind of thing, you know, is what I'm trying to say, then that's fine. But if it's like, if you're playing the game you're at the way intended, you know, and all that stuff, and then you see it, then I think that's a little different. Yeah, it's a little better. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna keep it up going, but you know what? It's not a bad start. Not bad at all, right? That's my opinion on it. I feel like I didn't cut enough of it off. It'll be alright. I guess it's good to keep a little bit of it, that way we, like, have an excuse for there to be, like, a whole fucking area of the ship where you go outside and battle Covenant somehow. Like, there could be an area, but there definitely was never an area like that. It would have to be, like, up here somewhere. The original one's just so huge, it doesn't make sense. I mean, not the original. The new one's so huge, it doesn't make sense. Like someone was saying, who said that? It was comparing it to, like, that trying to fit like the Warthog run in the Pillar Bottom. I'm like, that's actually a good example or comparison. I'm like, that's what this reminds me of. Trying to say this is the Forward Unto Dawn. It's like a fucking infinity-sized ship. A lot of areas where modders' new artists fall a little bit is not realizing it's just an illusion. It just needs work to look good from the play space. Doesn't have to be perfect. Exactly. And honestly, that's like the best way to do it anyways, for optimization and all sorts of reasons. Like, as long as, like, if you get the result that you achieve, it doesn't really matter, in my opinion, how you get there. It just matters that you get that good result, you know? Because, like, you know, like, you can build a whole world outside a map, and then realize, like, and then make it LOD just so it's a skybox and do all this effort, or you can just layer images and things that like look just as good from that far away, and you wouldn't even notice the difference, you know. And sometimes it even looks better doing it in a way that's like an illusion, because you can make it look better without having to like completely do everything from scratch, like a, you know what I mean? Like sometimes you gotta like if there's an easy way to do it, then do it, you know. If it ruins the quality of it though, like if it looks like shit, then obviously it's probably not worth the trade-off, or, you know, doing it like that. But yeah, like that's like, you know, that's how a lot of things are, you know. Like, I feel like the more you look into like any game, it's like that. As soon as you get out of the map, like, and then even in other games, like I'll be playing like Arc Raiders, and I'll be finding like rocks that are like half in the ground and shit, you know. And like no matter what I play, man, you know, dude, I was playing Halo 3 last night. Okay, so I was trying to just kind of renew my vibe on the last mission to like link into this game, just to make sure there isn't like an IDO, because I mean it's already so different, you know. I was thinking of other ways I can make it look more like Forward Unto Dawn and feel like Forward Unto Dawn, but I was like, whatever, they changed so much, I'm just gonna make it look good, and a little better, but yeah, like, so dude, I was just playing, dude. I was on the last mission, and I was finding like all sorts of shit. Like I found a rock that like had a flat bottom, and it was just hovering off the ground. Like you could see, you know, and I see that in games all the time, but it just blew me away that I was able to see that on like one of the main path that you have to traverse through in Halo. You know, in a Halo 3 game, you know, Halo 3, I mean, it's like the game, you know. But I'm like, that's what shows, like that little stuff like that never ruined the game. You know, what ruined it is when they just changed so much that it loses its identity completely, and everything that made it great. But I think the little weird things in games sometimes, if anything, add some sort of character in a way. Like it adds a little character, like it makes a little, I mean, you don't want it to look like trash, but like sometimes the games can have like just enough amount of flaws to like make the game somehow, even bug-wise, like even like stuff like super bouncing and shit, that added character to the game. Like somehow bugs, like sometimes, that's why I would also, like if I was developing a game, I would be prioritizing like bugs and glitches that break the game and allow people to exploit it and cheat. But like when it comes to like things that are fun, I would do those last compared to the things that are just not fun at all and that just ruin the game, you know? Like super bouncing, you can use that to cheat. But like, back then, I don't think anyone was like stressed out about them patching that shit, because it was honestly like, it just added more gameplay to a game that like, back then, you know, like you try to do what you can, you know, and we had to like make up infection in our own lobbies and before it existed in the game, and you know, stuff like that. Like we had to like do what we could. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Is it? Let's see. So I need to keep updating this. Oh man, my ADHD goes crazy when I mod. Especially because like I never sit here and talk about Halo when I mod, you know, so I'll be like so in the zone, and then I'll be like super deep babbling, rambling, and then I'll be like, what was I just doing? Like, it's like dementia modding. That's what it feels like. I'm just kidding, I don't know what it's like to have dementia, but I hope I don't get dementia. I might use some of these and just kind of form it to the edges of the shit. Like, that's what I think I'll use this for. So I'm gonna put that out last, and then just kind of like take this wall, for example, and these little pieces, and just try to like put them at the end, so that it doesn't look like it's just like one little line, you know what I mean? Like one flat. Even if it's two-sided, it'll still have that like, oh wait, you know, like it's just a flat plane. I'll make sure it doesn't look like a flat plane in the end. A flat pane is a fat pane. Wait, if I like flip these over, it kind of looks like the opposite. Let's see. It's comparing this top part right here to this part right here. Like, bro, that's the same shape, kind of. I can like use this top part. I think that might work best. Let's try it. Let's save it and see what we can come up with. Yeah, I'm gonna hide this. All right, so. Try to separate everything from here. Oh wait. Look at the faces actually on this one. Sometimes faces are better just because you can. God, I hate when it selects other models. I can't fucking see. Get the fuck away! Like, fuck off. Seeing like is one of the hardest things for me in Blender because I don't know. There's just so much going on with it. Try to unselect these back fucking walls. And I'll just turn the lines on. Alright. Why is there a big ass floating thing? That could be fine if it's floating out there. Luckily it's for space. Agreed, but I do like looking at everything really closely. I often have to hold back myself from doing too much. I mean, I do that too. I just know what to expect, you know. I mean, I'm sure you probably do too, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't look at some shit that no one's supposed to see and be like, damn, why does it look like shit? Like, it should look like shit. Otherwise, terrible optimization. You know, but I mean, it just depends. If you're supposed to see it though, that's different. Like, it's totally different. That's way different. That's like completely different. Wait, hold on. I just realized it kind of goes down a little bit. I don't like that. Oh, there's like a whole wall missing there. Damn it. Oh well. Might just... Yeah, that's fine. It'll be alright. I'm just gonna like do this. Edit. Let's get these. God, it's so hard to see. God, I don't know why it makes it so hard to see from a front view. Like, it should be fucking easier. What is it doing now? God damn it. Fucking fuck. Fuck. Fucking fuck. Fucking fucking fuck. Fucking fuck. I'm like tempted to like cut this out so that it kind of goes down right there, but you know what? I think I'm just gonna keep that. And what do I have over here? But yeah, like I think that would be good though. Like if you're like Tanner though, if you're like kind of like zoned back into the conversation over here. But like one thing though, it's like if you're like a modeler and you make a lot of high polys and have to bake them down, that's one thing that if you like to do too much is good for, because you make that thing as high as you need, or high as you need to get the appearance you want, and then you can bake that shit down, and then it's like good for that kind of shit. Man, I don't know how to do this. It's hard. But stuff like that, like I wish there was like I need to learn more about that kind of stuff. And then like other ways, like I see like people that do like 3D animations that make all their own, like all their own models and stuff. But I noticed they make there's a lot less detailed or than like a game ready model, because you'll see like one angle of it and then you'll never actually need to like do anything else for certain areas, but then it'll look perfect in the like a animation or something or whatever. about like cutting some of this in half and then using something else for the center. Let's see if I can just do that without fucking it all up.
Flood, flood, flood. Everybody loves flood. Fuck yeah, flood. Everybody flood. Flood, flood, flood. Everyone flood.
Are these... What do these look like in the game? Are they invisible? Oh yeah, those look fucked up. I can fix that. All these are... Oh wait, not all of them. Most of them are fucked up. We need to inverse them. Okay, it's just a shared objects or whatever. Come on, you piece of shit, goddamn. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You ain't broken much longer. Now you're gonna look just the way you were supposed to. Uh-oh. Well, it's flipping. It's like flipping one side and then whatever. Some of those will be invisible because they're like... Somehow, like, the ones over there are, like... Oh, okay, I could fix that. There we go. Cool. already got like a lot of these set up too. Yeah, texturing this is gonna be pretty easy. I'm basically just gonna sample my pairs like I was saying earlier. Oh, we. It doesn't matter if those red ones, all those other red ones are two-sided, luckily, so. Alright, let's export this part and just see how the update in the game. Luckily, these will be fixed, and then this will look a little bit better. A little wee bit. Let me go get some ice and some, I need to mix this with something. It's too strong. It's like a fucking, it's like this vitamin drink thing, but it's like fucking, like, pure fucking chemical. I'm just kidding, I don't know, it tastes nasty as fuck, though. 1 second, let me get something.
Yeah.
Alright, sorry. I ended up cleaning up a mess while I was sleeping. Oh yeah, this is where it's at, right there. Ooh. Forgot to put soda in there, it's shaking that much. There's a reason I just named my mod PP Mod Relubed, so I can make it shit and just be free. I've been considering rebranding it to Monkey Nuts. PP Mod is a name that really sticks to them. I mean, you know, do what you gotta do and make it work. But yeah, like, dude, honestly, the way I look at it, like, I feel like mods, I mean, I just feel like if you put enough hard work and time into something, that will shine through, you know what I mean? Like, some people, like, do the smallest thing and make the biggest amount of change, and they're like, look at, you know, but honestly, like, if you just keep grinding at it, like, all that stuff will eventually, like, sum up to be something fun and interesting. Even if it's not, like, supposed to be an impressive, like, good looking or something, you know, or something like that, if it's just fun, you know, and just new, and there's just a lot going on, and, you know what I mean? Sometimes those mods are better than, like, ones that are, like, super, trying to be super technical or some shit. I'm gonna probably give these and change the textures on these to something else. Well, actually, the things that stick out look fine, but maybe all the innards. Let's make it some flat shit. Some other type of metal. For me, it began with the El Dorito pack file, so I could just play with tank hogs. Hell yeah. This song's loud. I thought that was Texas. The shape of that almost looked like Texas for a second. I don't know what I was looking at. Like, now I've done reworked the whole sandbox. You know, I feel you, dude. Like, I mean, part of that's just learning and having fun, and you know, part of that's just, you know, because the more you look at something, the more tired of it you get. You know, and dude, I've changed this mod so much. Have to redone so many things, and let me look at this. Is the third time I've redone this fucking frigate. I've already redone Master Chief like 4 times. You know, like, I've done the Covenant, all the Covenant 2 times. I've done all the Marines and stuff once, but I'm gonna probably have to redo them all again, because I might be able to keep their models, but I can't even fucking weight paint them that well anyways. But I spent a whole week doing them, a whole week. But now I can do them so much better, so I think I'm gonna be able to, instead of, like, I might be able to use the ones I have as a base for new ones, though. Instead of just doing them from scratch, at least. Because at that point, what I was doing is I was using the old PBR fucking shaders, and then, you know, and just doing using other existing shaders, and then I made all this cool shit, and then it all became useless because now I can do way better ones. And it's honestly, like, easier than it was before too, which is kind of convenient. Yeah, it's cool to see stuff like that, especially if you notice it in game and, like, real bullets, you know, so it feels like they're not just like this little hit scan thing that, like, you know, physics and stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Spikers, yeah, Spikers should have that, because they're just, you know, they're such, like, I would expect those to kind of drop off, but also be strong for what they do hit. Gotta do something down there. You know what? I wonder how much of this shit I can already sample off that old 4 on and on. I'm just gonna close this. I think I've established that it looks close enough. Like, the only thing I didn't see is this huge-ass satellite up top, to be honest. I could probably just put a satellite up there. I would use that one. It's like 3 polygons, so. Yeah. I can open, what's the old? Not old, not, yeah, oh yeah, it's the frigate one that I want to open. Data. Yeah, that helped with the taste on that drink a lot. Put like a ginger ale, lemonade ginger ale in it. Yeah, especially, yeah, I feel what you're saying, Peace Stan. Like, once you find something cool, you know, or like a fun, dude, that's kind of what happened to me with like that concussion rod gun in my mod. Like, a lot of people are like, "What did you do to it?" And I'm like, "Why are you asking like that? Like, the fuck? Like, what do you mean? Like, what? You know, like, if some people give feedback, it's just like, okay, like, that's fine. But some people will be asking questions that are like, well, what's not obvious? Like, what do you mean? Like, like, obviously I can explain it to you, but yeah, with the needlers though, or the needles, no, I feel you on that. Those should be different than like standard projectiles. It's like they should be about like kind of do cool things like that normal needles do, like the needler, but then since they don't explode, you know, maybe have something else that like once they, like, I like how you're saying that they stay there and then they bounce, and then they also what are you saying, they have a drop off and shit like that, kind of making them more unique. Something else you can do is maybe, since the needles stay there, all the metal spike needles that the banished or the brutes or whatever the fuck use, like, you can, since they're like usually really hot needles, maybe you can like make it so whenever they stick in their enemies, they damage them, and then they have like a tiny bit of like, you know, after effect damage. So it's kind of like a poison gun, like when you get shot with a poison gun and it kind of hits you a little bit, but maybe because those spikes are stuck in you and they're all burning, and maybe they can, you know, I'm just shooting like other ideas to make because it's really cool when you make weapons unique so they don't feel like they're just reskins of another gun, you know what I mean? Because like that's kind of how I feel about like the DMR. You know, it's like, oh, you got a carbine, you got a DMR, you got any precision weapon can do the same thing almost in that game at this point. You know, I mean, sometimes they balance them well, like the pistol and the DMR. Like, I'm not the best at balancing shit, but like, I don't know, it's just like sometimes that shit just kind of reminds me in games like Halo Infinite. Like, I don't know if it's if the game just like got kind of burnt out on it or just stale to me because everything's forged, but sometimes I feel like it's also because everything's a precision weapon, which is kind of like unrelated, but it's like things like that kind of tend to burn me out a lot more when they're just like, you know, when they're just repetition, and you know, when there's not enough dynamics and unique things. I treat them as a big metal rod. I think they'll do more damage in flesh. I plan on gore all my bipeds and take it out as far as I can. Yeah, I like gore in Halo too. Plasma burn. I want to add plasma burn to like the plasma pistol, kind of like I was saying with those needles that earlier. That's what I want to do in my mod, is make it so like it hits them and it's just like stuck on them, burning off their fucking body, you know. But, you know, it's like, I have all these plans myself, but, like, I don't think I'll ever even get to some of them because I just have so much shit that I need to do, and there's so much shit that I probably will be like, well, it's good enough for now, and then, you know, maybe I'll make a version 2 of the mod, but I'm like, I really want, Yeah, modding's so tricky because there's so many things you would want to do, but what can you even really get done is, you know, like I feel like it's so hard to not be over ambitious, but at the same time, like, luckily when you get good at this shit, it goes by faster and faster and faster, and then you can do better faster, and you know what I mean? I've been working with some H2A assets and got a couple things in game. Yeah, and I don't know, what game are you? Halo 3, right? I was gonna say, like, if you're not on Halo 4, so never mind. Yeah, I was to say if you're on Halo 4, it's just it's just nice because you have those textures to convert them from Halo. Honestly, though, I rather just convert Halo 2A to PBR anyways than just use like the textures in Halo 4 because they don't look as good anyways. So if you convert them, they might not look natively as good as they could possibly be, but they still look better in my opinion, you know? But yeah, I think Halo 3 has stuff for that too, but I don't know, it's probably not worth it as much. Yeah. See how much I need to put these in. Kind of like I'm so glad this is not gonna be noticeable because I feel like such a garbage way to set this up. I don't know. It's gonna look kind of shitty either ways, but you know what? It'll look good in game, I think, for what it is. Once I like actually change the UVs and textures more. One of these days I'll work on Hunter arms for first person. Yeah, one time I made a... Is there a way to see that? I made a Hunter mod one time. I'm trying to think if there's like a way to see that. Do you ever see that I made? This is Just Beyond from Halo. What is that? Sinatra? Tom Salta. Tom John. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Okay, let's just use this part for. I'll just take this top off.
Skaboodly doodle!
Sorry. Yo, what's up, Skaboodly? How you doing, bro? How do you like working on the Halo 4 engine? I mean, it's like the best engine for sure. I just think now that, dude, now that I'm getting like, now that I'm getting like shit looking like the way I want to, you know what I mean? Like stuff's starting to look a little clean, you know what I'm saying? Why this always becomes full screen even though I tell it not to. But yeah, I turned every texture, converted everything in here to PBR. I've been doing like a lot of things to try to get like stuff like looking better and shit like that. But I mean, like right now, like I've probably spent the past 2 years like mostly just learning shit, you know, to try to get things better looking. But like in here, actually, I'll kind of show you the beginning part. So now, you know, I kind of got like the beginning. I try to like balance the lighting so that it kind of comes back. And I was saying like the original concepts had this darker blue light, you know, this darker room, and it looks darker in MCC, by the way. So, you know, I kind of changed up a lot of the colors and the accents and shit and made everything PBR. It's still dark if you go down here, but again, if it's in MCC, it's like pitch black down here. Like here, this is like literally the same build in MCC. Real quick, oh, I just realized you sent me a message. 1 second. Where did I post that? Oh yeah, right here. Like this is literally. You see how dark it is right here? This is the same light map as this. This is the same exact light map. You see how different it is? That's just because one's MCC and one's not. But yeah, so I've been kind of balancing the lighting, knowing that, and then trying to get all the textures looking good. But yeah, like I've had to do so much updates and redoing and this and that because of the new materials, but everything's starting to come together. And, you know, I really think people should just use Halo 4's engine to mod, though. I don't think, like, even if you make a Halo 3 mod, just make it in Halo 4. It's way better. In my opinion. Like, you can do so much more and make it look so nice while we're still retaining an art style. I almost want to say, let me read your comments. This mod is going to be sick. Unfortunately, there's no simple way to overhaul the mountains and interior human environment. Yeah, art to look more like Reach. Like, that is totally true. Like, certain things just look, it's like they'll look better, and with different colors they'll look a little bit better as well. Different lighting, it'll look like I can bring it basically like if I wanted to make it look like a real Bungie game, like, you know, or the old Halo games, but like more modern, or Halo 4 fidelity, I can maybe step 3 out of the 6 steps in that direction that I could possibly take without just completely redoing every BSP, you know what I mean? So, like, I'm basically doing, like, everything I can without just doing all the BSPs from scratch. Just recreating the game, which that would need a whole team, and I'm not gonna really do that. But honestly, dude, like, I just feel like the new, you know, PBR and stuff is just making everything look so much better anyways. And I've been trying to fix a lot of these textures that are, like, green and, you know, compressed and all that type of shit. and you know, adding stuff. Like there's no boxes in the game right here, but like there's boxes there in a cutscene. You know what I mean? It's just weird inconsistencies, and there's so many like things. There were so many things wrong like with this level. Like there was rooms that were like that were completely unfinished, like or like with no textures. You know, like there was like objects with no text. There's so many things like that in here. Damn it. Sorry. Let me reread what's next. I almost want to say if someone was willing to rip and kit bash interiors H2A Cairo Station. No, yeah, that's like a really good idea, to be honest. Especially now that you can kind of like port that stuff a little easier. But I was like, man, that's like stuff I would definitely wouldn't mind doing, and just kind of creating the same layout so that like the scripts and everything still work, you know, but somehow without having to do all the scripts and all the, you know, the voices and trying to reuse those, or, you know what I mean? But, like, if you can at least, like, redo the BSPs in the same format and the same layout, then that might be a little bit more plausible, especially if you can, a lot of this geo is just reused and kind of smashed together, you know? So it's definitely possible, but you would definitely need, like, a fucking team to get to that point. Like, even if just replacing the VSPs, whether you're kit bashing existing ones or doing them from scratch, like, it's such a pain in the ass. But luckily, dude, I was able to change every texture on this BSP in less than a week, you know, or update it to PBR. And then I was like, that's not so bad. And the difference you get from that, also being able to adjust the shaders, the colors, and other things at the same time, allowed me to do so much, you know, to change so much and shit like that. Oh, and then other areas like this. Let me show you the observatory, or I'll show you like the lookout, I guess. So like on the lookout, you know, like there's other things like that they had just because it was on the 360. Like I'm able to just kind of like use like they use like an LOD model for the outside, for example, and now I could just use the outside, you know, so it just looks kind of like more if it was an Xbox One title, you know what I mean? Honestly, even if the Halo CEA Pillar of Autumn interior would look okay, and yeah, that's true, honestly. If you remove like 75% of the, yeah, if you like change that, like the orange to only like hazard strips and not like every wall being like a hazard strip, then I think that would look pretty decent. At least for like the interior, like corridors and all that shit. But look out here, I got, you know, everything looking better. It was just like an LOD model before, and the planet out there, dude, I'm like gonna completely replace it again. I've already replaced them both like so many times, and I'm gonna keep working on the planet out there, because I kind of keep trying to do like different ideas to see what seems like it would end up looking best in the end. But right now I'm kind of stuck on what I've been doing, or stuck on other stuff. If I recall correctly, I think someone else took over Halo 2A index tool and updated it so it works better and stays up to date with MCC. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. You know, one thing that I would love is if it can do what Foundry does, you know, where it imports it and then the textures are set up in that Blender, because that allows me to like import it into the game really fast. Like I ported every single BSP in Newman Boss from Halo 2 Anniversary single player in like 2 hours, because someone on the Halo Archive set it up, you know, in Blender and set up all the textures. So all I did is plug all those textures into a new little, you know, into a new shader that had all the, you know, everything that Ollie's new shader had, because he not the PBR one, but he made one to convert H2A single player textures. So I just like plugged all those in, and it literally took 2 hours, because like I really just had to like replace it on each one and then plug them back in. You know what I mean? And then I just clicked import, and then I imported the BSPs, and Halo 4 can handle the H2A render geo as render and collision, I noticed. So I was gonna just use the original geometry from Halo 2, the same way it did in Halo 2A single player, but I was like, actually, it seems like I can just use the normal geometry. As long as I set up the BSPs properly, which I'll have to do that if I even get to that. Like, that's such a... I was just kind of doing that one day to see if I could, you know? Yeah, that would be amazing. I have to manually set up textures and re-optimize them for Halo. Yeah. Well, I mean, at least a lot of your stuff's, like, kind of from scratch, and that way it makes sense, you know what I mean? And it kind of, it's worth it, in my opinion, because it's, like, really cool, and you can, like, a full-quality dev products, I mean, you know, because, like, a lot of this stuff, like, I hate, even though I'm spending, like, thousands of hours on this game, like, I don't, like, I hate trying to, like, say, like, this is what I did, because I'm using other people's models, and even existing bitmaps, and just making everything better, and updating things, you know. But that's why I can't wait to finish this, so I can just start doing custom crap. I want to make stuff like you do, honestly. It's where it's just like a completely new, even if it's based off Halo Wars models, or like, you know, even if you like have them to like completely recreate them, like I want to just recreate stuff that like I'm like, okay, I made this model, you know, kind of like how you are. That's kind of my goal. I mean, I actually started back in college to finish my degree, because I dropped out of college like a long time ago, and then but it's because I didn't have there was nowhere to go for like the art side, you know, unless I wanted to get like really, you know, I didn't have enough money, I guess, to go to those schools that I could go to, and I would have had went like kind of far away from where I lived anyways, so I ended up just trying to get like a normal game dev degree, and then I just like was like, no, I don't want to do coding and math and physics and shit. Like, that's cool, I think it's interesting, but I suck at it, and I have ADHD to the max, just like, you know, shotgunning probably you, and it's just like fucking, you know, it's just not me. It's like, I don't want to do that. But now I'm doing the 3D animation and 3D modeling degree in a college at Fine Arts at KSU, wherever I live. So I only got 2 years left. I just kind of went back because I dropped out. Like, I have like 2 years of credits that I was able to apply to this new major, and then so hopefully I'm going to be able to get that hopefully in the next couple of years, and I think by then hopefully I'm pretty good at stuff, and hopefully one day I can get like an entry job. You know, if I can just fucking afford to live off something like that, but that industry is scary as fuck. That's why I might even get into like TV animations or movie animations if video games, like, I don't know, like if it's less hyper competitive than video game industry. Nice. Yeah, as a 13-year-old AAA dev, I can say all you really need to do is YouTube University, and to weaponize that ADHD by directing it to your passion. Dude, that's exactly what I do. What made me want to do that, though, is like, dude, all I do is spend all my free time, like, doing shit like this. And I'm like, dude, if I just did this for a living, like, back in the day, like, I was doing so much different shit, like graphic arts. I worked in the graphic arts industry, and then, you know, I didn't enjoy it. I didn't like it, you know, and then, like, it was just a job, you know what I mean? But I've always done this for fun, and then half the reason, like, I didn't go is getting to college, but also it's just like, I always been low-key worried that I would get burnt out too much to want to do it for a living, but then I was like, now that I'm doing it every day, I'm like, I don't think I can, like, not in that way. Like, I could get burnt out for sure, but not like in the, like, if I'm doing something for money, dude, like, I get burnt out doing like manufacturing and graphic arts too, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like one of those things where at least I'm getting burnt out doing what I love and getting better at it, and getting to the point where it takes so much time to do some of that stuff for me that I'm like, at least if I get to the point where I can just create stuff, then I'll actually be able to build a huge you know, portfolio, which I haven't even been able to start, because everything I do is just like modding, you know. But yeah, man, I appreciate you talking to me about that, because it's definitely really interesting to me for sure. And that's why I spent all this damn time trying to make Halo 4 a little bit better, a little bit more bearable. I'll probably use a different AR, by the way, than this one. I might actually make it so you get this AR like later on. Yeah, I really like how these textures turned out. I didn't think they were going to be like, you know, because it's using the same textures. I didn't think converting them would actually like make it that much of a difference without having like the actual stuff to bake off of, but it seems like it worked into pretty fine, like surprisingly. guess I'll just do beacons. Oh yeah, for sure. Also, you'll surprise I'm retarded. You'll surprise yourself with how many generally useful skills you'll gain doing what you love. I'm just a 3D modeler, but through modding, I've learned tons more stuff. That's true though. I mean, if I'm like thinking about it, like all this stuff I'm doing in Blender, I can apply to like anything else. Like, even though I learned how to do basic models stuff and, you know, alter models and importing and this and that, and you know, like all this stuff with creating textures, even creating stuff from scratch and like Substance, like all this stuff I could eventually apply to like an animation or something, or, you know, just something that's like related but not the same. So that's kind of another reason why I'm doing it, like this stuff. But yeah, my plan is those for like, I'm going to try to finish this mod, and then I'm going to go to Unreal Engine and just kind of learn how to set up scenes, and then set up my own assets in the game engine, maybe, and then kind of do a little Halo 4 modding. But that way I'll eventually I'll do like half on Unreal, half on Halo. That way, because I love Halo, man. Like, I know the engine's old and this and that, but it's just, I don't know, man. Like, it was always like a dream of mine to be able to like make Halo 4 certain, you know, more the way I envisioned it, or how a lot of people probably envisioned it, you know, or at least try to make it look a little bit that way. Also, sorry for spamming your DMs with my, oh fuck, I forgot, dude. I forgot you DM'd me. I'm so stupid. Oh fuck yeah. I know we already talked about, I was asking you about some stuff, but let's see these. Are any of these recent? Okay, I don't think I've seen this, so it probably is. Is this what you've recently been doing? Because I know I've seen like most of your other stuff. The way you animate these little bits and pieces, like you know, at first, like I'm at a level where I won't even think about like going that far. But like whenever I see that, especially in a video game, here, let me make it like less. Damn it, it's just going full screen. But the thing is, though, whenever I play a game, that's like one of those things that I notice is like the dynamicness of it, like how many things, the attention to detail, all that sort of shit. I don't know what you're doing right now, to be honest. I made it smaller so y'all can see it over here, but of course it full screens and it goes off the screen because I have ultra wide. Goddamn. I'm just starting to learn animation, by the way. Like even though that's like part of my degree, but that's kind of like why I was like, well, at least I learned that too, which is like something I'm weak in, since I've only done really basic stuff. I used to do 3D animations for YouTube intros like 15 years ago, whenever I was just YouTubing. Like, that's like all I used to do. Working on Halo modding has made me learning Unreal easier for me. That's good. Because, you know, it's kind of like learning a language, you know? You learn, like, that one language, whether it's Spanish or, like, C++ or C# or whatever, like, whatever type of language, and then you'll be able to pick up all the other ones a lot easier. And that's kind of how I look at modding. It's like game dev. You learn how to, like, model and import in one game. The next game's going to be twice as easy because you already know half the, you know, the stuff you need to do, essentially, or at least how it works. Oh, Corbin, did Corbin show them off? I was watching. I'm showing them off now, sorry. I just been babbling and talking. I'm trying to, like, make it so it's not, like, going off the screen here. Here, that one's taking a while. I'll just download that one. Sometimes these videos will, like, not load. And then I'll have to download it. I didn't know you ported this map. You got your own little Forge world. I really like the coloring on this, by the way. And is that the I saw you were saying the back and forth on the Hornets, or I think you were saying was messed up, so it won't have that sway. I saw you had to like kind of like do that in a manual, in a different type of method. That shit's cool as fuck though. Hopefully, I'm pretty sure you can see this. It's probably just offset to the side. Dude, that's fucking awesome, bro. I know it took a while for you to get that set up right. Bit Bap the Grunt, what's up? How you doing? I wonder if Campaign Evolved will be moddable in any way. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be unofficially at least. Yo, wait, is this the Halo Wars one? Dude, that looks fucking good. That looks just like the one from Digside, but like... It probably is the same model. I don't know if you redid it, though. It's hard to tell because you did it so fucking perfectly that it looks just like, you know... But even though I've, like, watched you do it from scratch, so I know you're, like, completely recreating some of them. Oh, you're working on the short sword at the moment. That's cool. I remember playing it when you had it just in the Reach engine, and it was, even back then, it was, like... Even though it was, like, a placeholder, it still... already seemed pretty cool. He rigged and animated the Gorgon. That's cool. Spartan Tanner did a great job of rigging up and setting up the... Oh yeah. Yeah, Spartan Tanner's really good at stuff. I can't wait to see what he does in the future too, once we get past, like... Once we're all past, like, our overhaul stage. Because that's what I call it, like, when you're learning, people typically do overhauls and individual small tags. Dude, this is dope, though. Yeah, I remember you had a different setup, I think, for, like, trying to do that. There was, like, a camera, I think, that floated on attached to you. But that's, like, way better. Just, like, actually being able to see it. And it looks a lot easier to aim, too. And you can tell it, like, that the way it was with the camera, it was like too stuck onto the vehicle or something. Even though it did work, though. That's dope, though. It's cool just kind of seeing your little environments and shit that you build, because it's always like really unique stuff and content for sure. Is this loaded? I think it loaded. Where did it even go? Is it in downloads? So, okay, didn't you just start this recently? I know you're working on the short sword, but I just recently seen you starting to work on this thing. That thing's neat. You already have like a UNSC kind of equivalent to that, I think, right? And I think that'll be a good balance for it. You also had that one like quad leg type one though, I think. That was like the first one you did. Those needles look good though, fuck. Those needles look shiny and just like the way they should. I don't know if they're just default. Did I not watch the Gorgon video? Here. That's probably after I started watching it that you said that. Basically, all the assets from Halo 2A are either from Reach or directly from Halo Wars cinematics, just optimized for in-game. Okay. That's cool, that's cool. SFM Animations prepared me for this. Yeah, I had to switch it to the Banshee type vehicle. Okay. You can't animate cameras with the Space Fighter. I didn't even know you cannot animate cameras. Like, that's like those type of things that, like, I see people do so much things, and sometimes they do it in, like, a proper manner, and sometimes they come up with, like, a really unique way to do it. And then in Halo 4, you get, like, object scripting and stuff like that involved, and I feel like you can come up with anything, it seems like. Like, I see people coming up with the crazy stuff. Is Corbin referring to the Chimera? Maybe. I could have been. I don't know. I get, dude, Halo or vehicle names, I get so fucking, like, I don't really know them that well, you know? Like, I think they're all cool, and they all kind of seem like pretty Halo. You know? This one's a little goofy, but I dig it. And I think it's a good balance for, like, the UNSC robot that you'll probably go against. So this is a rough out model of cut Halo Wars vehicle that I did a while back. Tanner took it and rigged it up. Okay, so that's what we were talking about. Then I gave it some extra animations. This is my original redesign of the Gorgon vehicle that never made it into Halo Wars 1. Okay. And then Chimera is a four-legged Covenant oh, yeah. It kind of resembles the Halo 2 Scarab. Yeah, kind of is what I was talking about. It's that, yeah, it's that one that he did when it was still in Halo 3, and it had, like, all the damage states, and he was showing it off on Valhalla. You think this is goofy, which it is, you should Google the original Gorgon. Oh, God. That's probably why they cut it now. But, yeah, there's sometimes, like, things being, like, a little goofy. You know, like, it adds, like, this character to the game that almost would normally just be a stale robot, you know, generic sci-fi robot. I like how the needles are just so, like, flat. I mean, that kind of makes sense, I guess, but at the same time, that's not usually how they are. It's just showing me, like, an actual Gorgon. I guess they have them in mods. I don't know what they remind me of. I don't know why I feel like they remind me of something. Oh, isn't there was like a creature that with a similar setup. That's probably what it is. I think there was a cut like Halo CE creature that kind of had that two-leg, no-arm thing going on. Oh, the Locust. Yeah, that's what it was. Because it had that beam, too. That's what it kind of reminded me of. I was like, it kind of would also sub in for that Locust that you had. I don't know if they, like, if one would do more than the other or not, but they're both cool, though. Two-legged, and it has protrusions on its back. No, not the Thorn Beast, but actually, yeah, it could look like that. But Thorn Beast has like a little arms, right? There was like a little mini creature I've seen, like it was like a little mini one. Well, those are all dope though. It'll be really nice to see them all like together in one mod, and then especially if you end up finishing like a mission, like just having like them just used in normal methods, I think would be like really cool to see. You know what I mean? Just like it flying over and doing something like cinematic and shit. I think that's where all these vehicles and stuff will shine. And dude, that's why I want to get into animations too so much, because like to me, like, okay, the two things that like for the people that are good at coding and math and shit, I think scripting is like magic, you know, and coding. You can make anything happen, you know. But then when it comes to the visual side of gaming and like stuff, I think animations are like the magical thing. Because like animations make like simple, you know, characters and vehicles and other things like that become so unique and complex, you know, more than they could be in a game, you know what I mean? Like, you can have some basic animations, but when games have, like, really, like when Left 4 Dead had, like, when you shot, like, a zombie, it would, like, hit like, you know, in the right spot, and things would react like there's way more going on than there really is. Like some games, like, convinced me that they had a million animations just because how well they reacted to the game, you know? And now they're using, like, machine learning and shit to make, like, that type of stuff happen, which is cool in my opinion, because it's like it allows you to do very complex things in a very simple, you know, computer, you know. But that's what Arc Raiders and shit has for their robots, which I think that's really cool too. But just like I just in general though, animations just, I think they bring like the 3D worlds to life, you know. And I just think like scripting and coding and all that stuff is like the DNA. Like it's like makes it what it is and what it does, and, you know. All right, I don't know what else I guess I'll keep working on this thing. I'm probably gonna get off soonish, maybe like in 30 minutes. But yeah. Oh dang, I just realized I can totally reuse the rig to make a Thorn Beast. Yeah, see, that's the other good thing about making similar rigs, and then you can have separate animations or things like that. Just have a separate weight paint so it's not as hard. My favorite bit of Halo Wars 2 trivia is that the Carbine elites are called jackals in the files. That is kind of funny, actually. Man, I feel so like... I just feel like I should have put more love into like the Halo Wars games. I'm so bad at RTSs, like they're just not, like the same reason I couldn't do all this stuff for the video game coding and stuff. Like man, I actually got really good grades in my programming classes in college, but God, dude, you know the last class I had for coding, they wanted me to code an AI that could beat me in chess, or potentially beat me, not like, you know, every time, but like potentially win the game, you know, like possibly, if I just played all the wrong moves, for example, and it knew exactly what to do at least, or to at least, you know, to at least win, or to get further and not lose. But like, they wanted me to code a fucking game, and I was like, bro, I only know how to play checkers. Not to be that guy, but I don't even know how to play chess. And like, I'm at this point where they're wanting me to do so much different things. Like the hardest thing I did was, I think I had to learn. Okay, this was so long ago, so sorry if it sounds like wrong or something. But I'm pretty sure something I had to do was, I had to like use like logarithms and sine and cosine or something like that to like make the projectile path of an RPG instead of in a random number generator, just so like instead of going straight, it would you know, swirl, but then, you know, from like I don't know if that was just the math from the sine or cos or whatever, all that shit, I don't even remember it was so long ago. And then I had to use a random number generator so that it was a little different every time. But like, that's like the type of stuff that I was like, this is really cool, but I hate it so much. It's like really cool, but someone else should do that. You know, because like I wanted to get into it, and I tried so hard, but I just couldn't, man. But like, that's kind of why I'm doing all the art side of things now, and just trying to focus on that crap. Like, everything I've seen Skaboodly do is stuff I want to do a little. Like, I do actually like generalist roles for game dev, you know? Like, I can do generalist type shit. Like, basic, you know, stuff that, like, setting stuff up and this and that. Let's see. Yeah, every time I think of tons of work, I look at other games that have big cinematics. I'm like, whoa, I could go way further with my work. Yeah, that's true. And then the more you do your own work, the more you kind of see it in others. You know what I mean? Like, when you get good at something, you like start noticing things you didn't before, you know? Like, I've been following a lot from Halo Visual VFX, and sometimes he like live streams, and I'm like, dude, like, just the stuff that he does, I'm like, I didn't even think about like people do. You know, like, there's just so much to it, you know, and there's so much ways to do things. Could also make Blind Wolves if there was a Velociraptor animated asset on the Unreal Marketplace or something. That's true. Actually, yeah, that is true. I would love to see stuff like that in the game. I seen someone do it in Halo CE, and they're really basic, but it was still cool, you know, that they were there, you know. I've only played Halo Wars games once. I just think they have lots of cool units and lore. Dude, I just think, like, Halo Wars have, like, the coolest cutscenes. They have the best... Okay, before Halo Infinite came out, I think they had the best blend of 343 and Bungie type art style. You know, it's like, it was different a little bit, but I liked it. Like, it still, like, respected Halo a lot, you know? And then Halo Infinite comes out, and I'm like, there it is. I think that actually might be my favorite art style from Halo. I hate to say it, because some people be like, I mean, like, Halo 3, in my opinion, is the best Halo game, and it made... defined for me what the best art style was, but the way they blended like modern, you know, and like the, you know, 343 kind of proportions and rigs, and the art from the older games, you know, the way they like blended all this art styles and everything together in Halo Infinite, dude, especially in all the campaign areas, like, it just looks so good. And like, honestly, like, I think that was the one thing about that game, because it just looks so good. Kind of like, it kind of reminds me of the Halo TV show. Like, it looks so good, but, you know, I mean, actually, I don't want to compare it to that, because they both looked so good, but, I mean, Halo Infinite had different issues completely than the Halo TV show. We all know what was wrong with that, and writing and everything was crazy as fuck. But in Halo Infinite, I actually really like the campaign. That's why I really wish they were, like, I know you worked on that, I know you did the remote work for it, Skaboodly, and made a lot of the armors and stuff. But like, man, I just wish I just wish they were able to get that big ass game mode out in something that can really properly compete with like Call of Duty or other, you know, big titles. Even though Call of Duty's owned by Microsoft now, which is kind of annoying. Like, dude, ever since that happened, I was like, this isn't really good because like this is just gonna take more attention away from Halo, and now they're gonna focus on COD. Like that's all they care about, and I'm like now I kind of do feel like that's happening a little bit. But yeah, I just think Halo Wars, though. Yeah, they had those fucking cutscenes, man. I could watch those all day. Like, I want a Halo movie that's like that. I want a Halo TV show. Like, Halo TV show looked so good, but that was not Halo. Like, it looked like Halo. It didn't talk like Halo, but it looked like Halo. I was gonna say it looked like Halo, it walked like Halo, but it didn't talk like Halo. All right. I can bring this down a little bit. Kind of force this in here. Let me read your comments, Tanner. My bad, real quick. Yeah, a lot of cut content. I've been wanting to recreate a Halo 5 cinematic and Reaches engine. Unironically, the only thing I don't have from that cinematic is the Infinity Hangar. Wait. Speaking of wildlife, I took the bullet squid and the crab synth and put them into Reach. Bullet squid is. Why don't you use that one Infinity Hangar? Here, like the one I'm setting up, for example. Let me go over to that right quick. So, Tanner, my plan for this campaign is I'm going to have like a little mission in the Infinity Hangar. So, what I'm doing for that, which I can show you where I got this stuff from. I don't know if you already saw that before. Oh yeah, it's over here, I think. Environments. Come on. Slow ass computer. So this is like a early, I'm opening one that's just like basically the file Browan set up. So Browan set up the Infinity Hangar from Halo 5, and it's like the same one, I think, that they probably ended up using in like the intro Infinite cutscene. But I was gonna try to use this and kind of just build it into a little mini mission where you get. I'm probably gonna give him new armor halfway through the game. That looks just as good, but we'll see. But it is in the plan. Whenever that shit loads. But yeah, like that'd be pretty easy to import this now. When I first tried to import this, man, I did not know how to do anything. So that's actually why I built Training Grounds, because I needed to learn how to import maps and set them up properly. So I said, all right, I'll do Training Grounds, it'll be easier. And then now I can probably do this pretty easily, to be honest. I'm okay with it not being the exact hangar. Honestly, it would be easy to like make a similar looking one anyways. Because this is because it was just a cutscene, it's kind of a clusterfuck, you know what I mean? Like, why the fuck are there 3 different, you see these things? Why is there 3 of the same fucking... This is like such an old 333 type of decision to do, like this thing right here. Let's put 3 of the same ones, different sizes, stacked on top of each other. Why not one big one? Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just like the design decisions that they did for things in your games. Like, sometimes I would just literally think, why would they do that? What is this for? Does that make sense at all? Like, they didn't really do that too much in, in some cases, but, yeah. Yeah, that's a nightmare. That's kind of the shit I would do in an SMF while scene building.
Could be a fun multiplayer map though.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I'm like, this isn't gonna be like a real map. What I was gonna do is use the Infinity. You know how there's like the Infinity level that was like a Spartan Ops map from like a DLC map. I was gonna repurpose the insides of that. So you start off and like you like kind of walk through it, you know, and then you kind of lead up into this door or like an elevator or like this door to like one of these rooms. I don't think any of these actually touch the walls. So I would probably do like an elevator into like this room or some shit and have you like walk out this door. You know what I mean? And then have him... What I was thinking about doing is just having a basic, like one of those like missions where you just have like Spartans like hanging out, like, what's up, Chief? Oh, what? You know, like small talk, a little Easter eggs, maybe a Red vs. Blue reference. You know, nothing, not a real mission, you know what I mean? Because I don't think I'm gonna have the time to like really go in on it, you know. And then when you get out to the hangar, I was gonna have like a little kind of like a firefight match where like banshees and shit start flying in the hangar, and you have to fend them off and turn on the shield or whatever. I don't know. That's the plan. It definitely could be a multiplayer map though. Like if since it's double-sided, you know, you can just you know have like two sides and kind of go over. I'm gonna turn that side into like a skybox or some shit. Even though the lighting will be bad, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm not sure exactly. I might make a lower resolution version or something. Try to. I don't know.
One issue: everything is meant to look noisy and cool, but not functional. Exactly. That is exactly how I feel right now. That is how it is. The trams and elevators don't make sense. The conveyance of aircraft leads nowhere and is nonsensical, and the rendered geo is hyper dense and would need extreme optimization collision models for everything. Exactly. Yeah, I would literally have to. What I would do, specifically for this type of shit, I would just make all this render and then just make, since it's like it's pretty flat, it's just a flat ground, I would just make a plane and cut out the areas that are, you know, not like actually there, and then, you know, just have parts of it that go down on like where the ramp is and other stuff like that. But that's why I was like, I would not be able to like, I don't know, I would have to really repurpose this to use it for like a practical mission. That's why I was just like, I can at least use it for something cool, you know? But God, it would be a mess. And then all these objects I would just use random prefabs or make them into prefabs. Dude, the way prefabs works is so much better now. Like before I had to use markers and I had no clue where I was placing shit. Now you can just like use an object as a prefab and just put it where it goes. I'm like, that's so much better. Same with like what do you call it? The decorators and like grass and shit. So much better now. It's also still the newer Reclaimer art style, not the more classic. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, dude, that's what the biggest thing about my mod is. Like, I wish I had someone or some people that can just do all be like, hey, we'll redo the BSPs if you want to do everything else kind of thing. Then I would have probably done that, but I'm at the point where I'm like, all right, well, I'm just gonna make everything work with what I got and make it look the best I got in like a time frame that I can actually handle too. Because what I'm doing now, I don't have too much like too much to do now that I've got everything done that I have. But like at the same time, like there's a lot more that I could do with this mod and I would love to. It's just so out of my scope, which sucks. And who knows though? I might end up coming back to it, you know, making like a, you know, SPV1 had like SPV2, 3 or whatever 4. I might make it. I call the project name for my mod is Halo 4 version 2, so I can make a Halo 4 version 3. I'm just kidding. It's also the another reason why I felt kit bashing for Halo 2 Kara was more practical. Yeah, I mean it is. I'm already done. You know what I mean? Oh, you're talking about in here? Yeah. No, yeah. I agree. The only reason I probably wouldn't do that is because there's already the Infinity mission where you like go on you know, where you get on the Pelican mission, and then you also have like this bay and so many media, and honestly, like yeah, it's just I think it would take me just as long to set up the textures from a, you know, in Blender as it would to like actually just, you know, make this work, I guess. And again, it's because it already matches the current art style of all the crappy Halo 4 shit, you know what I mean? If I was replacing all the Halo BSPs, then I would actually do that for sure. That would be way better. I just don't have the scope to do that. And I'm not about to redo anything. Like, I'm like, I almost decided, like, I tried not to quit this mod, and I didn't quit the mod, but it was, like, you know how bad I want to just quit this mod and just, like, do other things that, like, I really actually want to do, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of committed to it, you know, a long time ago, and it is a passion. So, like, I'm glad I'll be able to finish it, but I just don't think I'll ever be able to do my true vision of this, you know what I mean? Like, without a team. But I would definitely love to repurpose, like, Halo 2A. But I will say, though, do you know that in all the human environments in Halo 2A, reuse mostly, like, most of those, like, a lot of those textures are literally Halo 4 textures, though. That's what I noticed the other day. I was, when I imported every new Embosса BSP, I realized, like, literally a quarter of the bitmaps are literally the same exact ones from Halo 4. And I was like, it's crazy how, like, they can use these bitmaps and still make it look so much better. You know what I mean? Because, like, I mean, obviously, like, there's enough uniqueness to it, like the level, my dog's, like, sitting right here now for some reason. But it's like the geometry itself was, like, good, and then I feel like the buildings and stuff were unique enough, but, like, everything, like, else, there were so many textures that was, like, just a Halo 4 texture, but it's because it wasn't used in the way, like, the geometry wasn't, like, set up, like, the crazy, over-detailed, messy stuff that you see in Halo 4 and 5, you know? So it's, like, it made those, like, textures, actually, even though they were higher quality, you know, to say that, it's like they were still the same ones, and they look so much better just being in a different, like, light or whatever. I don't know how to explain that, but you know what I mean, though. But, like, it's crazy how, like, how well they can look. It's concerning, like, they were literally just the same ones in Halo 4, you know. But yeah, like, all that stuff matters so much, like, you know, like, all the, like, they just change it just enough to make it really look unique. And, you know, I think the only thing I didn't like about Halo 2 Anniversary's appearance in the single player, where, like, I think the Forerunner stuff looked good, but it didn't look, like, as good. It looked a little too Halo 4-y, you know what I mean? But the UNSC stuff did look good. I was just surprised how much bitmaps, though, you know, they used concerning it actually worked. The entire deck is super thin. Yeah, that's weird too. There's, like, no support for it. I guess, like, a little support, but, like, that thing's gonna go and fall down, and everyone's gonna fall to their deaths. I'm just kidding. If one pelican falls, yeah, like, if a pelican sits on that thing's going down. like in there, like, I kind of see a little support in there, but even in this Halo 5 thing, like, even these are, like, Halo 4 textures, like this one right here. I see that in Halo 4 all the time. I bet, like, that one. I bet that's one too. But, like, but I'll be going through Halo 2A though, and I'm like, god damn. If one pelican, oh wait, I already read that. Halo 2A also uses Halo CEA stuff for a couple of things in High Charity. Oh yeah, and a lot of the Covenant crates are the exact models from Halo 4 too. And I was like, god. I guess they took all this stuff that didn't look super bad and repurposed it in ways that worked, I guess. The deck overhangs open space. Yeah, it's just, I agree, like, the decks, I mean, this shit just doesn't make sense, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, but it's just the best I got for what I'm doing, you know what I mean? This messy clusterfuck. Look at this. Wait, is there two of them in there? Oh, it just doesn't have its gun, or wait. Okay, it just doesn't have its gun. That tripped me out for a second. Yeah, it definitely is, like, I definitely wish that I had a way to make everything just all more classic, like geometry-wise. But again, like, I want to create custom stuff, dude. Honestly, dude, you know how close... Okay, ever since I knew that like, it was almost like... I know it was never confirmed that the Halo C combat evolved until they announced it, you know, what it was, but, like, we all kind of knew it was Halo CE. But for all that time ago, dude, I've wanted so bad to make, like a vertical slice mission of Halo CE before they release that trailer, so I can be like, okay, this hopefully it looks at least this good art style wise. So you know what I mean? Because like whenever I see people do mods and they have like the classic armor and all the other classic shit, it's just like, damn, dude, like I hope they can make some new models for like all the new armor and shit, man. I hope they end up being able to do that, because like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Well, let me read these. Hell, it straight up uses Halo 3 textures. Yeah, I could see that. Sometimes it's surprising, especially with like a lot of the effects and stuff are so, like from even. I think there's even some Reach effects in Halo Infinite. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of little things in different ways that are reused and repurposed that like somehow like aren't really that noticeable. You never seen that mammoth? Okay, the slot for the mammoth is kind of cool. It kind of does fit in there nice and like tight though. But like you were saying, stuff like this Pelican Bay, it's like, what the fuck are these pelicans doing over here? Like, where are they going? Why are they there? And why is like, where does it go to? Nowhere. It just goes down to there. Like, okay. Like, if these pelicans like went up through here, you know, actually that would make sense. Like going up into there, you know. But maybe that's what they were trying to do with that one. But I'm pretty sure that this has no... Yeah. I think what I would have to do in some cases is like I'll maybe take like this geo right here and like duplicate it up top so that it looks like it's going up to the ceiling, and then maybe like... Oh, maybe I could just mirror this whole thing, and then that way you can't see where this is blocking it, you know? Because there's so much things that don't make sense. That way the pelicans can go up and out. But I'm like, there's just so much things that just, like, what is this? Like, why are you lifting a pelican up? We already talked about the 3 windows. But yeah, not to get back into the same thing. I think I'm going to take one side of the CE Pillar of Autumn hanger. Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, if you're doing it, like, so many things matter, you know, like, what quality range are you going for? Is it Reach quality? Because that would be perfect for, like, using CEA stuff, you know, using Halo 2A stuff, and using, you know, like, anything from that, you know, that range, you know? That's the trickiest thing with this mod, is, like, it's, like, so much of it's still Halo 4 quality, or even Reach quality in some cases, but then I'm trying to, like, bring things up without like making it like a huge jarring difference, which it might be hard in some cases to do that, you know. Well, I'm trying my best to not make it feel that way, so it feels like it actually works. That's why I did all the PBR textures on the BSP, you know, because dude, like, it kind of makes it feel like more like an Xbox One title than a 360 one, and that's kind of like what I was hoping it would kind of feel like. Because, you know, it's just too damn, like... Yeah, it just felt... I can't believe this game came out on the same console as Halo 3. Because Halo 3 looks great because it's art style and everything, but, like, if you think about the amount of detail they try to put in this game on the same console, it's just crazy, man. I mean, same with Reach, though, actually. But at least on Reach, though, like, I feel like Reach was, like, the safe way to... Like going more than Reach was too much. Obviously, because they had to crunch that shit so much just to get it to work in the game. Even the geometry had to be flattened out so much. Oh my god. This kind of looks like a city from a cyberpunk anime, but like more cluttered. Yeah, I could see that. Oh, I could say if something exists from an Infinite that they can port, they will port it, which isn't bad because Infinite's asset looks good and it saves time. They're only They'll only make new assets when needed. Yeah, I agree. See, what I think they should do is maybe use like the Marine body, right? And then, like, if you think like maybe they can just replace the armor. You know what I mean? Unlike the Marine's body, so that like it's like they don't have to do the whole model. You know what I mean? And then like stuff like the elites, like I mean, just replace the fucking shoulders to be like similar to the old ones. You know, change the colors and the textures. That would probably be enough. I hope they do make them more classic. You know, maybe they can make like just make a classic version of the Infinite ones by adding like a visor to the eyes and shit. You know what I mean? Like I think there's ways to repurpose the stuff they got to make it look, you know, the way it should. You know, more so. But in my opinion, I also think Halo Reach was like a retcon of the Halo CE art style. In my opinion, like they're probably trying to figure out like what art style really exists in this canon, you know. Because even the Halo CE and Reach, even like the Halo CEA, you know, like Alpha Halo Firefight map, you know, and if you compare it to the CEA map, they're like around the same time period, around the same level of quality, but they look totally different, you know what I mean? And, you know, you got one from Bungie, and somehow Bungie's honestly looks worse, I think, because I don't know, maybe not. I just didn't like those towers at all. The towers in that, it looks so bad. And I think at that point they had other people working on that, so who knows who really was responsible for that. But yeah, like I kind of hope they find a good balance of that, you know, where it's like they're like, it's good to like save time on stuff, but I just hope they like make things look a little like they did a good job with Chief, for example. Like they made Chief, they reused the Halo Infinite model, but they made him look different enough to make it look like something new, you know what I mean? Like I don't know if they did the proportions a little bit, but like, you know, like the textures and the bag and all that stuff, and, you know, all the changes they had, they seem to really make him look like new enough, you know what I mean? And that's kind of like the differences I hope they do to the elites, at least that, you know. Well, it's also about yeah, exactly what you're about to say. It's about homogeneity. I can't read. I'm retarded. The art style, the aesthetics of the Halo flip-flop between each game in the original trilogy. Now they want it to be consistent, and I agree. They did flip-flop a lot. Like, I feel like, I want to go back to Halo Infinite. I wish they would use, I wish 343 or Halo Studios would use, like, I wish they would use Halo Infinite as, like, a basis for all their future projects, because I think they did. I think that was fucking perfect. I know the people that were responsible for that probably aren't there anymore, but they still have the reference, they still have the art, they still have the fact that they did it. People were still around when that happened. Like, some people, you know, were still there, that are still there now. I just think like I think that would be perfect. And I think the Reach Marines look great, but you know, I think they could kind of like keep it, like you said, like homogeneous, like kind of all the same, so it's all the same style, you know, and that way they don't have to, like, because when you recreate one thing with a new style, you gotta do the whole entire thing. That's kind of what happened with Halo 4 with the Covenant shit, and how they used like the Halo Reach Needler. It's like they had all this new style being made that didn't even really finish until Halo 5, it seemed like, which happens, you know. But I just kind of hope that they find a way to kind of like branch Halo Infinite's art and, you know, models into something new, which I don't expect them to completely recreate them from scratch, because, you know, and again, I kind of want it to look like it was made in, or that it's in the same universe as Halo Infinite, which it looks close enough. And again, like, the environments look, the terrain and the island, dude, like, all that shit looks amazing, you know. I just hope they focus more on, like, what, like, I don't really know anyone that, like, obsessed over Halo 4 or 5 art style Forerunner architecture, but I could fucking make a religion about fucking the Forerunners that, you know, Paul Russell and other people helped kind of come up with. Like, it's like the rule set it has, and, you know, like, you can just, if you've seen it enough, you can just look at something that's following it and be like, yeah, like, intuitively I know that's following it. Like, there's ways to, like, mathematically decide, like, okay, like, these measurements, these angles don't match up for Forerunner architecture, but, like, I feel like I've seen enough just intuitively or observed enough that intuitively I could just look at something and be like, why does it have that? Why is the line work like that? Why does it have a point at the end, before it, like there would be like so many little things that I'm like, you would never see that. Like you would see these in some ways, but not in that way. You know what I mean? And like, I just feel like, I just hope I don't know. I was just hoping like the art style, like it doesn't look bad, but man, I think the Forerunner stuff is the only thing in Combat Campaign Evolved that like made me just kind of go like, damn, like I thought they had it. Like I thought things were only going to be this way from now on and get better. Which I'm not saying they're terrible, because like it's like they took one step forward in some ways, like the terrain and the environments, and then took another step back in like stuff like Forerunner architecture, which I don't think it's bad. I'm not saying they took a leap back, but like they took like a step away from Infinite architecture level, which in style, which I think was the perfect blend of like old and new, of Forerunner architecture. And I think they like took a step back towards Halo 5 and 4, which is kind of like a mistake in my opinion, especially on the Halo 1 game. Like if it was on like Requiem, I'd be like, okay, whatever. That's how it was, whatever, But I don't know. Again, though, it's not like that big of a deal. Like I'm gonna play the game and have fun. I'm not like super excited for it because it doesn't feel like that much new. I'm really excited for the new missions, But in the end, though, like I'm probably gonna have fun for like 2 weeks, and then GTA 6 will come out, and then like I'll just play that and probably never go back until I'm like, oh, I guess it's time for a replay, like a year later. But I mean, I am looking forward to their multiplayer game. I really fucking hope they get that shit out, man. I have a good feeling about that, if they finish it, if they don't cancel it. The more consistent the art style is long term, the easier the way to reuse things and save time, which is that problem we're having with our mods. Yeah, I feel that for sure. It's hard to do that. And also, like, one thing I am looking forward to with these remakes is I have a feeling, if they continue to remake them, that they're all going to continue to kind of look similar in that way, where they all, like, kind of blend together. And that is one thing I'm looking forward to. They may not have everything perfectly the way I would like it to be, but the truth is, no matter what they do, there's going to be a certain amount of people that won't like a certain amount of things. You know what I mean? So, in the end, like, I think, like, it's good enough for my taste. I just have 1,000 things that I could say that I'm like, yeah, I could change 1,000 things to make it look better in my vision. But that's not their vision. That's my vision. You know what I mean? And it doesn't mean it's better in general. It just means that that's the way I like it, So I am kind of glad that they're homogeneo, whatever. I fucking can't say that word for some reason. I'm glad they're blending everything in, and I'm kind of looking forward to the future. What's up, Elijah Roof? After seeing new YouTubes, let me lower this a little more because music in Halo gets like loud and then it gets really quiet. But let's see. To be honest, when I saw the demo, I was like, yep, this certainly looks like an Unreal project. Unreal Engine has hyper-realistic environments, kind of ambiguous. The real trick is nailing the broad Halo vibe. I think what I liked about it is it looked super Unreal, but it had that, like, almost too beautiful to be like real look. You know what I mean when I say that? And that's what I want to see on a Halo, because it's like an artificial world imitating organic worlds, where organic is just so random and it's organic, it's natural. There's things just like grow and keep, and it's beautiful, but like the way they have it in like a Halo world, it's almost like I want it to almost look like too perfect, you know what I mean? Because it is too perfect to be true, because it's not a real world organic planet, it's not like, so I kind of like that in a way, where it's like, it almost looks like it's too, like, nice, in some ways. But the one thing I don't like is, like I want them to have some, like on their Forerunner structures, like if they were just like a little bit less shiny and reflective, that'd be fine. I think they had some deep, grime and dirt on there, but I do kind of like weathering. Like I do think Sentinels are maintaining the installations, but I don't think they're gonna like hyper maintain them. I think they would maintain them when things cease to function versus keeping them clean. You know what I mean? Things can get dirty a lot, really dirty before they become completely unfunctional or dysfunctional. And then there was other Halos where parts of the rings were just not functional at all, and then they looked like all ancient and like unkept up and shit. I kind of like that stuff too, but in this case though, like I kind of like when things are like kind of like Halo 3, where it's like kind of looks bumpy and grainy and shit, but still shiny somehow, But I don't know, they didn't do a bad job with the texture work. I just think like when it comes to like the line work of the textures and like the shapes and stuff, the geometry, that's what kind of got to me, I guess. Let's see, I want to bring up the Halo 4 Magnum, as it's basically the Reach Magnum, but it kind of lacks any sights. I didn't like how the Halo 4 Magnum, dude, just had like nothing on it. It just, it had no lights. It had no like other stuff to it. It just looked like the most boring, dull, and terrible sounding thing I've ever heard. And it just doesn't make sense, because they could have done like, that's what I felt about like everything in Halo 4 is like you take like 4 steps that way, it's all of a sudden pretty good. But 4 steps this way, and it's like, what the fuck? That's kind of how I felt about a lot of shit in Halo 4, to be honest. Like, and then just breaking some things up with like everything's so monotonous. Like, just look at how like everything's so gray, and then they're like, okay, and then you got the orange, and I don't know. Like, that's kind of why I made the Forward Unto Dawn the way I did. I guess you can see a little of that out here, not a lot, but that's kind of where I was going. Oh yeah, I put that up there, by the way. That's kind of where I was going with this, by adding like different colors in a couple places, not a lot. Out here is a terrible example because it's like all fucking metal and shit, but inside, you got like a little more breakup in color and other detail and things going on like that, which, I just feel like before it was just like almost too the same. And then the other thing like I noticed in 343 games, they're always like I feel like Bungie used to completely like unique, like they always use like blues and yellows and these colors, and like Halo 343 games, they like use like green and like other, it's like they use like a mirrored color tone, or not mirrored, but like a different set of color, and lighting and tones and stuff. Like that's why like whenever the combat evolved main menu, by the way, it was good, but when it was like that green color, I was like, oh, this is like that 343 color. That's what it reminds me of. And I even said 343 in the project name, like string or whatever that build string is or whatever. But I don't know, like I'm just saying, like I'm like I just feel like there's so much 343 in this new Halo game, but at the same time, like it's also like really good looking in a lot of ways. Shitty version of the Reach Magnum, some Valkyries. Yeah, I could agree with that. I wouldn't quite say the new FR stuff is Halo 5. Forerunner stuff is. It's not. See, that's why I'm like, it's not Halo 5, but it's a step towards Halo 5. It's more like Halo Infinite, but it's a step away from Infinite into Halo 5. You know what I mean? Like you got Halo 5 Infinite. And then you have Combat Evolved. It's like this, if it took a step towards it. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. I don't look at it like it is just, Halo 5, because they made that that big triangle would be like 90 different triangles and with floating pieces if it was Halo 5. You know what I mean? I wouldn't, but let me read the rest of your sentence. But it's definitely more angular. Yeah, which is a bit strange. That angularness is what I'm talking about, because it's like, again, it's not Halo 5, but the angularness is something that breaks the Forerunner rules. Like, there are angles, but not in the way they use them. You know what I mean? Like, and then the line, and again, it's if you go and like look at the walls and the lines. Like they had like in Halo 3, for example, they would have this flat metal, and then you have panels that would not touch, but they would have cool like layers that like, you know, with the line work and stuff. But 343 is like are all like running parallel and overlapping and doing all this crazy shit that they never did before, essentially. And again, it does look Forerunner. Like they had some stuff like that even in Halo CE with like little, you know, like there was like little pieces that like you would have to put your imagination into, you know, that they couldn't really detail out. So there's at some points where I saw stuff kind of like that, but it wasn't like used a lot, and it felt like it was like something that didn't stick, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? I don't know. But that's why I was saying, like, it doesn't look bad. It just doesn't look as good as the way I would want it to be, I guess. And then, what's up, Killa, again? You've been lurking, I see. I'm just kidding. No. If anything, it's more Halo 4 H2A, which I don't... Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's kind of like H2A, where it looks like good. It looks good. Like, I didn't really play it and go, oh, God, that wasn't Halo, you know what I mean, visually, you know? But it was just, like, a little bit, you know, in that other direction, which, again, you know, like, it's a good balance of what of the old and the new, but I'm just gonna keep saying that Halo Infinite did it best. I don't think anything is... I hope they do better than Halo Infinite, but I will be surprised if they make a better art style than, like, at least Forerunner Halo Infinite stuff. Like, obviously the terrain and stuff has got to upgrade being an Unreal, even though it looks kind of generic and the Unreal, you know. But it looks really good, and I think they did a good job at making it kind of look like Halo. But yeah, and then, which I don't mind those styles myself, but I was surprised when I saw they chose that instead of starting clean. Yeah, I can agree with that, and I think it's because they had people from, you know, that worked on Halo 4 and 5 still in the art room, and then I think the people that kind of helped with the new Halo Infinite changes, I think they're what I've been hearing, that like that dude's gone, or the people that could, you know, like they're doing a decent job at it, but it's like, I mean, they're doing a good job. I just, you know. We're all Halo fans. We just want it to be perfect. I mean, people are nitpicking, what do you call it, Metroid Prime 4 the same way. You know what I mean? People are talking about, like, even comparing it to Halo, which is great. But it's like, that's why I actually like Metroid Prime. I'm like, it's a great game. It's the best 343 game that they've ever made. I'm just kidding. No, but I mean, it's like, I'm not like a hardcore Metroid person, so like because of that, I don't mind if it's not exactly how it is, because it's a good sci-fi game, period, you know what I mean? But like, I just don't know if it's a good Metroid game, you know? That's how I felt about Halo 4 and 5. And like, no. At least the Halo remake is like a lot closer to Halo than any of the other stuff before Halo Infinite. You said, what did he say? Homage... I can't even say what you're saying to say homogeneous. Homogeneous. Dude, I'm fucking retarded. I had to go into slow readers class when I was in elementary school, if you can't tell. I think I'm just so ADHD that when I see a block of text in my brain, it's like, alright, are you going to start absorbing it now? Or are you going to start, like, actually, like, taking in this information? And then it's like, oh yeah! You know, like, it takes so long before I'm like, okay, focus. Okay, read. Basically means part of one or together. Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean, though. Like, when everything's kind of, like, blended and kind of looks like the same... Like, if I make a mod for... Like, I kind of like... So you were saying it's, like, the biggest issue with modding is, like, a lot of people put, like, an asset from this game and that game and this game and that game. And then by the end result, it looks like a Frankenstein mod. You know what I mean? Instead of, like a recreation of, like, a human, like a perfect human being, for example, you know? It's like they Frankenstein stuff together, you know? And that's how a lot of mods are, and even this mod, I'm trying to avoid that. Like, there's parts of it that are a little bit that way, but that's also why I'm trying to, like, separate the beginning and the end, so maybe I can make, like, more classic vibes in the beginning and, like, classic, but when I say classic at the end, I mean, like, more like classic at the beginning, and maybe stuff like that's like a mixture of, like, kind of like how this AR is, you know, where it's like it kind of looks classic but not really. It's still very Halo 5, you know what I mean? But at least it's like, it could be fucking worse, you know? I kind of want to update this one even more too, by the way. I want to like make the textures look different. I want to make it look more metallic on top. So if there was a way to get rid of that line, and then also that like screen and the numbers. I like these numbers because they were the original old. Those are the old Reach numbers that they had before. And then they also used them in early builds for Halo 4, you know, and they're just analog numbers, you know. That's what I always used to use on my old analog stuff, you know. And I always liked Halo feeling like older and analog because it came from like the 90s and early 2000 type vibes, you know. So it's like having like weird stuff like analog numbers and like a high-tech modern gun. Something about that made it seem cool to me, but a lot of people don't like them apparently. I'm like, okay, they're not the Halo 3 ones. The Halo 3 ones remind me of like a more modernized analog number there, so those work too. Not gonna lie, the issue with Campaign Evolved is that the ground is too bright to the point where the essential gameplay information is being drowned out by the brightness. AR needs the classic color scheme. I mean, I didn't really notice the ground being bright unless it was just like, I mean, it was a really bright and sunny day. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff though. I can't like say like, be like I don't want to be too opinionated about it because I didn't even play it, you know what I mean? And you ever like watch something on YouTube or on Twitter and then like a mod, you know, and then you play it and then in person you're like, holy fuck, this looks good. But like in the video, after going through like Twitter compression or YouTube compression, like it kind of looks like everything else a little bit, or just like not as clean or clear. That's kind of what I'm expecting when I play the actual game for my first time. I'm gonna be like, it looked good before, but I think being able to see that like in full quality on my computer is gonna be so nice, you know what I mean? And like I'm like one of those dudes that's like, I love art style, but honestly, like, the shiny and new thing is a huge appeal to me, and I hate to admit that, but, like, it being in that new fancy graphics engine is not what Halo makes Halo, or what makes Halo Halo, despite what that one dude said when he was like, we need to, like, remember the Foundry trailer? He was, like, saying, like, Halo's known for its graphic fidelity, and I was like, bro, you do realize Crysis and Halo 3 came out at the same time, right? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, no, it was never known for that. It was known for cool shit, though, like adding crazy new features like Forge, and, you know, Max Hoberman did some amazing things to make, like, Xbox Live on the original Xbox, which, you know, back then I had, and it was so amazing to play Xbox Live on the original Xbox on Halo 2, because it was like a taste of the modern version of what Xbox became to be, you know, with the online, you got friends, you got voice messages, text messages, you had clans and other stuff, you know, and I'm like, dude, that was some next level shit. And then all the other features and stuff that were added, and things that were planned that never got put in were like so ahead of their time and shit, dude. It was just so cool. Like, that's the cool stuff that made Halo cool. It's like making the game cool, not making the game look pretty. The game already looked amazing because it had the best fucking art style, you know. That's the way I see it, though. The aesthetic you're referring to is cassette punk. And it's derived from the original Aliens movie. Yeah, dude. Is that what it's called? I'm gonna write that down, honestly, because I think it's my favorite art style. I think that's what we're talking about. How do you say that shit? Halo has always been competitive. Nah, dude. Back when I played Halo, before I came back to the Halo scene, like a few years ago, or no, like a year before Infinite came out, like, I was like, dude, Halo, I came back and I was like, why is there like all these like championship things? Like, what is this? I was like, I hardly played Halo 4 and 5, so like it was like really confusing to me, like why they were acting like that's what Halo was about. I'm like, like, Halo's just fun, dude. Like, all the hyper competitive shit isn't fun. Like, I don't want to fucking feel like I have to become a supreme video game athlete just to have fun in a game. Like, good God. That's what they made me feel like, though. I'm gonna write that down, though, before I forget. Cassette punk. Because that would be good to look up references for like because I want to make a game with similar art style like this because I just love it so much, and I would be able to recognize like stuff like that a little bit better, like the older, like when kind of like Helldivers and like strong, just like all these things that like kind of are derived from old things, like I just love that shit. It just feels so like interesting and cool or something. I don't know if it's just because I'm getting old or something or what. I hope not though. He's half right. Halo CE was revolutionary graphics for the time. Was it though? Because I played it when it was new, and I mean I was a kid, so I don't know. Like I don't know if that's, you know what I mean? When I was a little kid, I didn't really think it was like, I didn't care about graphics, I guess. And even Halo 2 was one of the best looking games for the OG Xbox. Yeah, for the Xbox, it looked good, but Halo 3 was looking big graphically by the time it dropped. Yeah, maybe I'm just thinking about Halo 3 then, because like I just think the advancements in graphics around that time period, dude, from 2000 to 2010. Like for like because like Crysis came out in like 2007, dude. Like imagine like, dude. I just remember seeing Crysis for the first time and being like holy fuck, like is that real? Like there's no way this like runs on a computer. And then it did. Like I was like, god damn. And then to this day, I feel like some games are still trying to get on that level, which is crazy to me. Halo 3 is still gorgeous, but mainly because of its environment art. Exactly, dude. Like, the art style in that game, to me, proves that, like I was playing it last night, and I was playing the last level, dude, and I walked in, when you go to the terminal in the beginning of the level, just, like, walking in that room, and it's just so fucking nice looking, dude. Even with the basic-ass, simple-ass geometry, and, it just still, like, looks so pretty. It showed everything was perfect, and I guarantee if they modernized that into modern poly count, if they did it right, I feel like it would still look good. I just, but they just have to, like, keep that, like, same aesthetic, But like I don't know. I'm gonna still say though, I still don't really like. I think Halo 1 and 2 had good graphics, but I don't remember them being like, this is the best, or I don't think it was ever known for that. I just think it was a fun ass game. It was so unique having to get your friends and stuff, and I think it was advanced in ways because like the game itself was fun. It was like the first like FPS that felt like a real FPS, you know what I mean? Like it didn't feel like some janky weird shit like Doom, It felt like a true FPS, I guess. So in that way it felt good. But again, that's more of like what made like I think those what made those that's what those I think that is what made those games good, in my opinion. Again, though, I think the art style is what made everything slap. But yeah, they were definitely up to par, though, with the graphics. I just, I don't know. I just don't really think about that as much. We decided to innovate graphically by making it look 80% of a new game on the market, Unreal Slop. I mean... everyone says that, which I do kind of agree with what they're saying, but I also don't feel like I see like if I compare like this game to how Arc Raiders look, like they both look good, but like this game just it looks different in some ways, Like that beach doesn't look like an Earth beach. You know what I mean when I say that? Like it kind of looks like a it kind of looks like I was saying, it looks too good to be true kind of thing. And that's why I was like, it kind of looks like, reminds me of what like an alien maintained world would look like, I guess. But I don't know. I mean, there's things that like, well, I'll partially agree with things, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure how big of a deal it's going to be for certain things. I'm more focused again like on this multiplayer game that they're gonna announce, because that's not gonna be like a remake. It's gonna be something completely new, I guess. So like I'm kind of really curious how they're gonna do that, like the art, and in the vibe, the setting, everything. Like what is it gonna be mature? Like I'm so curious. But yeah, and I mean there's always gonna be so many things that people disagree with, and that But that's why like. I try to just be kind of open-minded to things not being exactly the way I want all the time. But also not being I also don't want to be a total simp ever. I think it's bad to be a total hater and toxic, you know, but I also think it's bad to be a total simp, you know what I mean? I think you gotta balance it. Which people in the Halo community, you know, like, some people balance that shit well. Some people, I'm just like, god damn. But then again, I think that's Twitter. I think Twitter makes everything seem that way when it's not. Like, people will be thinking I'm being that way, and I'll be like, bro, it's not a big deal. I was just saying, like, if they could change it, then I think this is what, you know. People be like, no, and I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. What you think they should change, I don't agree with, but that's fine. It's cool. It is what it is. You gotta remember, we were just getting out of the Nintendo 64 era, from the Ocarina of Time to Halo CE, which was a huge leap. Yeah, that is true. And honestly, back then, like, everything was such a huge leap back then. You know, like, even Halo CE to Halo 2, like, that leap was so big. And even Halo 2 to 3, it was such a big feeling leap. And everything presented new tech because it was, like, changing so much. It was kind of like, I don't know if it was like a bubble that popped eventually, but like things were the growth rate and were so much more exponential back then in early 2000s, you know? Nowadays we're like at a point where like, okay, like it's like we're just like getting more like fidelity with higher, you know, with better hardware, and I don't, you know, like it's kind of like how the way I feel about cell phones nowadays. Like I got the S22 Ultra. I'm like, or you know, and I think there's an S25 out now. I'm like, I have zero interest in upgrading because it's like the same quality. That's kind of how I feel about like a lot of these games coming out now. I'm like, there's games that came out like 10 years ago that have higher quality, you know, but at the same time they could potentially be higher quality. But to me, it's like there's some games like it's totally fine if they're not, as long as they have a good art style and they have a good gameplay and they're fun, you know, good story and good writing and all that crap. I'm mostly concerned about sacrificing performance for graphic fidelity. Yeah, that is a concern though, because look, okay, this is an example I have for that. And okay, Arc Raiders used Unreal Engine 4, I think, right? And that game looks so clean, so clear, so nice. I love the way it looks. And on the Xbox, it has no impact from being on a new engine either, or no, you know, like it runs so well, and I love that. And then I look at the new Unreal Engine game from for Halo, and I'm like, okay, well, it looks amazing, but the performance looks bad, and it looks like it's not worth the upgrade, you know, until it gets to a point where it can do everything the way it's supposed to. Especially with the foliage, it looked like they didn't even finish like the engine's like whatever gets the foliage looking proper. It just looked like it was completely unfinished, you know. And I just feel like it's going to be completely unoptimized. You know, it's already like a hybrid engine. You know, it's probably not very well to optimize. I mean, I'm not sure, but you know, I wouldn't imagine it would be. But yeah, like I do worry about that being like very like, I don't know, just like having bad frame rate randomly, and just having like there was like one point in the cutscene where the Warthog was like literally like like, and then it smoothed out. But I was just like, I don't know if it was a cutscene or just like a other view of the Warthog, but I don't know. I do worry about that. That's why I'm like, I do think like being in the next ahead of the curve with all that stuff is nice, but it's also you're like the rat being it's being tested on, kind of, you know what I mean? So like it might have issues and stuff. It might not come out perfectly or whatever. For me, it was Halo 2. When Halo 2 came out, it blew my motherfucking mind. I played Halo 1 a lot before it came out. No, dude, same with me. And again, not because of graphics, but dude, Halo 2 came out. And again, it was because, look, I loved video gaming. Halo 2 is what made me a gamer, though. So what it was Halo 1 was out, and it was great. I beat it on Legendary with my friend, you know, and even my little sister played it with me. Like, it was great, you know. But I liked Fusion, Fusion Fury, or Fusion Frenzy. I liked games like that just as much, to be honest, back then. But then Halo 2 came out. And then Xbox Live came out, and that whole like thing was like, whoa, what is this? And then multiplayer became a thing. I never even thought about multiplayer on Halo 1. I don't know why. Even though Fusion Friendly was so fun, I would rather play that than Halo 1 multiplayer for some reason. That was how it was when I was a kid. But Halo 2 came out, dude. First, I liked the badassness of the story, and, you know, him and, you know, and like the trailers and the city at E3 was so beautiful. It was so amazing, dude. And then like that engine made it look amazing, because it was like, you know, like I feel like Halo 1 and Halo 2 graphically almost look, in some ways Halo 2 looks a lot better, but in some ways like the lighting almost looks better, and or something, like maybe the texture, you know, some things look a little better almost in Halo 1. I think that in Halo 2 apparently they didn't work or something more. I don't know. But like but in a lot of ways it looked better. It's overall it looked better in my opinion, you know what I mean? Definitely like higher poly and shit, and I love the art style. But goddamn, I just fucking loved Xbox Live back then, dude. That like made me like, I don't know, I didn't have a lot of friends, you know. I was like a weird kid that didn't talk a lot, you know, and like I think that just like really opened me up, and it's like exactly what I needed. And then I just fell in love with Halo 2 overall. Like everything about Halo 2 I was obsessed with. And then Halo 3 came out and I was like, perfect. Like I glitched out of like every Halo 3 VSP, and Halo 2 got me into modding too. I had a modded Xbox back then, and then I used to like, but it was the cheating kind of mods, but some of them weren't cheating. Some of them was cool, like you can drive like the Scarab, or like technically you can drive a Scarab, but it literally just replaced there was a mod I had where I had a ghost, the render model was replaced with a fucking Scarab, and I was just driving it around, like, I don't know, that was like the coolest thing, even though it was like, so terrible. As a former 343 employee myself, I've, talking about Skaboodly, I've had to finally balance that line a lot. And dude, honestly, Skaboodly, dude, since I'm trying to get into that stuff, I'm trying to learn how to like be, because like I'm very blunt, and people like, I like offend people a lot, and I hate that because I don't even mean to. Like I try to like be friends with everyone, and I don't judge people on who they are, what they like, or whatever. Like I don't care, you know, as long as it doesn't negatively impact me or something weird. But like I've just like always been trying to like be like trying to get more into professionalism with like shit, because like I'm not the best at that shit, man, and I don't want to like not get a job one day because like I'm just like a fucking crazy nut job online or something, which I don't think I am. But like sometimes I wonder, like sometimes I'm like I should probably not say these things. Like one time I was talking to Epic Killer about how my first girlfriend was on Halo 2 because it was like online and we were able to talk to people. Sounds so cheesy, but you know, like we used to use those plasma pistols to make them vibrate, you know what I mean? I'm just kidding. Sorry. Okay, I'll stop there. I went into more detail with Epic Killer. So let's just say, yeah, I've been trying to filter myself more, you know, trying to be like normal person. Dude, I know you like that story. Dude, that shit was like, it's a true story too, though. Dude, I was like, dude, I mean, okay, it wasn't my idea. It was her idea. I was just like, okay, like, we were on burial mounds, which we were, you know, glitching out of the map, you know, super jumping and getting out of the map and walking around. And she was like, she would be like, and I was like so innocent. I was like fucking so innocent at that time. Like I was a teenager, but I was like super innocent. And she was like, all right, just hold the plasma pistol up to my Spartan. I was like, why? And then she starts like moaning. I'm like, oh, okay, now I'm an adult. So you know, back then I was like, is that what it is? Oh my god. Like I was so fucking, like I was like the one that didn't even think about this type of shit back then, you know what I mean? Oh, I didn't finish your message, Skaboodly. You said, balance that line a lot, not excusing the inexcusable while also taking blind hate with a grain of salt. It's all relative. Yeah, exactly. That is the way you gotta be, though. And like, I try to just be like positive a lot more. Not like toxic positive, and again, not to simp, because simping will actually make a worse product. Like if everyone simped Halo, they would just fucking make a game and they'd be like, we love money, you know, because people are buying it. And they're just gonna make a game that's called Halo, you know what I mean? But like, yeah, like, so there is a good balance of having to like be like professional criticism, like where it's just kind of like, it's like, it's like a disagreeing with like while sounding polite and respectable. And it's like in the past I would just be so blunt, like, no, this is bad. This is because of this. This looks worse, you know. And I just didn't give a fuck, you know, like what other people thought about it. But now I'm like, okay, those are their real opinions, just like mine. They matter just as much. Okay, who hasn't had some fun with charging plasma pistols? Dude, I don't know, man. Dude, and then what game was it? Uno? Remember, you ever play the video Uno game? We on the 360 with the webcam? Dude, I would go on there it wasn't that. I would go on there because it was funny and troll people, but I was a dumbass kid. But what was funny, do you remember the video chat? If you pressed the R trigger, it vibrated your controller. That's basically it ended there and started in Burial Mounds. I'll say that. Let's just say that. But I was just like, dude, did they purposely add this for this reason? Why else would they, like, why would they make it so if you're in a video chat with someone, you can vibrate the other person's controller by pressing the right trigger? Do you remember that? That was a thing. I swear to God, that was a fucking thing. I don't know if you needed the Kinect or what. No, you just needed that little individual 360 webcam, I think. But I swear to God, I swear. Pretty sure my memory's right on that. It was definitely in something if it's not in the main video chat thing that they had or whatever it was back then. Shit was so long ago. But alright, I like been streaming like an hour longer than I meant to, and like my dog is like dying from not giving it attention, so like I'm probably gonna get off here, I think. But yeah, I can. I'm obviously not done with the frigate. I just kind of stopped. It's so hard for me to stream in mod because I just want to like blabble about Halo, and half the time I'm like, I just like say the same shit over and over like a freaking record. Just because it's like, you know, it's so hard. I don't know, especially when like a new person comes into the chat and they start talking about something I've already talked about, and I'm like, oh, I'll go into this again. Go on a 30-minute rant. Skaboodle, you said, I've learned over the years that there's no real need for honesty to be brutal. You can always be authentic and unapologetically straightforward with being abrasive. That's true. And honestly, I'm working on that. I think I'm getting better. God, dude, I mean, I know you're ADHD. Do you know how, like, your impulse control is, like, so hard? You know what I mean? So it's, like, my brain's, like, say this, and then I'm like, it's like I have to just think about what I say more than just letting my free thoughts flow out of me. Because when that happens, it's not good at all. And I used to be so bad at that, and I've been working so hard, or at least I've been trying to. At least I think I have. Been trying to get better at that. So I appreciate you saying that because it's definitely good advice. You can always as long as you never straight up inconsiderate of others, you kind of can't go wrong. That's good. I'll keep that in mind, because honestly, like, I noticed that like some people can be like kind of come off that way, and then they kind of get this like backlash, or like I notice some people are so good at what they do and they can't find jobs, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, is it just because they're too opinionated? Like, oh, like I have to stop then. I have to shut the fuck up and stop talking for once, you know? That's how it fits. That's my placeholder texture, by the way. That's why it looks like that. But this is kind of like a little, gives you a little idea of what it'll look like now with the new model that I just put in there. Obviously, I'm going to give it real materials, not whatever this is. Socializing more helps with that a lot. Actually, before I finish your sentence, streaming has helped me with that a lot, because I have to filter myself, and I have to like be careful, you know, because I'm on the record, you know, like this will be out there forever, whatever I say, like even if I'm just joking about something, you know, like I still gotta kind of think about it a little bit. Socializing, also I also have ADHD, but literally just being around people more teaches me what's best to say out loud. Yeah, and it makes it so you don't have to think about it when you're used to it, you know what I mean? it makes it more happen more natural. I think like that. You know, all the talk of dicks and balls is preserved forever. Yeah, I'll still be a total dude when it comes to my sense of humor. Total fucking child. Like, I need to grow up, honestly, and to stop and get better humor. But like, honestly, I also feel like as soon as you start like to grow up too much, that's as soon as like life starts fucking like trickling through your fingers, and now you're 40, and now you have nothing's funny. You don't know how to dance. You don't know how to be around other people, and that's why I want to retain who I am, but also like be better at things, you know what I mean? Just never stop laughing at balls. That's true. I mean, Bungie never stopped laughing at balls. You see all the lingo and stuff in their mod tools and all the stuff and like everything they did. Like that's how they kept their sanity, I think, by like putting a little humor in everything. All the work they had, everything is like it's like the BSP's an ass file, and all the insert geometries are poops, just things like that. I'm into like that type of shit because it's just like it keeps it funny. It's better than being like something boring and lame, and then you're just like you end up becoming a robot from fucking doing it so much. Do you like how this intro looks though? This is my like current progress on this.
Why did you wake me?
Hang on.
And again, ignore the weird stuff like floating crates and that, like, they like duplicate and tag test, and then
You've been busy.
they just like, it's weird. You'll probably notice that in the cutscene, or you notice that, in the cutscene.
Chief, look up. You need to pull the manual release.
Oh, my controller's dead. Might have to turn that on. I'm not gonna play that long, but I just wanted to like jump into this beginning part real quick. Now that since I'm editing the frigate or the Forward Unto Dawn.
Seems like old times.
Ready to get back to work?
Why did you wake me? He's like, we aren't even there yet.
We've got intrusion.
We're just at another fucking foreigner planet. He's like, it's supposed to take me home so I can go to sleep for the first time in 3 years.
4 floors up.
Rescue team.
Wouldn't bet on it.
Cortana's like spiking Chief with like meth or something just so he can keep going at this point. I'm just kidding. He hasn't eaten shit, pissed, or nothing. Thank God the suit has the auto jerker in there. Auto jerker or whatever that thing's called. Thank God for that.
4 years, 7 months, 10 days.
Oops. And again, these Q maps are gonna be replaced. But yeah, I just love like how this room looks now, even though it's kind of the same thing.
What's that?
Sensor scan, high intensity. Doesn't match any known patterns.
How close are we to the observation deck?
So, what I initially started going for before I get off again, I've already shown these, but just in case. But I liked a lot of the original identity of Halo 4 because it was a little classic colored and toned and shit like that. Like I kind of liked this, so I was kind of went for that a little bit. And then that's why I put those robots from Halo Infinite, by the way, because they kind of remind me of that. Oh, by the way, I showed this the other day. This is an old block out for that front room. Look at this, the inner corridor right here. Like it has these like little lines and ribs. So I'm like, that looks way more classic looking. That's like, I feel like the original Forward Unto Dawn would have something more like that, But obviously everything else kind of looks the same and stuff like that. But I just thought that was funny. Even though that hood crazy, got crazy, and then I was like, you see the original, the old little analog numbers they used, and they didn't even have the lighting in this room set up. It looks like, but I did like how dark it was. That's why I was like, kind of want to make it darker, but then you wouldn't be able to see the PBR. What else? I was using certain things for references for random shit. And then there was another, let's see, oh, this, I was kind of like comparing this, like trying to make things more metallic look, you know what I mean? Oop, wait, there it goes. Where it's like, you see how like more like metallic it looks and like kind of just in general metal. Before all this shit was kind of like a whitish gray with no reflection. Kind of like how this thing is down, down in this over here. Which, I don't know. I mean, it looks alright. I don't know why there's a hazard strip here. You can't trip up there. That should be right here, like where all these fucking things you can trip over are. But yeah, I was thinking about redoing hazard strips on the map. So nice to know the savior of humanity also had no circadian rhythm. Yeah, for real though. I'm like, that dude is, he has to be a robot. He definitely is just a cyborg. They can't trick me. He's not even human. Cube maps, or cube map, no, there's no cube maps. I haven't done those yet. The cube maps are like a placeholder, like you could see right here. Look, it's because the cube maps on the original map, they're not set up for the PBR shaders, so they look like glowy and weird and shit, you know. So I used my training grounds ones, and then I said once I figured out how everything's gonna look, which is pretty much there, then I'm just gonna, you know, make the new cube maps that will work, you know, properly. So these will make everything, I use the ones from Training Grounds because it makes everything kind of look the same, but obviously, like, the cube maps, like, it's like, I did use the inside one because it has a similar lighting and shit, but obviously it's not right, so it's gonna look a little off, especially on windows and things where you can actually see it, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna do all the cube maps once I'm like, actually probably this week. That's like one of the next things I need to do. And then that'll make everything look even better and more natural and probably proper. Oh, fun fact. 1 second. Oh, I'm just imagining if Olivia and Maria had seen this when starting Halo 4 for the first time. I actually loved it as a kid, but wow, this would have been more hype. Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, this is kind of what I was hoping it would have been.
The elevator doors.
And like, I'm gonna be honest, I think I was like 18 or something when Halo. Wait, when did Halo? 2012. So I was born in 1991. So that means like, fuck. I was like 20 or something, like 21 or I don't know. I was starting to drink, so like that's when I was like, I got like laid for the first time kind of thing, and I was having a lot of fun. You know what I mean? So Halo 4 was like, I looked at it and I was like, what is this? This isn't Halo. And then I became an alcoholic, not even kidding, and actually got addicted to some drugs, and thank God I stopped doing those. Because like that was bad. But you know what? Like, I learned a lot. Became a lot better person after I got my shit together, and you know, but I'm not gonna lie, but when Halo 4 and 5 came out, I was like not even really I was gaming. You know, I did a little of my YouTube stuff, but like I was not like in a good spot, and I'm so glad I'm way better off now. I don't know why I brought that up. I was just kind of saying like back then what I was doing. That's what I was doing. But you know, I was out just living my life because I was a young dude just trying to have fun, you know. And now I'm glad. Now that I'm older, I just want to like focus and work on shit. You know, I just want to like. You know, I feel like I got all that out, like all my younger year fun, you know, your youthful fun, like out of the way, which I recommend for everyone. Like while you're young, like you get to do things, like you can do things that like the same things when you're older, but they're not as fun when you're like indestructible still. You know what I mean? Like, I swear, dude, I would never get hangover. I would like hurt myself but be fine the next day, you know. Like now I'm like, oh, my knees, my back, oh. I'm only 34, but I feel like I'm 60. And then so real, I need me a suit of Milliner. I can't even say it. The auto jerker must go crazy. So nice to know the savior. Oh yeah, I already read that one. But yeah, that's about it, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for tuning in, Skaboodly. You too, Killa. And honestly, good talk, dude. I would love to talk to you anytime, by the way, about whatever. I love talking about nerdy shit, or if you want me to check out your mod, or if you want me to... What is going on here, by the way? What the fuck is happening? It looks like there's... It's additive. Did I put this on additive on accident? Instead of alpha blend? Like, how did that happen? It's not even over here, though. Is that a different texture? Sorry, I just got so confused a second by seeing that. Anyways, I'll figure that out later. But yeah, thanks for joining in, dude. And both of y'all would, you know, I would love to talk about this shit anytime. And you know, if you ever want me to test your mods or even help with something, or I don't know. I mean, y'all are more knowledgeable than me, but you know, if there's something that you see that you're wondering about, just let me know. This and that, and anyone else that's watching, I appreciate it a lot. And yeah, but yeah, it's about time for me to hop on off out of here. But yeah, that definitely made the stream go by a lot faster too, by the way. I was like, it's already 6 o'clock. I started this at fucking 11:30. That's like almost 7 hours. Like, I don't even know how that much time goes by. Why does this piece look more Halo than... It looks like the front of the fort. This looks like the front of the fort onto Dawn, in the fort onto Dawn. I'm just kidding. But it's not. It's just like, at least I can look up in this and see like some pieces of this that remind me of Halo more than it used to, you know. Again, I don't know why they put these hazard strips on the ceiling. Like, who's tripping up there? But so nice to know the state. Oh wait, here I thought you put a new comment. All right, well, I think everyone's just side monitoring me at this point, which is totally fine because that's what I do to other streamers. Like Rejected Shotgun, I kind of put them on the side and just kind of do my thing. Like if I'm modding, even sometimes when I like watch movies or play games, you know, I'll just kind of put them on the side and kind of be a little lurker. But all right, guys, peace. This is the final goodbye. Okay, now my computer won't let me click on it. It won't let me end it. What the fuck? It doesn't want it to end. Alright, there we go. Peace, y'all. Bye, Atlas Guitar. Appreciate the kind words and everything. You're my favorite background streamer when modding. Oh, I appreciate that, man. It means a lot. It really does, because like I keep doing this, and I hope it picks up a little bit more. But you know, anyone that feels that way, I'm glad. And if there's anything that makes you feel any other way than that, let me know, and I'll try to be better. But